I'm cold steel stainless, my glass half full. Always said don't suffer no fools. Serpents, daydream. I bite, you call me lovely. Got a sweet tooth. Gonna get the sugar from you. When they say I'm a machine gun, I take it as a compliment. Honey, you should know I can be a weapon. I can be a weapon. Come cold blood, selfish. Your words are painless. I like when I drive and feel so dangerous. They say I'm a red flag, 'cause they want it so bad. You should know I'm holding on to what I had. When they say I'm a machine gun, I take it as a compliment. Honey, you should know I can be a weapon. I can be a weapon.
Hello there, everybody, and welcome to day number 2 of the European Fall Open. We're back with the European pre-show with, well, the Europeans. It feels good for us to be back able to do this all over again, but we're going to be able to get you caught up with everything that happened yesterday, as well as a few predictions and, well, when it comes to us, not predictions, facts about how the rest of the tournament is going to end up going. I am Shogun, joined as always by Johnny Boy, Cole, and Stumpy. And we were missing 2 of us yesterday. Cole, Stumpy.
Yeah.
I suppose you're kind of happy that Liquid made it through. Otherwise, this could have been a very dejected pre-show.
They dragged us over to Team Liquid, and we thought this will be easy. We're used to being on Team Endpoint, where everything is tough and difficult. Yeah. And if you make it to 5 series, you're definitely going to lose that 5th series. Liquid thought it'd be simple. It wasn't. It went to 5. It was tortuous, but we made it, Stumpy. And now we're Liquid. Now they're the best team in the world. Never doubted it.
They came through in 8th, but in the best regions, does it really matter? We did well, I think. You know, we were being objective about the team. We were making sure that we were tearing into them when they deserved it. We gave them compliments when they deserved it. But in the end, Large Oscar showed up and everybody was incredibly excited. They came through. And I'm excited to see them play today in a match that we're going to be looking at the end of the day. El Splashico is back, baby.
We must have listened to it at the wrong points, because the times that we listened into that broadcast, it was not unbiased. It was not called down the middle whatsoever. For those of you that want catching up as to what happened yesterday, let's take a look at the Swiss graphic. We've got the best format back. Yesterday was quite simple, and no matter how many people try and make it seem otherwise. Win 3, and you get to move on to today. You lose 3, well, you're out of the tournament, aren't you? And some of those teams made it easier than others. BDS and Moist re-establishing themselves as the top dogs in the region, whilst on the opposite side, a very disappointing day for a number of them there, and spare a thought for Aogiri, who got reverse swept by the Swiss bracket. They were 2-0. They were, I believe, a goal away from qualification.
Overtime.
And it all went downhill. Let's have a look at some of the highlights whilst we go through this. Cole, Stumpy, when you heard about the Aogiri results, what was the initial response? Because I imagine when you're on a team stream, it's harder to keep up with the other teams.
It's a nightmare, isn't it, Stumpy?
Yeah, I mean, I was hoping that we would avoid Aogiri at every level, because they looked incredible. And then you said, Show, you know, they were close to just going through. There was 1 goal in it. Their final 3 series that they lost, they all went to 5 games as well. Only one of their series didn't, the one versus Monkeys. And it's horrible when that happens and when it's so close. But thankfully, they've got another regional that we're going to be able to look at. Otherwise, you know, there's a few new teams that we're seeing in these highlights. Quadrant are in Rocket League now. We've got Lando Norris's big bad team, which is so exciting to see. The announcement for that was awesome. Snasky's coaching them. It's a lot of fun all round.
Yeah, it's great seeing Lando Norris be part of that team and actually be with them in the announcement photo. So welcome to him to the Rocket League scene. Hope you have a wonderful time, as do your team. Solary didn't have a wonderful time in the end. They looked so good, taking so many teams so far, but couldn't quite make it. And this is how it ended for our boys on Team Liquid. I mean, I think by the time we played Monkeys, we were finally warming up. It was a day where the passes weren't quite happening, but against Monkeys, we looked pretty confident. As I say that, we're losing 3-0.
Yeah, why are we losing 4-0?
I mean, apart from that, you know, we were...
that game, get rid of that.
Yeah, absolutely laughing. I mean, I'm saying how easy we found it. Maybe I've misremembered, because I'm looking back at this, and it seems more tense. Oh yeah, we scored easy.
Very neutral, very down the middle. Johnny, let's have a look at how today's bracket looks overall. The big important bit for everyone that you see right here is they don't have to go through the close qualifiers next week. They can relax. They're already qualified for our next regional. Everyone else, they've got to go back through the gauntlet.
Yeah, and the bad thing for the teams today is that this is probably the worst place to lose, because you're so close to getting into that top 4. There's only 5 teams going to the fall majors, so 8 of these teams on the screen, that's just going to be too many. We need to at least get rid of 3 of them. But all the big names are there. All the teams, like for the first time ever in Europe. I mean, it wasn't a day without chaos, but eventually all the top teams that were kind of expected to get in here are in here, plus Quadrant and Tundra, who are the other middle of the pack teams who have performed extremely well yesterday to get over the line.
And for those of you that want to keep up to date with those points, we've simplified it down a little bit for you this split. Rather than getting 200, 250, 301 points, first place gets you 16. And the magical number that's sort of been floated around is around about 23 if you want to get yourself over, sort of more guaranteed over to Rotterdam for the major. But right now, it's all about getting yourself into third, fourth, where the numbers start really picking up. Yesterday, you were maybe picking up an extra point for getting an extra round, maybe an extra 2 points if you made it over to today. But from here on out, you're getting, 3-point bonuses, maybe even 4 points if you can get yourself a grand finals victory. And a nice chunk of change on the side to that as well. But the most important thing for all of us is not consistency. It's not about bringing your best all the time. It's about peaking at the moment. Johnny boy, let's see who peaked yesterday with some top 3 plays.
Yeah, let's do that. I'm not sure if I'm on board with the lack of consistency thing, because this guy is consistency personified. Monkey Moon in a 6 minute and 30-second overtime gets a pinch 50-50 win that goes to full length of the pitch and into the goal. So, there really no downsides there for Monkey Moon. He's playing a safe line of attack and gets the game winner with it. That's great stuff.
And then number 2, you can't always look at the attack when you're looking at a top player, because Sure Set on Solar, a team that unfortunately didn't make it, went down in 12th. He saves it once. And what's so incredible about this is look how he lands on that first save. He immediately air rolls back down to the ground, lands, then insta jumps, and then half flips to then not only save the ball, he then chases it into the corner. So the shot that's going to come off isn't going to be anything decent.
Leads us to our number 1. It is Vatira for Carmine Corp. They've been looking a little bit slow at times, but when they step up, oh my goodness. And Vatira is just one of the best mechanical players in the world. To delay a flip reset, then have it that late, right before the ball bounces. We watched this about 4 or 5 times to see, does he do like a half volley? Does he land? No, it's just the latest flip reset you could possibly do. Touching the floor, grazing it as he puts it into the bottom right corner against Solary, a team who I am rooting for this season, but couldn't quite make it through yesterday.
Right, fantastic job, lads. The off-season has not slowed us down at all. It's certainly not slowed down the players at all. They looked brilliant yesterday. And Europe, not fully predictable, but I feel like was actually somewhat predictable. I mean, Stumpy, I saw your results with the Switch. You seem to have the predictions down pat.
I'm killing it. I'm second in the world, mate. No problem.
Mate, that makes the next bit a little bit more interesting. So I might be looking over your way a little bit more to see and gaze into the future. We are going to do word association. I feel like I should explain this a little bit for you at home because I want you participating as well. What's going to happen is everyone here has got a whiteboard. You at home have a keyboard. And we are going to throw a word out there, an individual word, and everyone here on the desk is going to give me a word back that they associate with that word. So, for example, if I was to say like BDS, someone might say back to me, top. Very easy. But anyone that's got a bit of a weird one, we will be going in on that. So the first word I want to bring up here, given that we were chatting about those top 5 spots to go to the major, is 6th. Who is 6th? And we are going to be keeping these relatively...
This is across this split, right?
Yeah, across this split.
To go to Rotterdam.
So just missing Rotterdam, essentially.
Show, I'm really sorry, by the way. You said get a whiteboard.
There's just no way that you forgot.
You said get a whiteboard.
There is no way.
I was in a really big rush. And so instead, I've got a handful of printer paper that was under my desk. So I'm using that. I apologize.
Fine. As long as you have something, it maybe is a little bit less shiny.
Don't worry.
Do you have something written down for me?
Oh, instantly, mate. Don't worry.
Oh, yeah, awesome. All right. Well, let's have a look at what all 3 of you have put up. 3, 2, 1. Let's take a look. G1, Quadrant, and Solary. All right, we got 3 different answers over on this one. I feel like Johnny's immediately trying to get everyone looking over your way here, Stumpy.
Right. Sorry, did you want me to explain?
I want to set the pace here and then come over to you because I think in general, people are saying that there's going to be a top 6 over in Europe. There are 6 teams that we are expecting to be there or thereabouts the entire time. Maybe even like a bit more above that for your BDSs. But somebody's going to have to miss out. We only got 5 spots at each of these majors. Somebody is not going to be there. All right, Stumpy, justify yourself.
So, Cole said earlier that he wants to see Solary succeed. I
Yeah.
do as well, but we can never have it dead on. But there will always be some amount of hope that makes us think it's possible. We're looking right now at their results. Solary have only beaten Endpoint so far. Otherwise, they've lost to Carmine Core, Williams Resolve, and Quadrant. I think they have an absolute blinder. They do what Vitality did, bear in mind 2/3 of Vitality did to then do well previously for the, I believe it was the Fall Major back last year, and then they managed to qualify. I think that's going to happen again. However, they're going to fall just outside of it, but it'll be a very interesting and exciting Regional 3.
Nah,
Why did you say that like a voiceover?
There's no way.
I don't know.
Back to you in the
I don't
studio.
know.
Shogun, you pointed out, everybody's talking about the top 6, the big 6 right now in Europe, and I'm the only one who put one of the big 6 down. So I think it stands to, it looks pretty obvious that, I'm on the mark with this one.
Suck up.
Can I just say I'm a little bit sad that you picked up on my very up-to-date racing reference, the old
And that's
P6
because it was
track.
off screen.
This
You put
Lando.
it, you put
No,
it,
I moved it. I
make it into the
moved it.
box.
I didn't
well,
even look
okay.
at your camera, sorry.
Wow. But yeah, also because Cash has sort of failed at the last hurdle with Misfits as well. It's
I have a
he
question
does, bless him.
actually for you on this one, Cole. Are you seeing this as a consistent team moving forward? Are you seeing that like getting a large points total from this tournament that sort of carries them onwards?
I'll go consistent and then falling devastatingly at the final hurdle. If history
Evil
is
genius
to be
is
repeated.
basically last
Exactly, yeah.
Not again. We can't do
Exactly.
it again, Cash. We
Yeah.
can't do it again.
Look, history is always repeating itself.
Right. Well, let's move on to the next word that we've
My
got.
paper is ready.
And here
I've got
is
to rub out.
where
Wait.
I'm going to. I mean, Stumpy's great. He can just throw the paper away,
Look at this, look at
recycle
loads.
it. There you are. This is where I'm going to make sure that it's known out there that we're not just going through teams. You can put players, you can put teams, you can put anything for this. I just want what you associate with this next word. And the word is disappointing.
Disappointing.
Do you associate with disappointing? It could be now. It could be 3 months' time. What do you associate with the word disappointing? This has got some deep thought happening
See, like,
over here.
I'm not
there's a clear
gonna.
answer for
I don't
me.
want to spoil too much, but like actually, so far, and I'm not really disappointed with EU.
None of the teams that have made it
So far.
to this open.
Do we unleash Johnny?
That was the most Johnny boy sentence.
Not though.
All right.
Like I feel like I don't know. There's just I'm looking down the list of teams. I'm like I'm not really disappointed.
Is there a
Might
team
have
that
to
you
go
think will
elsewhere.
disappoint you? Is there a
Nah.
roster move that disappointed you?
Any teams that aren't in that list of 16, Johnny, that maybe are a little bit frustrating to not
I mean,
have them here?
it's
I'm
just
just
so-
finding out
like,
that
it's just
Johnny's
so
really easily
obvious.
freeze.
It's just so obvious. Like I'm saying, as I didn't want to spoil.
All right,
I speak too much.
Let's put it
Speak
up.
too much.
Let's have a look. Everyone put your whiteboards and then immediately stare at.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't want to just. I was trying to think of anything else, but I'm looking at the rest of Europe. I'm like, they're kind of all like doing fine right now.
Yeah.
If anyone else is disappointing, I might have to look elsewhere.
Apart from
but-
Jorby, obviously.
The Vitality are the obvious big disappointment. I think they're not in the top 16, and yeah, that's just not. They're supposed to be in there. I think they themselves would probably say that they're just very disappointed with how things are going as well.
And just to sort of give maybe people that haven't had a chance to keep up with the off season, are only just popping in now. Why is this? What did Vitality do that put the expectations on them that they absolutely must be in here?
Well, they got rid of 2 of their players last season, one towards the end and now another one in the off-season. Therapy and Kate Up are gone, so they've stuck with Alpha, built a team around him, picked up Radostin and Sizen, who have had previously pretty good results on Williams Resolve, so 2 proven players, and now they've not made top 16 despite rumours being that they're doing pretty well in practice, so they just haven't been able to put it together in qualifier and in the qualifiers, and the fact that they were failed in invitational qualifier and the closed qualifier both, it doesn't bode well for them.
Okay, well, we're going to go through our last one somewhat quickly. One final word for you, and the word is surprise. Who has surprised you, or just surprised? No G on the end of that one. As we, again, I want to see what you at home think. We've got chats available for you. And yeah, we're going to rush through. I mean, Cole's straight on it. Cole does not muck about.
I've got mine.
I'm scanning, I've scanned, and I've downloaded.
Let's have a look then. Johnny, Solary disappointed you.
Wait, did you say
No,
disappointed?
Surprise.
Sorry, I'm
Surprise.
done fucking the past. Yeah, there we are.
My
Right.
goodness.
Goodness
Come on,
me.
My
come on.
goodness. My
Solary,
goodness.
Solary, surprise.
Oh, there's somebody there. I thought this was going to be a quick one, but all three of these I kind of really want to get in on. I'm taking a little bit of time off something else then. Why did Astral surprise you, Stumpy?
Astral
That's what I'm
surprise?
going to.
Because it was very much personally surprising me and not a lot of other people. This is still a hangover from the last season that we just had where Astral was phenomenal on KC. That entire team was. They managed to get top 8, top 4 at the previous major as well. I thought that Vatira leaving Moist was a very interesting decision and I backed it, but still question marks around. The player then to join in instead, Astral, again, more question marks. I've always been very critical of him. He has surprised me because he has been out of this world. He has continued to look brilliant. I thought he had found the perfect team to sit alongside him in Itachi and Nolly. They were the teammates that they could really go forward and win a world championship with. When they split up, I thought, oh, maybe that's not the right decision. Maybe Astral goes back to his old performances where he tries to carry whatever. But no, full trust, full love on that team. And he has been worldly. I've loved watching it.
Okay, fantastic response to that one there, Stumpy. Let's see if you can keep this going as we go into our 5th topic of the day. The 2 early awards. We're going to get these out here. This is the people that we are predicting to do either well, not quite so well, and maybe some things in between. We're going to get these down. Make sure you screenshot these so that way people are reminded when they say, oh yeah, I always expected this team to come first. You say, they didn't. This is what you actually thought. So we have 3, and if we have a little bit of time, we'll maybe even add a 4th onto this one. But the first one we're going to go, you've got the whiteboard still with you. Stumpy, I hope you still have enough paper left around.
I've got so much paper.
Fantastic. Player of the season. We are going to get, 10 months down the line? Who will we be looking at? And you can open this one out away from Europe as well. Who will be player of the season? You can have anyone from the world.
Oh, can we global? Oh, Shogun, you've opened up my mind. Oh, dearie me.
I mean, for the 3rd one that we have here, you can pretty much, go Europe exclusively. Spoiler alert, that's us asking who's going to be world champion.
Nice.
And we got people down.
Hang on, I need to open up the North American page as well.
You don't need to. You don't waste your time.
Okay, you know what? Yeah, Cal. Okay.
All right. Well, for the people that are on time to this one, let's take a look. Show us your whiteboards, lads.
I sort of put mine before you said the worldwide thing, so I've gone
Archie.
Not a very good 9. That is a 9. Ruas.
I loved his goal, by the way.
Double matchstick.
The KRM one where he just caught the ball and then bopped it past it. Yeah, I remember. You know what I mean. I knew you would know the exact goal I was talking about.
The last goal, the last goal of the series in the grand final, of course.
Yeah.
I like a lot of those, but make sure the screenshots are out there and make sure that they are out on Twitter, everywhere. Just show some accountability from our analysts. Best rookie. Let's find out who's going to be the best rookie. This feels like
Johnny, we can't repeat answers, okay?
Yeah, you can't repeat.
Johnny.
We have to. Why can't we repeat answers? I feel like I'm kind of stuck here.
Because we have spoken.
Johnny, we can't repeat it because we said you can't repeat it, all right?
I have to repeat it.
All right, we look relatively ready to go. Stumpy has realized that he can't just have a go at Johnny and actually needs to write his own down.
I've got one.
All right, let's take a look. Whiteboards and pieces of paper. Show them the screen.
I stole Johnny's answer because he can't write it again. Johnny can't write it again.
Johnny
can't write it again. He has
Johnny
to get
disqualified.
A new one. Johnny has to get a new one.
Sir.
So Cole, I want to very quickly ask you then.
Yeah.
We're gonna get into this season. Zen didn't pop into your mind maybe for this?
No, mate. I'm going big on the German Raziers. I think his Gamers 8 performance was something that I was very intrigued if it would ever be repeated again. That's why Tundra are my surprise of the season so far, at least in EU. Because when you bring a player like him on, especially a pop-off player, it might just not work. It might take a season to bed in. So far, he's showing that he's not taking that season to bed in. It may well slow down, but the two go hand in hand for me of Tundra and Raziers.
All right, final one.
Is he still a rookie? Out of interest?
No, he's not.
He's not a rookie at all.
He's a rookie at this level, all right?
No, he competed last. He competed last week in the spring.
Maybe you can just leave it as it is, Cole, and maybe get the
I'm
next
leaving
one.
it, all right? He's a rookie in my heart.
Okay.
All right. World champions. Who is going to be this season's world champions? This is why we said about the whole, you only need to look at Europe thing.
So, can I change my best rookie answer to K-Dot or no?
Yeah, sure. Absolutely. He's re-debuting.
You throw me there. What's the question? World champions.
World
World
champions.
champions. Who's the world champions?
Ooh.
Oh, I'm gonna be so boring.
Oh, I love boring Stumpy. He's the only person I can rely on.
Doesn't come out often, but my God, he's fun.
All right, let's take a look. Johnny, you look pretty comfortable over there, so let's see what you've got on your whiteboard, and then everyone else can join you.
You probably aren't going to be too surprised. Actually, maybe you are.
That's certainly gone the way on this. Moist
Yes.
BDS.
50% percentage land win last season.
Oh, those screens. All right, just hold them all up at the same time.
Oh, sorry, I forgot. Wait,
screenshot.
I deleted it. Wait a
Oh
second.
my goodness.
Oh, John A.
Luckily, it's
It's
just
really
3
lovely,
letters.
dude.
They
It's
just
just
blown
three
it
letters.
out. You're such a gamer.
I deleted it.
Right,
There we are.
screenshot that, everyone.
Screenshots are done. We can get those all sorted. Those are our predictions for later on in the season. Let's take a look at what our predictions are today. We're keeping track of ourselves this split. We are going to see who can get the most amount of predictions right. And we've also discussed the possibilities of a reward for the winner and a punishment for the loser. We haven't quite figured that bit out yet. I'm not going to ask you at home to give us some suggestions because those would be horrifying. They would be very mean. But we've got our predictions for today coming in. And we're going to start off with the most important person. It's me.
Yay.
I've not done any predicting today because I decided to leave all my brilliance. Look at that. It's brilliant. It's fantastic. It's going to be a 4 out of 4.
it's got liquid out there.
We're going to get through this in a moment. Let's take a look over at Johnny's as to who he is expecting to get through. I bet he's gone boring. Oh my God, look how boring. All going through. No, all right, Cole.
That's
Cole,
right.
you can be better at this. All right.
Oh, as if
Cole,
I remember what I put. I don't remember. Let's find out together.
Oh,
Yeah,
hey,
I'm a bit more interesting. There you go. I did the
All right.
liquid thing.
We're all different so far. We're all different.
Oh, well, that carries on, I think, because did any of you guys pick G1 to win out of interest?
Yeah, Shogun did.
Oh, in which case, let's go. Let's go.
We're all different. We're actually all different.
Yay.
Voice
What?
dub, Calming dub, BDS dub, and then G1 dub.
I'm
They
pretty
were-
sure we're all
Team
different.
Liquid, the
on
best
this
team in the
is
world,
that-
Stumpy. What is this?
Because they haven't paid me today.
Ah, I see.
So,
yeah, that's true.
Do you know what I mean?
That's true. I did forget about that.
Yeah.
They'll pay me.
But we were unanimous on BDS and Carmine Corp, I believe. I think they're the,
Yes.
Yeah, we're all unanimous on
Yeah.
those guys. But 2 of us took Moist, 2 of us took Liquid, 2 of us took Oxygen, 2 of us took G1. So
Love
we're
that.
So
completely
as long as
split.
those two go the way that most people would anticipate, somebody is going to be perfect today. But it will be the most European thing ever if Quadrant actually goes
Quadrant
that'd
and
be
Tundra
great.
win, and
ruin it
then we're
for all of us.
For 6th place overall in the split, they will win this one and start off hot.
I genuinely thought I was going to be alone on the Liquid pick. I thought that's my best chance here to get a good lead and I can play it safe for the rest of the split. So
You're
Well,
talking
look,
for
you've
liquid
metagamed
casters.
this.
They're both liquid casters.
yeah, but
this
I've
split,
also
so-
seen how far their loyalty goes, as just
Yeah.
proven.
Yeah, true.
Sorry, Liquid.
I'll
You're
send the
lovely.
invoice to him. It's fine. I'll give you her
Cheers.
number. That's what normally happens for some reason.
Thanks, mate.
All right. Well, those are our predictions for the season. Those are our predictions for today. Let's get ourselves into today's matchups. We're going to be kicking it off with Oxygen versus Gamers First, moving on to Quadrant versus Team BDS, and then K-Corp versus Tundra, and finishing it off with El Splashco. Thanks for bringing me up to date with that one, Johnny, with Moist versus Team Liquid. That will be our final match of the day. But for now, it is time to get into our first match. Oxygen taking to the field against Gamers First. This will be so much fun to watch. It is marked by a on the redemption run, on the revenge run, if anything. And he is teaming up with Atomic and Dorito. For those of you that didn't get to keep up with it last season, Mark was dropped by BDS mid-season and then did not get to go and play in the World Championships. This is his chance to put that all right. As for Archie, he was involved in an awful lot of off-season moves. Let's see what he's got to say about them.
The off season was like, it was crazy. Like, we had EU players going to NA, EU players going to APAC, like, and then EU was like a bit of a mess. Like, there was one change that kind of made everything like go wrong, really. And then it was all a bit panic for a lot of teams, especially during the last couple of weeks. So me and Joris like decided to team after the off season. We were really good friends. Like, we teamed before a couple of years ago. Then we almost didn't team because of a certain thing happened. Then we teamed and picked up Oli with our single trial.
And he's getting beat by Astro. Oh, wait a second! I'm gonna show you right now. That's a response goal.
They're both like so good. Like, Joris probably one of the best players in the world. Oli's like honestly can become one of the best players in the world. Like, they're both so mechanical. It's like the first time I've had mechanical players on my team, so it's quite a fun experience for me. So I'd have to like do all the creativity myself.
Joreous low boost. Has he squeezed it in? Has he ever?
We have like a good coach as well, like that always keeps the vibes up, even if we're like it's not going well, but at the moment it's literally not gone well 0 times. Like it's always gone well for us. We played the qualifier, we went 3-0, like we played like really good, but obviously we can improve on that.
Oh, only wins it! Oh my! With absolute disgusting power, Oli throws it right into the center!
Well, I'm looking forward to playing the LANs this season, hopefully. We want to be like top 3, top 2 team in Europe. And then obviously we want to win tournaments.
He's the option and Castillo missed it! And Archie will clean up!
What an approach from Archie. I'm loving this. PRG is gone. PRG is gone. He's not PR anymore. He's just going to go straight for everyone's throats. But, you know, got to also point out that 2 of his teammates, which he's now formally stated, were not mechanical. Former teammates, that is, are, I think, in the same round as him right now. We've got Relating Wave on Quadrant, and we've also got Tundra's Casio. They're both still in the tournament. So, you know, they're at least right now performing as well as Archie's team.
Who was it that was with me on the Gamers First hype train?
That's me.
It was all right. Why?
I just feel like they're going to be surprising. I really like seeing that Marbaye is on another top team. And the first time they came through, it was, you know, going with a 3-2 versus BDS, who also looked incredible. That's like the hardest matchup for him personally, and they still performed fantastically. So looking at the results, I was kind of a little bit more... I was more impressed with how I think Gamers 1 can do by just stretching it out and making it quite hard for themselves. And they've got quite a lot of resolve, I feel. They've all kind of been battered in one way or another. And I think this is sort of their redemption run. And there's no better time to do it than the first regional we're seeing.
On the other hand, oh, sorry,
1 second, Cole. 1 second.
Yeah, go on. You go,
I
mate.
really want
You
your
go. After
opinion,
you, sir.
but I really want the opinion of everyone at home as well. Get your fan votes in #OXG for Oxygen or #G1 for Gamers First. All right, Cole, go ahead.
On the other hand, Oxygen are looking absolutely thrilling. And I think Archie's point about playing with mechanical players for the first time, it's whether or not that's true, it's very harsh to put it like that. He has had some good teammates in his time. But if he feels like that, he is going to be playing with so much more freedom. And that's one of the reasons he is my pick with my 2 soon predictions for the end of the season awards. He was my pick for player of the season. I just think it's going to work for Archie and Oxygen. They were the most impressive team that we saw against Team Liquid yesterday on our stream. I just think they looked supremely good. And some of the saves that they were doing as well, and then passing plays, everything just seems to work really well for Oxygen. I think they're going to be a top tier team and they'll win this one.
Johnny, sort of, what are you thinking right now of our Gamers First pick? Are you thinking we've got to check? I'll explain why I went for this. There's great reasons in terms of gameplay, but there's more reasons in terms of I really want Gamers First against BDS again. That's the main reason why I picked this. And
I mean, I think it's fair. I think we're all unanimous on BDS and Karmi Corp winning today, but we were completely 50-50 on Moist Liquid and Oxygen G1. I remember I said there's a big 6 teams in here. Well, the 2 outside of the big 6 are Tundra and Quadrant. That's why we've all gone unanimous on BDS and Karmi Corp winning. But this is definitely a really close matchup. I'm leaning Oxygen, but not by much.
And also, for those of you at home, just how big this one is moving forward. And the reason why we keep mentioning that top 4 is so important. You are getting 3 extra points just for getting through this round. Last season, we had at the end of the spring split, or at the end of this split, we had teams tied together. Like they had to play a tiebreaker matchup just to be able to go to the first major. These points are so important at giving yourself a little bit of breathing room, makes everybody else do the hard work moving forward. Let's see what you at home think. Let's get these numbers in, and it is relatively close.
That's fair. I think that's a very fair percentage as well.
That's a good one.
Yeah,
that is very good because Oxygen do look phenomenal. I love it.
Well done, chat.
Wow, yeah, I think that's really fair considering Gamers First is kind of an unproven commodity at the moment, but are they going to be able to prove themselves in this match? Best of 7 timeouts are available, and it is now time to get ourselves into our first playoff match of the Fall Open. It's Oxygen, it's Gamers First, it's Jorby and Turtle.
The first quarterfinal of the new season, Turtle, about to get started. And 2 new-looking teams are here to start the day. Oxygen
Archie, Oli, and Jorias taking on Gamers First. Dorito, Atomic, and Mark by 8. Turtle, give me the measure of this match. How you think this one's going to go down?
This is a tough one. I mean, they talked about it on the desk over and over again that this is a nail biter of a series. You're going to get what I expect, a Game 7. I hope for a Game 7, and also you've got more space given to Archie. I think that was the big talking point from the interview we just saw. He's now around, in his opinion, more mechanical players. He's got the freedom to work. And while on the other side, Gamers First, I think there's obviously that big story of Mark by 8 trying to make a comeback and get a rematch against BDS. So there's plenty of storylines, so much content here right in front of us, Jorby. And I just can't wait to get into it.
I mean, that Archie interview is interesting because I think it was earlier this week he was on I believe it was the CJ show. And he was saying, he kind of expanded on that a little bit, saying, yeah, I felt like I had to 1v3 on my previous teams. But now with Jorias and Oli, I don't feel that way anymore.
Right.
That trust factor, regardless of how you get there, is such a big component for a player. And some early pressure here for Oxygen. This on the Makins, Turtle, I was talking to you about this before we got started, how I felt like Oxygen, on paper, should be able to contend with any team. But for me personally, I'm concerned long-term about the consistency of the team. This regional going really well. As Jorias just nailed the first goal right to the back of the net. But we'd love to see this type of Oxygen all the time, and that's the only thing I'll say about it.
Oh my, what an angle too from the backboard. He rotated through the corner, got on the backboard, opened himself up, and was able to get that shot into the back of the net. That was a ridiculous start for Oxygen Esports, and that's what they're gonna have to aim for, Jorby, is keeping that consistency. It's a big question because you get a team that comes together very mechanically. It's a brand new team, very fresh roster, and maintaining that is going to be difficult. They have been able to maintain all this pressure, however, and they keep this ball on the orange half. Gamers First have pretty much had their work cut out for them, but it's going to be quick passing in the midfield. That sets up a better shot. Archie gets the save, but finally a good response from Gamers First.
Good 50 from Dorito. Marked by 8. Also got the demo. Some space in midfield. G1, happy to finally get out. That's a great touch from Oli against Dorito. Forced Atomic back. He was hoping for something a little better. Oli's just getting the ball back for Oxygen. And despite on that being on that half of the field, they only mustered 2 shots. Compare that to Oxygen, who almost got their second goal, but that was just their 8th shot put on net, not even halfway through.
Yeah, so far what I've seen out of Oxygen, I love this corner play. We saw Oli go for a Doomsy dish from the corner, and they've set up a lot of opportunities. I mean, think about that shot, the first goal from Jorias, that came from the corner, was able to rotate on the back of the net. So for Oxygen, the bread and butter is going to be throwing this ball, dishing into the corners and trying to outpace at least one opponent. Here comes Archie again in the corner, could lead to something. Doesn't find the touch, but we're back down to Jorias keeping the pressure and maintaining it, Jorby. You're talking about consistency, and while it's only been a little bit over halftime here in game number 1, they've consistently been on the offensive foot end, and this has been ridiculous stuff from Oxygen.
Well, that one probably should have been in. You had G1 all tied up with each other. Atomic and Mark had bumped, or Atomic and Dorito had bumped into each other. Mark had no boost, and then you had a free shot on net, nailed it to the crossbar. Oli shot here blocked, but all of Gamers First touches contested. Oli, pass. A 3-point passing play. Can they commit? Jory is blocked on the attempt, but a good idea to try to change it up and freeze the defense. But now G1 have a chance. They forced 2 to commit from Oxygen. And another one maybe marked by 8 off the backboard. Doritos in the air. Shot right through the defender. Oli couldn't find the touch. Dorito ties it up.
Everything started here with a double commit from Oxygen Esports. There was a big clear from Gamers First. A double commit came out from Oxygen. And since then, they have been scrambling on the defensive end. 1 midfield pass, 1 solid strike. And Gamers First are back in it. Game 1. It was 1 mistake, Jorby. That's all it took to start things off.
That kickoff, Oxygen are probably happy to get because they were starting to lose midfield. But with how G1 have looked on defense, I think it's been a little scrappy for them in game 1. A lot of their touches are in contested territory. They're not finding their teammates in clear space, but when they do get downfield, they're making the most of it. Dorito is in midfield this time, so those early defensive slight miscues, because they weren't big miscues. They didn't kill them. They didn't allow Oxygen to score, but you start thinking back to that earlier chance that they ripped off the crossbar. That was probably the cleanest chance that they've gotten since then. Atomic flips in front for the save, but the ball's wide. The ball, well, it was a free ball, excuse me, but the shot denied. And Archie gonna push it across the corner. Jory is there, high again, but the top of the net defended, deleted, and a shot coming towards. Maybe, but the corner just handled extremely well by Dorito. Mark by 8 gets it out as well. Atomic real late to that ball. Mark already on the rotation. Pinch up, takes it away from Oli.
This looks like Oxygen Esports. They're trying to suffocate, no pun intended, all the oxygen out of Gamers First in their own half. This is ridiculous. And now they keep crashing the net. There's been a couple of close calls from Gamers First. They carry the ball across their own net on the goal line. You get a good bump from Oxygen, taking out one player, and this should lead to a better transition. 3 seconds left. The ball just has to hit the ground, and we'll go into OT unless Jorius has something else to say. A double commit on the backboard, but that's all they needed to send this into OT. Game 1 is already a doozy.
Ooh, a kickoff going Oli's way before he got demolished. Mark will send it away.
Go.
See how Gamers First gets it set up. That's over. Jorius was ready for it, but it was just going a little too fast. Looks like it's going to be a free clear for Dorito. Now, how do Gamers First get set up?
To me,
for Oxygen to get that clear turtle, yeah.
This feels very one-sided already. It's all coming down to the transitions from Gamers First. You've got a lot of these players on Orange specifically stuck in their own half, and now they finally managed to get a good transition. The one goal they got was from a double commit from Oxygen Esports. It feels like Oxygen, they're creating better opportunities. Gamers First have just only been able to punish, which gives me the edge to Oxygen Esports. And Gamers First need to get a better transition, good clear, but that's not finding a teammate down the other side. And then a bump comes through from Archie. It's plays like that that are developing so many more opportunities, and the defense has been able to hold on from Gamers First. The question is how long, and how long indeed. It's 1 minute and 3 seconds into OT, and things get ended quickly.
Well, they had no, like, 2 players on G1 were sitting on nothing. They were trying to rotate close to net, and you saw, I missed the tag who went and tried to bump the last player in net, but it forced him to move outside the net. He only had 12 boost, and then couldn't get, it was Atomic who tried to get back into net in time, but just the attempted bump was enough to pull him out of position, pull him far enough away, and then eventually that boost starvation came into effect. The shot was too much. Jorius getting 2 big shots off, or 2 big goals off of 8 shots total.
And that's what I expected here going into that OT. I mean, think about how game 1 played out. Oxygen Esports were always attacking. There were rarely moments where they were stuck on defense. And this one play, this one goal from Gamers First, it was just a punishing goal. They were able to get a solid transition, but they didn't even find a player downfield. So it really feels like it comes down to Oxygen Esports, whether or not they maintain consistency on defense with communication. If they're spacing it out, they should be able to take and continue on here with their tear against Gamers First.
Yeah, in some of these defensive stints, they tend to get a little panicked. Like you saw G1 double commit several times, and it's not just the double commits though, it's the pathing and positioning and really the quality of touches, because the touches were always in to defenders. Part of that is because Oxygen have been positioning well, reading the touches well. They've got their finger on the pulse of the game. Gamers First, they've got to find a way to shorten up that space on defense and find each other in traffic. Otherwise, they're going to get stuffed in the midfield like they did a lot of the time.
And to me, that's a very difficult obstacle, Jorby, because if you're going to find each other and look for better vision whenever you're dealing with the speed that is Oxygen Esports, I mean, first of all, you have to have boost. Second of all, you have to be on the field. There's been a lot of demos from everybody on the blue side, taking out, players like Atomic and Mark. And then more shots coming in from Oli. A good opportunity, but we start right where we left off from game 1. But a good transition from Atomic, is going to lead into something. And these corner passes is what I want to see more from Mark by 8, trying to find each other, look to build on that transition out rather than just one big clear draw. But even slow it down like this from Mark by 8, that's a smarter decision than just booming it downfield.
He did find the corner, but then it comes down to the quality of that first touch, right? That one right there, attempting to get away, but Oli's just in a great spot there, right? Atomic catches that ball, and what's he going to do with it? He has to try to go to the side and force a 50 against Oli. Wait, Dorito? Does he get the touch? Oh, Oli's there to defend it. And Mark by 8 intercepts the pass. Got 2 touches. Not going to make it awkward enough. Oldie comes down.
Yeah.
Gamers First really want that. Dorito, no boost, tried to 50.
Okay.
Mark rips it on target, but right into a defender.
Oh.
G1, do they still have it? No, Oldie gets a free clear.
I really like that idea from Mark by 8, though. I think Dorito was landing from his initial shot. Mark by 8 was trying to find him on the other side, and that could have surprised the defense from Oxygen. Passing it right to the player who's landing a whiff, or rather a fake from Gamers First. Almost threw Oxygen Esports off, but instead they've got Oldie going for an air dribble, sets up Archie. All the mechanics are coming through. It's off the crossbar, and they continue with their pressure. This is back and forth. Both teams exchanging blows, Jorby. Gamers First have been able to find transitions.
That was great shade from Oldie, too, because he got Atomic to bite on his play, but he wasn't looking at Joria's.
Yeah.
Or not Joria's, excuse me, Archie, who took the shot. Oxygen just a little lower again. Get a little more comfortable on offense. Archie right over Atomic, and he can't make contact. He only had about 3 boosts in the tank. Leads to a transition. Okay. Atomic, hard pass to Dorito. He wins it. Mark behind him, but he's only in the air. He can't commit yet. And a full tank. He got chipped by Oli. Archie gets the clear.
That transition is what we're looking for at a Gamers First. You notice one touch from the defensive end, it's off to the sidewall where you've got another player waiting patiently. But Oli, my goodness, he's always in the right spot. I'm talking a lot about Gamers First and them finding each other when they're transitioning out, but Oli, it doesn't even matter if the Gamers First touches are smart into their own team. The positioning is on another level, and here they come with more shots. Oxygen Esports, this is a really great performance, and they're starving them.
This is what Gamers First did against BDS. Getting in front of every shot, even on low boost. And Atomic on the breakout, it bounced off the bar and out. Oh, you gotta be gutted. You gotta keep the pressure up if you're Gamers First. Dorito got the 50 in the corner. Oli and Archie combined to get another clear. Gamers First forced the entire way back. They couldn't grab the boost. They had to retreat. Get the ball. Mark pushes it by the midfield line. Oli faking the challenge, and he gets the boost. And a full tank to move downfield. Putting in that follow-up spot for Gamers First. Atomic. No clear for him. It was just right back to Oldie. And now Oxygen are going to start testing him with these hard touches. Archie with another one. Marks up to the task. Archie just dunked him off of it. Oldie has an open net.
Wow.
Goal for Oxygen.
And this is so convenient for you, Joe, because you're talking about difficult touches. Look at that touch from Archie in the corner. Dorito was there for the follow-up, but didn't expect the dunk from Archie. And because of it, that ball can float in the air, have all the space in the world for Oxygen to make some work, do some damage on the offensive side. And it comes down to Archie, who finds that finishing touch. A good kickoff for Gamers First. Could be a nice retaliation, good quick response. They don't have it. Maybe they can maintain some pressure, but instead it's dunked by Archie. These follow-up hits, so predictable. And Oxygen Esports are able to find a touch when it seems almost impossible, Jorby.
Oh, Archie couldn't wrap around it, but left a free ball for Jory, isn't he? Hit it right into the defenders. There's a lot of them around. It's a great first touch from Oli. He's got control. Here he comes with the dunk, almost under 2. Dorito having to protect the back line. Oli with no boost, trying to find Archie. Oxygen are all over him, won't give G1 any space. They finally get a clear. Wait, there's a man downfield, past the mark, denied. And Archie, kind of awkward, was thinking that play was going to flow the opposite direction, and he gets bailed out. The play slowed down. Jory is non-touch, but that works out for Archie. Light touch saved by Mark. Popped up by Oli. We're going Archie, he won the bump, and again, Jory is the hole. 2 goals for Oxygen.
And you feel for Atomic, who's in the net right now. 2 players just went for the ball. He jumps up, doesn't find the touch. He accidentally hits his head on the top of the goal. And you've got another player, trying to take you out. He's looking for the bump. He's also looking for the save. There's so many different outlets for Oxygen Esports to make a move on offense, Jorby. What do you do with your Atomic in that situation?
Exactly. Like, you see Archie barreling down on you, so you come out of net, you're going to get bumped. And like, okay, well, if you don't do it, where do you go? It doesn't matter. Archie made the play happen. Oli made the play happen. Jory has closed it down. Oxygen take a 2-0 lead.
Wow.
Set.
This is the team, I think, on paper that you stated, Jorby, expected. So many mechanics. They're keeping pressure. They're getting unreal dunks. Like this entire game, game 1 was ridiculous, right? But game 2, you come out here and this felt like Gamers First had found their footing. They were getting some momentum. There were times where they get a big clear down the other side, and we do actually have a timeout from Gamers First. This is going to be an extra 60 seconds to figure things out, try and retaliate and figure out what exactly Oxygen Esports are doing that is suffocating you in your own end. And for me, it comes down to that prediction game, Jorby. Oxygen Esports are intercepting these balls, getting in the passing lanes, whether it's in the midfield, whether it's in your own corners. There's always a player on the blue side in your face and getting a touch.
Yeah, the ball control on defense for Gamers First, while they've been able to get a ton of these saves, 8 saves in that game. You know, those saves are great, but usually you're just throwing the ball away because you're having to dive for a stop and you're not easily able to find your teammates. And we kind of talked about that in game 1, but it's happening in game 2 as well. We saw them have to make, what, 3-4 saves in a row?
Oh, yeah.
And if second man isn't getting that follow-up, like you're just gonna lose to this Oxygen team who have you on red on offense right now.
Right.
And it's pretty difficult for G1 right now. I really do think it comes down to the possession game and the quality of their first touches, because it hasn't really been there. You've seen them kind of mishandle a couple balls on defense, and while I don't think they were tying each other up as much, there were still some issues in communication for double commits. So there's definitely a lot of things Gamers First can get going. When they do transition though, Turtle, they look good when they get on offense.
100%. Like you've seen the opportunities they've been able to create, the creativity that they'll come out with, like I mentioned before, as we take a look at these replays. Gamers First, when they do get out of their own end and find a transition, they are able to open up a lot of fantastic shooting lanes and they look solid. But the question is, how do they get onto the offensive side? That's the difficult part now, because you're going up against a team of Oxygen Esports that has 3 very, very fast players. And the issue here, they're always going to be in position to get a dunk, to outpace you, to get in your face. And as we get into game 3, things have to change. Will the timeout play into effect? What changes will Gamers First implement to go up against the 3-headed beast that is Oxygen Esports?
It's not just the ones that they're hitting, it's also the ones that Oxygen are slightly missing too. You think if their accuracy is a little bit better, this game probably isn't as close as you might think it is, with how much pressure that they have put on. So we'll see. That's a great pass. Atomic gonna play it slow. Forced the 50 against Archie, but Dorito, he tried to stay close in the rotation, was hoping it would come. He didn't have any boost, so grab midfield though. Now he takes the pass from Mark. Back to Mark, shot denied.
And it's also difficult, Jorby, if you want to talk about the boost. I mean, Archie coming in here into the playoffs, top 3 for stolen boost pads out of the Swiss stage. That player is always going to be in your own half, taking your own corner boost, and that could play into effect on how difficult it has been for Gamers First to get out of their own end. If they don't have the boost, the quick panic option, Jorby, is to just clear it as strong and as hard as you can down the other side, especially when you're on empty.
Well, that's good use of the wave dash by Mark. It forced
Big demo.
The attacker off the ball. Dorito now makes another save. Mark tried to dive in front of it, lost the 50, shot denied. Dorito working small pad game just to stay in the rotation off the bar. It's awkward, but no one's coming around. Oli gets the dunk, but it's wide. Archie around the corner, but he's got to leave it. Atomic's got full protection of the ball, and Archie forced to try to clear as he gets a decent touch, but Mark comes out. Atomic doesn't get a bump. Another clear for Oxygen.
This is a treat, Jorby. I am having a great time watching Oxygen on the offense. This has been somebody who's always rotating in. They have a player in position. They're very organized. The communication seems to be on point. However, as soon as I say that, there's space given to Dorito. What does he do with it? Goes and opts for a solo play. Doesn't result in too much, but at least some added pressure. Atomic, there's a touch that just gives him away to Jorius. He's waiting in his own corner. Patient approach from Oxygen on defense. It's worked out. Look at Jorius on the dribble. A slow approach, but it sets up that transition.
Good read by Mark. He's got a little bit of space. Makes good use of it. Pushed Oli forward. Now Dorito, got a reset. No bump, no one's gonna jump. They stay flat, but Atomic dunks! And G1 finally on the board.
Listen, Jorby, I'm all for composure, but we gotta pick up the speed a little bit. We got 3 players waiting patiently. Archie could have flicked that, or at least gone for an earlier touch. Thought he could get a 50-50, but instead was met with a huge dunk, and Gamers First take the lead now, first time in game 3.
And it was such a good idea from Dorito, too. It wasn't just the flip reset. He also went for the bump as well. It forced the defenders to stay on the ground to avoid the bump, which made the read a lot easier for Atomic to track that ball on its way out of the net. Dorito, an excellent job moving down the field. Now Mark's got a free shot, but it's taken away and too high anyway. Oh, that ball skipped hard in midfield.
Look at this
Another light
space.
shot taken away. Ball away from Oxygen. Dorito goes for more control. Almost got under that ball. It was a little awkward. Archie gets chipped. Jorias will be first to the ball. Here come Oxygen. Easily defended.
Now you're looking for some setups created by Dorito, who's always downfield. Here he goes, bumping Oli out the way. Jorias has to get a rather difficult read off the backboard. He finds it, but big shout out to Dorito, who's putting in work on the offense, getting flashy, coming out with some mechanics, like that flip reset you mentioned, Jorby, and he's always downfield now. That could be a change implemented as that pass comes sailing across the field from Mark by 8 into Dorito.
A lot more physical play here from Gamers First.
Wide
and the net's
open.
wide open. There's
Wide
another
open.
one. Mark gonna get the goal here. Oxygen breaking down. Oli gets that first touch. Archie commits to the play. Jorias is downfield.
And that's tough because I was on Jorius' perspective, his cam. He anticipated a challenge when they're right in front of his net. So he pushed out forward, and that's a lot of trust that you're giving into your teammates. And while you like to see it, another one's gonna go in favor of Gamers First. You've got Jorius creeping out of net. Now he comes in for the 50-50. Two players go for Gamers First, and Atomic still has the confidence, the audacity to go for that shot.
I mean, there was two. He sees Archie flying in from the side, so he knows the net's open, and he knew he had Archie beat.
Yeah.
It was a pretty easy decision to take after that for Atomic. No way Jorias could recover in time, and now Oxygen have found themselves in a pretty big hole here. Jorias' shot just a little wide, screened across for a demo, but that physical gameplay certainly helps. The optimistic positioning for Oxygen doesn't help so much. A little bit of pressure here. Always get a free look.
Okay.
Up high,
Jorius.
the shot is in.
Wow.
Nobody on G1 was ready for this on the touch.
And Jorius was just waiting for the corner boost, and it did spawn. I don't think he necessarily needed it, but it's just very, very awkward positioning, like you said, from Dorito, where
He didn't know
I'm not
Jorius
sure
was
if they,
there.
I'm not sure if they saw. I mean, can you really expect a player from Auction Esports just to be camped up, setting up shop in your
Why is
own
Jorias just
corner?
sitting downfield when they're down
Well,
0-3?
he's waiting for the boost, Jorby. That's what I'm saying.
Oh.
These guys, they're like, you know what? I'm just going to sit here. The trust that Auction have in their teammates, while it's been at times too optimistic, it has proven in those moments to be very positive and beneficial for them when they move out.
I mean, that is the time to take risks, right? You're down 0-3. Nothing else is working, so if it goes down 0-4, I mean, that doesn't really change much. You're up 2-0 in the series, so why not take a couple of risks? Jory is certainly taking a couple now. He got burned on one, but he was successful on his second. Now here he comes with a solo effort, but drilled to the side by Mark. Oli sets it across, and Archie tried to be speedy. Puts it right back into Jorias. Denied by Dorito. Gamers First. Hanging on to the lead. Just a little more time chewed off the clock would probably put them, make him feel more comfortable, and that's a little awkward. Pinball in front of the net, and a great touch from Atomic. Likely steals this one as Mark drills it over to the corner. Gamers First. Recover after their timeout. Dorito plays it away from the rotation, and that's GG for Game 3, Turtle.
And that's the player who made the biggest impact, in my opinion, was Dorito. He was moving out on the offensive side, anticipating a clear, and it was kind of like that trust we saw in Jorius that he was giving his teammates was what we saw from Dorito, trusting his own teammates to find the clears and beat the opponents, at least with the 50-50 game and in the speed category. And there were several times where that played out and worked out for him. Think about the flip reset, Dorito going forward with a couple of solo plays. That's the first thing we see on the replay. He's going for the bump, going for the dunk after the flip reset. And then now here he is again. Look at how creeped up he is. He's all the way on the goal line, Jorby, trying to get aggressive. And I think Gamers First needed a player like that to take charge and make that first move.
Now for Oxygen, you kind of got to figure out what exactly went wrong here. I do think that I'm thinking about that Jorias sitting in midfield when maybe rotating back, he would have kept that into play. But I mean, you were on his camp during that moment.
Yeah.
You have a better
It's
perspective
kind
on
of
that
weird
than I
because it's a coin flip, because when you play that aggressive and you have that much trust in your teammates, it can work out in your favor, several times. It obviously just comes down to whether or not your teammates are winning those challenges. And I think that Jorias, he needs to have better decision-making on when to creep up, when to go forward. These kickoffs have been flourishing for Gamers First.
Yeah, Oli waits for that touch, and that's just great vision from Mark.
Yeah.
Oli, he bites up. It's not a bad launch from him, but he's thinking, okay, Mark's going to push this, drill a 50. But no, Mark was always going for that side pass, drops it right next to Oli and made him look a little silly for it. That was a great job by Mark facilitating the goal.
Maybe that has been a change implemented from Gamers First, keeping that first touch closer to them. Think about that flip reset from Dorito. He kept the ball close to him. Now you've got Mark off the kickoff, keeping the ball close to him, getting the second touch, which works out as the pass for Atomic. Gamers First have calculated a gameplay, found their play style, and have implemented it smoothly. Now the question is Oxygen Esports. They have to recover. They have to respond for the first time in the series.
No touch for Atomic. Over to Dorito. Back to Atomic. And a whifty in front of the net. Dorito almost made a pay. Atomic goes in there. Mark drills it, but nobody from Gamers First has it. Now Oxygen gets the breakaway. Archie, one to beat.
no way.
Dorito makes the stop.
Post-to-post action, and we're down the other end. Not one team can hold on to possession for longer than one, maybe two shots max. And this is high-flying action on both sides, Jorby.
Dorito pops this one up in midfield. Gamers First. More pressure. Mark, got a free look there. I'm sure that's the touch he wanted. They do rotate back, and a non-touch from Dorito while the attacker trying to cover the 50. What a must!
What is that?
So much power.
Oh,
And Atomic gonna push this one up. Had Mark
Dorito.
expected that to come down for free, maybe that's a goal, and he wins another one. Mark's winning every touch he challenges, and there's a goal.
What?
Mark by 8. Weaving his way through the defense and picks
man.
up Gamers' first second goal.
And that's a really tough one because I believe it was Dorito who bumped Jorius off of the challenge as he's rotating out. And then that's why you see this dismantling of the defense from Oxygen Esports where they're looking, they're scrambling. Okay, Jorius got bumped out the way. How do we recover? They don't have anybody in place as that security, as that safety net in case that happens. I mean, why would you? Another shot.
Oh my gosh.
Keeps going in. Gamers First have taken everything into their own hands and are truly stomping Oxygen in game number 4.
Oli just had no boost. He needed a better touch from Jorius on that play. Jorius brought it down. If Oli has a little more boost, that play probably isn't much of a problem. He gets to that touch, they can continue to play defense, but he didn't. He needed something a little stronger, and he didn't have the backup, have anyone cover him on the play. Oxygen, after a really strong first 2 games, now getting outscored. I mean, 7 goals right now from Gamers First in the last 2 games. Now Atomic wants to make it 8 as Dorito leaves it, and Oli still with no boost, just can't make contact.
I mean, that timeout, I gotta wonder what the coach was saying. Jorius, look at the setup. This is picture perfect from him from the sidewall. Oh, the flip reset off of the free flip, Jorby. Is there anything more beautiful?
The pre-flip reset always looks so clean when you nail it. And Jorius, that was so good.
That was so fast. It's so fast, Jorby. You're on the defensive side. You see a pre-flip come through, and you're, okay, maybe he's gonna get a touch. But a flip reset, what do?
Oh,
You
it's
don't
another
do
one.
anything. You let it go in.
Oh, Gamers First just kept that ball out. Some heroics there from Jorius. Now Archie plays a little bit of ball, but Oli can't force the ball out. Jorius has to protect the back line. He just gets to that touch. Mark by 8. Tending with Archie in midfield.
Jorius
Jorius
in the corner.
Redirect.
Jorius is always in the corner. You see him rotating out. He's waiting. He's taking your boost, finding pre-flip flip resets, and making some damage. He's the player to step up. Now
Okay.
there's plenty of time. Off into the midfield. Jorius a little too late on that ball. Couldn't catch up to it. And Dorito's there for a 50-50, setting up Mark by 8. A big booming clear down the other side, but it's given right into the hands of Oxygen. This is the issue they're dealing with in the first few games. They've been forced back into that play style, and so many midfield passes are coming through. When will something get answered? Finally it does. It's Jorius again.
Oh, Dorito, the last man on this play. Mark gets this first touch, and Dorito starts pushing upfield with no boost.
Here we go.
He's thinking Mark's going forward on that
Yeah.
play. But he was also in a tough spot because he also had a attacker behind him trying to bump him, trying to recover back. But I don't know if you start driving upfield there if you're Dorito before that play develops.
I mean, is that not the same issue we saw with Jorius before? Jorby, this has been a battle.
They all want to do that. They all want to do that. They want to take that risk. Third man always wants to push up the field. And I swear, that just burns you just as much as it helps you.
Absolutely.
Push it across the corner, Turtle. They might make the comeback happen as another shot comes through. Archie, Jorius, one more pass, a high ball. touch out in front. And I think this one might be dead for Oxygen. Mark by 8 with a big clear.
And this is personally my favorite type of Rocket League to watch, where all the risks are being taken. I mean, if you want to play passive, you don't trust your teammates as much as you could. You don't inch forward. That's not how both these teams want to play. They want to take that risk, push up, throw Joreuz in the corner, let him take some shots like this one, and maybe it'll set up somebody like Oli, but you've got Mark by 8 who's pre-jumping you, getting dunked, and flying by.
They're not doing enough to starve Gamers First on defense. They are looking a little lower to
He's in the
now, but
air.
Mark's got a full tank, and he got beat! Archie from the sky, tie game!
A slam dunk from the heavens. Archie, he's neck and neck with the ceiling and spikes it down. This is absurd from the mechanical beast himself, and he's surrounded by other mechanical beasts. Finally, he gets that pass. He gets an opportunity to showcase what he's capable of, and we have a tied-up game.
And Mark was close to that ball, but not close enough. A 3-goal comeback for Oxygen. Joreuz, he started it off with a banger pass. Now Gamers First, you can't let this one get under your skin, Turtle.
Yeah, they had to work for it though, Jorby. This has not been, punishing games. There's a big boom from Archie, and then the follow-up from Joreuz, but it's saved by Oli. What a disaster. That looked like that could have been the game-winning goal.
Joreuz hit it towards Oli there.
Pain. Absolute
Archie
pain.
denied. Are they going to play ball? Oli up high.
Gotta play ball.
Doritos got
Gotta
the
play
boost,
ball.
but he's missed it. Left it for Atomic, and that's probably the smarter play.
I think Gamers First just got away with murder because of that awkward play from Oxygen. Archie got a bump on the third man, Jorby. He went and took him out in the air. Now they're dealing with more pressure. Gamers First, they're hanging on by a thread, but we know what can happen when they get those chances on offense. It's anybody's game.
Oli, clean touch. Archie gets the bump. No double, though, from Oli. Joreuz free shot denied by Mark, who keeps getting in front of these touches. But it hasn't been enough to stop the comeback for Oxygen. They're still mounting pressure. Joreuz builds the gauge up a little bit more. Oli next up. Shot. Saved by Mark. Free ball. No shot comes out. Oli blocks the retreat. And Oli comes across on the ramp and gets another touch out. Joreuz a full tank of boost. Pass to Archie.
Out to Archie.
It's a free look. Archie towards. Didn't really get much at it. And it's a good clear for Gamers First. Mark keeps it close. But no touch from anyone. No one was close to that ball. Oli. Nothing for him, and they slow down for now, but Mark gets a breakout touch. Dorito, one, not a second, but a
there it is
for Atomic! And Gamers First catch Oxygen flat wheel! They tie up the series!
Somehow, some way, Gamers First, they hold on, and they do it in style at the very end, 1 minute into the overtime, from the corner, out into the midfield. It looked like they had their backs against the wall and everything was crumbling, but they get one transition, one opportunity. The consistency from Gamers First when they can get on offense, Jorby, it's undeniable. This has been some unreal Rocket League, and we do get a timeout now on the other side for Oxygen Esports, who are faced with a similar challenge. They need to respond. It looked so good, so clean when they were getting back in this game, Jorby, but it slipped away at the very end.
I just want to think about that last play a little bit more. Nobody jumps for that ball, and I'm thinking where everyone's sitting in the rotation.
Yeah.
It feels, or everyone had an angle, but everyone was expecting the other guy to go for the ball.
Right.
So nobody jumps. And G1 are given a free shot. Oxygen, they mounted that comeback. They were playing it perfect. Even though Mark was coming up with some incredible saves, Atomic, all three of them, really.
Yeah.
They had 10 saves. Oh, so much offense from Oxygen that G1 just have to contend with.
And then
there was only 3 for Oxygen.
play. You remember the Oli save where they hit it into each other, Jorby?
Yeah.
What was that from Oxygen? That was.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is Joreuz had the entire right side of the net, and he was coming from the right side.
Right.
So he's got to get on the left side of the ball, but he's probably thinking it's better if I hit Oli. He's going to hit that redirect, and then there's no way they're going to defend it. But I think that's just one. You just shoot on the right side.
Yeah.
Right? You think? I would have to take
If we took another look at it, it would have been a moment where I think the ideal shot is to just take the shot on the far right side. That was the main thing. I don't know if it was just unlucky or an awkward play. As we do take a look at some of these replays. It started out already on fire. Look at the hype too from Mark Baye. I mean, there's so much on the line. There's points. There's getting off to a good start here in the fall split. This is everything for these players, especially making top 4. And Mark Baye, along with Gamers First, they have fought for this. They've earned their spot now in this series because they've had to put up with Joreuz in your corner, taking boost. Then you've got Archie, who is bumping you. I've seen Archie as the front man jump in the air and just try and take you out if you're in goal. That's so much to go against. Then Oli's finding every read, and somehow they still manage to hold on. Gamers First, they are resilient.
The desk was split on how they thought this match would go. At the start, Oxygen looked like they might run away with it, but Gamers First took a timeout. They roared back to tie the series. Now, the second timeout over by Oxygen. And now they got to figure it out and try to put this on match point underway on Wasteland Night.
It's hard to critique the offense from Oxygen. I think everything comes down to, of course, the defense and how they're recovering. I think when they rotate back, things can get a little dicey. Maybe the communication slips up with how they're positioning themselves, and they can't handle somebody like Atomic, who's making work in the corners, putting in hours, just trying to throw you off. Here comes Dorito slowing down the approach, and the play gets demoed as a result. But good control from Gamers First.
Oh, Joreuz just backflipped. That's going to leave it open. Oli in a tough position to challenge now. Gamers First. They get in on offense. Not control of midfield. Couple of saves. Mark keeping it close. Saw Archie in net and also knew Joreuz was there to cover. That one just a little high. Archie low on boost. Oli on 12. Joreuz just got a full tank in the corner, but this is still Gamer First ball. Look at Atomic. He's just a faster player. Off the crossbar. Marked by 8, blocked. Down the corner they go. Oli, attempted bump by Mark. Gamers First, still their ball. Joreuz diving with nothing. Oli diving, he's got nothing now. Archie expends almost, he does expend the whole tank.
Look at the boost.
Gamers First, yeah, they're just running out every time they go up for the ball.
Everybody needs to take a look at the top left. I mean, there's barely any boost here for Oxygen Esports. They're dealing with crumbs on the field, and then a big miss. This could be a breakout play. Time for Oxygen to get boost. Instead, it's cleared all the way down the other side. Archie a little late in rotation, and because of it, he can't get his touch off the post. Where's the follow-up shot? The third man, Mark Baye, didn't want to commit, and because of it, we're down the other end. Maybe a follow-up from Oli. Doesn't get it, and we have had looks on both ends now. More coming in for Oxygen.
Oh, man. Oli, good pass over to Joreuz. A little too far for him to handle. Oli on the follow-up again. Very slight touch on the 50. Archie gonna let it drop for Joreuz. More pressure for Gamers First, but not even halfway through. Turtle, 7 shots for Gamers First, only 3 for Oxygen. Maybe an 8th comes, but Archie got a good 50. Now he got bumped, has to get back in the net. They'll chase Mark down, and bought at least enough time for Joreuz to get back. Here's another pop. Dorito not gonna commit. He sees Archie and Oli both committing. Joreuz next up, 12 boost, hard clear. That's gonna do enough to buy some time for the small pad game. Oli has read that, and he'll put it back to the corner.
Who's going to start game number 5 strong? In this series alone, each team that scored first has won that individual game, so that's how important it is to build momentum early on. Of course, both want to get off on the right foot. Oli gets demo taken out, and because of it, Atomic can get some boost. He's following it up, looking for a double tap, maybe a poor touch in the corner, but you've got a double commit. At least one of them finds it, and it's all the way down the other end. Mark has to get a good read. He missed it. Then the follow-up shot is slightly weak, and it's right in the middle of the net. Down the other end.
No way.
Counterattack after counterattack. It looked like Oxygen were about to set themselves up for the first goal, but instead it's Gamers First striking.
Wow, Dorito. Perfect launch, but let's talk about Atomic's touch. We were criticizing Gamers First for their first touches in game 1 and 2, Turtle. That first touch from Atomic was picture perfect for Dorito. Got the attacker to bite beyond midfield, left the net wide open.
Unshakable. The defense of Gamers First. They were faced with a lot of opposition in their own half. And Oxygen were looking like the team that would score first, and they still look like it right now as they carry themselves out on offense.
Nice.
Good pinch from the corner, getting more creative. And Gamers First always have a response, Jorby. I feel like this has been a frequent theme. Oxygen, deadly, lethal on offense, but one counterattack and Gamers First are able to change things up.
Oh, he's got 2 wingers, and he picked Joria's, made it awkward off the back wall. Now Dorito gets bumped out of the net. Joria's trying to plow that net open, but still somehow Dorito got done.
Oh.
Joria's found his way, and he's punched through the defense.
There it is, from the corner. Archie pinched it across. Dorito, it's too weak of a touch. You see what he was going for, an air dribble from the back end. That way he can get a better 50-50, a good challenge, but he lost control. It slipped out of his hands and right into the hands of Oxygen.
Oh, Mark winning the touch on the cheat up, forces Archie back. A late goal to tie things up. Oxygen, and a pause called by Gamers First, and we will have that pause, so we'll figure out what's going on and get
I guess
right
we
back
needed a break.
into the
This has been too crazy.
You good, Turtle? You need a breath?
No, I'm chill.
How about you
to
talk?
be honest with you.
That'll be
Look,
enough breath,
we came in here, okay, and I didn't know what to expect, to be honest with you. I mean, this is the beginning of the season. You're looking for which team is going to come out with, the aggressive play style, the passive play style. We've seen both teams have glimpses of both, where you've got Gamers First getting aggressive, trusting their teammates, but then they're also sustaining themselves on defense. I think the issue for Oxygen now is just the recovery. That's what it comes down to. Like when big clears come out from Gamers First, how do Oxygen rotate back in? I noticed a lot of times they'll get bunched up in their own net because they're all panicking to rotate back into the net because of one big booming clear down the other side. Gamers First, when they have to rotate all the way back, Jorby, they're very organized. It's night and day between these.
They're not nearly as aggressive as Oxygen are. Right? I mean, you watch Joria's, whenever he gets that first touch, he's not leaving that offensive half of the field. He's trying to steal boosts. He's trying to go get bumps, and then he just cuts right back in. And he's like, "Oh, my teammate can get a touch on the ball. I'm turning." He's always wanting to be an impact player. He would rather take the risk than be risk averse, where it is slightly more risk averse for Gamers First. But that's why I think you're seeing these pop off moments from Oxygen where they score a bunch of goals in a row because those risks are working. Gamers First aren't expecting Joria's to be sitting in the corner, right? Those types of plays really work out for Oxygen. But like you said, that puts you in a bad position when Gamers First do get that big clear. So I do think it comes down to that play style difference.
And that's, up to opinion there, what you want to play and what's the proper approach. Obviously, when it works, they're thriving. I mean, we've seen them pop off, Jorby, 3 goals in a row. They can come back into any game when the risk works out. And it does look like we will be restarting this game from the 45-second mark, going to kickoff. And we're getting back into the action, okay? This is so fun. I love what I'm seeing from both sides.
It's great, man.
You can physically see the response and the change that these teams have tried to make, even off the timeouts, Jorby, for Gamers First.
Well, a little bit of client issues for Atomic have been sorted out, and he's all good to go. And so are we on Wasteland. We could be sent to overtime here. Or Oli might have a good play.
Oh, he's going for the bump.
But Atomic sussed it out, got there just in time. Out of boost, he loses the touch to Joria's. Archie getting bumped on the back end. That's going to open up the gate for Dorito and force Oli to play defense.
Oh, but he finds Jorius, another pre-flip out from the midfield. And then the bump. Okay, very physical gameplay from Gamers First out the gates from that pause. Several bumps, several physical attempts. Woo. Now, it looks like maybe we'll get sent into overtime, but that's a maybe because Oxygen might get a good setup off the backboard. Archie is there.
Oh my God.
Followed up from Oli. That could have been one of the most ridiculous plays, but instead, we're sent into another overtime.
Now, there was that hard shot that came towards the orange half. Atomic was still rotating back, and then Jorius went for the ball. I don't know if he thought the ball was being challenged or if he thought Atomic was going to get there. I was looking from Oli's perspective. It wasn't clear as from his. I'm thinking back to that. That might have been a chance for an Oxygen goal at 0 seconds earlier. But we're in overtime now. Match point on the line. Oli not going to get back to the ball. Cut off by Mark. Oxygen going to get a big clear here. Dorito bullied by Jorius. That's a touch only to Archie.
Mark's there.
Mark in the air. Now Gamers First don't want to get into this rhythm where they're just defending shots. They do get a booming clear.
Yeah, and whenever they do find that rhythm of just sitting on the defensive foot, you'll see Oxygen look for midfield passes instead of the solo plays that we're getting from Jorius. Huge clears. I mean, look at the size of these clears from Gamers First, and it's causing issues for Oxygen. Bigger clears result in a bigger stretch from Oxygen, more boost wasted. In the first few games, it wasn't working out, maybe because the clears weren't as strong. But here we go. Oli to work with. Another free flip reset. These guys are going for all types of crazy things.
Oh, that's right back to him. He's got a full tag too. Drills it into the floor, pass out, but that's not the play Archie was going for. He missed the double. Gamers first are happy they don't have to defend that. But Oli just pitches it back up. Archie's first to the ball. Mark knows it. Little chip pass to Oli. Oh, back to Jorius. A three-course meal is sent to the trash can. Oli got a catch underneath with 40 boost. Got the dunk. Dorito gets in the way. And Oxygen wanna eat, but it's Gamers first. Not letting them. Mark by 8. In front, cut off by Archie. Here's another one to Oli. One, not two. Punches it back. Jorius and Archie are ready for it. In the air is Jorius. Shot underneath, denied by Atomic. Archie, another pot shot, but it's way too late. Mark's got no boost. He needed some help. Atomic got there. Only 3 for him, and he launches it back to the Oxygen half.
Oxygen, that three-course meal, Dorby, that they threw away. They've been fasting. They're hungry. They want something here to eat, something to sustain themselves. Maybe put it on match point. Jorius get that goal for himself from the corner. He's been doing so much work in those corners. Specifically, Archie's going to crash through. And then Oli doesn't have the boost to work with, but he forces an awkward touch. And thankfully, you've got Jorius to get a save on the back end. This is going to go down the other side. Oxygen, what do they have left in store? They've thrown everything at Gamers First, and there's always been a proper response. Maybe it's time for Gamers First to throw something at the defense of Oxygen. Mark by 8's going to crash through, doesn't get the shot, and we're back down the other side, Dorby.
All of Oxygen, none of them knew that everyone was starved on that last push on Gamers First, because Mark was sitting in net with 0. Dorito had like nothing, and if they just challenge the ball, they end up winning that, but you know, that's what happens when you don't have enough information. Oh, Archie! It doesn't matter! He nails the double top shelf! Oxygen go to match point!
And I'm convinced, Archie, this man lives in the clouds. The double tap from the heavens. Previously, he had been able to strike from the heavens. Now it's a double tap. This man can do it all, no matter where he is on the pitch, no matter how high he is on the pitch. Archie can clutch it out. 7 shots, 1 goal, but it's the most important one. And Oxygen, it's match point, baby.
This is a grinder of a game. It's literally defense simulator for Gamers First. They had 10 saves in game 4, and they had 9 saves in game 5. I'm pretty sure they had close to 7 or 8 in game 2. I can't remember. But either way, I mean, they're spending a lot of time on the orange half, and it's just too much. It's just too much for them. Archie wins. And again, it's the soft touch, the pop-up from Jorius allows Archie to get to the ball first, forces Gamers First to waste their boost, fly towards it. They're last to the ball. They lose the touch. It gives Archie a chance at a double. It leaves the rotation open. Oxygen look great right now.
But I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced that Gamers First are just going to, take this one sitting down, okay? Because they have been, while stuck on their own defense, big clears that absolutely destroy and deteriorate the defense of Oxygen. One big clear down the other side. You've got a quick response, a good counterattack. Maybe that's the gameplay that they want to approach. The risks were working out for Oxygen in the last game. It put them on match point. But in Neo Tokyo, maybe things change. Maybe the risks don't go their way. And we get Gamers First back on the striking end. But obviously, Jorius has something else to say about it.
And Gamers First get tied up on the back end here. Mark rotating back. He gets chipped by Oli, and he was turning up the ramp. He was already in an awkward spot. But Mark thought that play was going to at least push to the corner a little bit. But all 3 players in Gamers First get caught in the corner.
Right. One big kickoff. Good start for Oxygen. Proper approach, too, on defense. Well organized. A demo from Mark by 8. That's one thing I noticed in the last game. More physical. I mean, think about what happened after the pause came out. And we started again from the kickoff at the 45-second mark. Gamers First are trying to create space, demo as much as possible. It's going to be hard because of how fast and quick Oxygen can be to go up into the air. You know, Archie likes living up on the ceiling. Something might break down for Oxygen.
Dorito pass over to Atomic. A little bit of pressure by Oxygen, or a little bit of pressure by Gamers First, but Oxygen do get out. Jorius ended up stealing that corner out. Oli gets that midfield, but Mark gets the touch. All Oxygen rotated back, ready for it. And nobody on that follow-up immediately for Gamers First. Archie. Good soft touch from Dorito. Not dodging into it, giving Atomic the first chance. Only hoping he could just... I love it, because there are some players that, if they have 0, they're on small pad duty, and unless they are literally at the point of attack, you won't really see them go for the ball. You'll just see him get boosted and try to read the touch. But not Oxygen. Oxygen, like, we have 0 boost. We can play that. Torius. Gonna play that one up. I mean, Oli's just been rolling around picking up small pads. He hasn't gotten a single boost. He really wants one here. And that shot's just gonna go in. Oli gets caught. He can't find the ball. He gets bumped out of the way. I'm not even sure he was in position. And that's a tie game. Pass.
He can't find the ball. He can't find any boost either. 13 to his name, just 1 pad.
That's what I'm saying.
You want to see him extend that rotation more to his own net.
Well, he was. Like, that's the thing. It's like he was coming back from midfield, and he was trying to pick up small pads, but there weren't. All the small pads were picked up. He couldn't find any boost. But then he rotates back, and he pulls, and he pushes up the field. But Dorito's in the air, so even if he doesn't have any boost there, like, I don't think that's the spot you sit if you're Oli.
Well, and it's tough because if you are Oli, you want to change your rotation into the back of the net to pick up, obviously, the small pass. Because what kind of save are you going to be able to make if that ball isn't just hit directly at you? You need some kind of boost, and you need boost to get the save unless it's off the crossbar like that one. Oxygen Esports have been put in a difficult situation, more specifically Oli. I want to see that third man rotation extended. I want to see it a little bit deeper. They get sometimes too desperate on offense, and then one big clear. I saw it with Dorian. He's running back. He has to get some kind of touch. It's that risky play again where it's so aggressive and you're hoping the 50-50 goes your way, or you're hoping Arctic can find a touch. He doesn't get it, and now he's forced to scramble and make a panic play.
You know, we said that with the old style G2 when they used to be ultra aggressive all the time. We say it all the time about them, you know. It is high risk, high reward, meaning if you don't get the perfect touch on offense every time, that ball's careening towards your net. And we talked about it a lot during this series, Turtle. You have mentioned it a lot of the times when they get these booming clears, and here it is again, a demo in net. But this time Jorius gets to the 50. Mark makes it awkward for 2 players caught in the corner, and that one's a little awkward for Archie, but he comes up with the grab.
Oxygen have been able to get some boost. Gamers First looked to starve them out, but it didn't work out in their favor. And that's a different skill, Jorby. I mean, I think it comes down to the decision-making now for both teams, and more specifically for Oxygen, when they want to take that risk. When is the right idea, right time to push forward and hope that your teammate can win that 50-50. You have to read the play perfectly. And it's so hard to anticipate a 50-50, which can sometimes quite literally be a coin flip as to whether or not it's going to go in your favor or not.
But that comes down to the risk management like you're talking about. You know, you got to decide. Are you going to optimistically position for the win? Are you going to try to give yourself both options? Or are you just going to play it safe? I mean, there's pros and cons to each option depending on the situation in front of you. What a shot, but a little high. Those have been some of their most successful plays. Those high balls, they have the Jorius, just let him take shots from high on. Even Archie's nailed a couple of them now too.
Oh yeah, I mean
that's been, I think, their most effective play against Gamers First.
And that usually only happens whenever they have a deeper rotation. Somebody's all the way in the backfield, a big miss. There's the follow-up, it's top corner from Jorius. What happened to Gamers First on the defensive side? Dorito.
Oh, Dorito!
Tried to free flip.
Oh, the whiffy! Oh! Someone had to touch that ball. Gamers First.
Oh.
They're put to the ropes, Turtle.
This is it. This is match point. Oxygen Esports from 2 whiffs might take the series win.
Will pop up. Dorito, touch over the side wall. Atomic gonna crash it. They know they gotta push Dorito. Side touch, 2 touches. Atomic was positioned for something a little better, but he hit it with the mark! And Mark by 8 finishes it! Gamers First get out the bulldozer, and they push the ball through!
Off the backboard, continuing to be efficient. They didn't get too many looks at the net, but my goodness, they make it count. Gamers First have found a way to get back into this game. They get some revenge and redeem themselves from that defensive blunder, but hold on, they've got more pressure to deal with, Jordan.
It's not quite over on Neo Tokyo. 0 seconds. Archie moving across. He wants to play that in the corner. Of course he does.
Oh, so does Atomic.
He sees Mark, but up in the air's Jorius. And now Jory is gonna protect it. And no one else wants to play. We go to overtime.
Let it drop. Let the chaos begin. Oxygen, it must have been demoralizing. I mean, you had to hold it down for what, 11 more seconds. You would have taken the series win. And now you're faced with potentially a Game 7, but you want to end it quickly in this OT on Neo Tokyo. Big clears down to finding Joreuz. That's what you wanted to see. You like that corner play where you can find somebody cherry picking Joreuz. Will that play into effect? Or will Atomic get the save? And he does.
You know, I don't know if I like it. It's certainly fun when it works, though.
Yeah.
Mark, good catch. Gamers first. Running away into this Oxygen defense, or will they? Midfield is good.
It's
But
up.
now you gotta find those consecutive touches. Defended by Joreuz. Hopping quick. Another whiffy. They're happening a lot these days. Joreuz doesn't get it. Oli playing it safe beyond midfield. Archie denied by Atomic. Oh, Mark wins a big touch, but then there's Archie on the back end. Oli downfield for Joreuz.
Oli's
And that's a
there.
good 50. Oli dropped it, but couldn't put it on target. Archie tried to cut off the rebound. Joreuz might get a look. And he does get back to the 50.
Safer positioning from Joreuz. He's not as aggressive. We'll see how that changes this dynamic of Oxygen Esports. I think it's actually playing to the benefit. They've had good counterattacks. Like that setup came from Joreuz. Off the backboard, a big dunk. And Oli was actually looking to play more passive like I was talking about, but then got taken out. Maybe Gamers First have recognized the slower approach.
Oli back.
Opted to take demos. Here comes Oli to crash. It's saved. Dorito. Crossbar and out.
Joreuz got a full tank, though. He sees Mark in the air. Underneath on the 50. Dorito gets the first look. No one wanted to commit. Oli's only got
jump.
limited boost. And back over to Joreuz. Joreuz, he knows how to read that, but it's taken away. Archie lets it fly for Oli.
Bro.
Atomic not gonna get there. Hang on, Turtle. Here comes Oli off the ceiling, taken away by Mark.
This is insane. I was on Oli's perspective. He's literally in his own half. He has to rotate all the way back. The midfield boosts aren't in favor of Oxygen, but they're somehow maintaining pressure. The clears are going right to Oli.
Oh, Mark!
Third man. He keeps striking. He's got to be the player to make the difference in this game, Jordan.
Oh,
Look at him
Mark
again.
by.
The last man back.
Wait a minute, Mark in the midfield. And a big backflip for Oli! Shot denied, it was too high. Joreuz was ready for it. Atomic getting chipped on his way back to the net. Dorito left all by himself, and he just gave the ball away. Now another chance, but Mark by 8's got him covered. A quick ball from Mark. Atomic couldn't grab it. Dorito swipes underneath. Atomic denied on the 50. Mark by 8. He really has been reliable in that third man
What a
spot, but they
dunk.
just got dunked by Oli. It's falling. It's saved, but a loose ball in front of the box. Mark doesn't need to touch it. He went for the read against Joreuz, who didn't get the touch, and Mark gets the clear. Oli trying to protect the retreat. He does it a little bit. Archie kind of helped him out, or maybe hurt Mark in the way, and saved again by Archie. Joreuz tying him up. Hang on. Taking out. Joreuz
so much
back over the
space.
sidewall. Oxygen are okay for now.
Look at all that space. Oli opts to just boom it down the other side. Joreuz was waiting. Very, very deep rotation. Safe play from Oxygen. We're not seeing the risk come out. From Gamers First, however, there's been weird and awkward moments of space that's given up, but then they'll all of a sudden explode onto offense. Maybe that'll catch some of the players from Oxygen off guard as they're taking more boosts. Mark by 8 just took that corner boost. He's looking to go for a solo play himself. Maybe land on a player and get a bump. Dorito's looking to get a touch in the midfield. Atomic has to get the save, and he does.
That was so risky. He thought the third man was there for the pass. So many times that could have been in for Oxygen.
Yeah.
Could have been caught as third man so many times in that situation. Just Mark by 8, he gets to relax a little bit.
Joreuz.
And that was probably the only spot you don't get dunked. Over 4 minutes of overtime, Turtle.
Dude, I'm
Gamers
ready.
First, they're starting to get more of this ball. Atomic. Well, he wanted to put it backside of Archie. Couldn't find the touch.
That's got to be bait. That's got to be bait. Okay, there's more possession for Gamers First. That means Oxygen in the lead. That's how this series has gone. One team looks to be in charge of the offense of the possession, but one counterattack can change things that quickly. Good read from Atomic in the corner, then a pinch across. Back to Oli, back to the other side. I mean, this ball, it doesn't leave Supersonic, Jordan.
Oh my God! Holy! A redirect to make every highlight highlight reel. That was ridiculous.
Oh my, what? He barely had any angle on the shot. Comes through from the left side. It looked like an initial shot already, but this man just adds a little bit of sauce, a little bit of speed, and the series is over.
He's so relieved his camera's winking out. Oh my goodness, Oxygen.
What was that?
Take a deep sigh of relief. They survive Neo Tokyo. They survive Gamers First. And they move on in the tournament, Turtle. The semifinal for this team's first appearance together. It's got to feel great.
Oh, that's got to feel so fantastic and a big boost of confidence. As we now take a look at the replays, it started off with very awkward whiffs. Then Joreus comes through. They're about to take the series win, and somehow Gamers First can clutch it out, find the tying goal. But that's the shot that'll do it. Oli was coming from the left side, Jorby. That shot, or at least that pass, quote unquote, a pass, it already looked like it was going in the net or potentially on target. Oli just added some speed and a little bit of misdirection, and things changed from there.
Yeah, I mean, Mark was in position for it. Oli made him pay. And Oxygen Esports make it to the semifinals. But we got 3 more quarterfinals coming up.
We've got more.
If you gotta get up quick and get some stuff done, you better do it because we're not on break for too long. BDS versus Quadrant up next. We'll be right back.
Became a king from a common man, and I turned my first place to my staunchest fan. They say the grace always aim high. That's why ain't no one can see us when it's game time. Don't wanna forget what you feel like, what you feel like. Don't wanna forget what you feel like, what you feel like. Tell me somebody how long he will be on my mind. He will be on my mind. He will be on my mind.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series as we start our day number 2 of the European Fall Open. Oxygen and G1 start us off with Oxygen taking victory. I'm Leaf X. We got Corelli, Cole, and Stumpy joining us on the desk to break that down, talk about what we've seen so far, and then maybe a little bit of what we're going to see going forward. Stumpy, good start to the day. I mean, it looked like it might have been a crush there from Oxygen, but a little bit of fight back from G1.
That was, quite frankly, a terrible start to the day because my predictions are already wrong. And I'm fuming. I can't believe this. And I thought G1 would win it, but in the end, Oxygen just managed to be too good. And the biggest connection, I think, in that was you saw Jorius and Archie link up to a ridiculous degree where you know that they're very good individually, but their teamwork was second to none in this. And then Oli putting in the solo plays alongside it, they pushed Gamers First to their absolute limit, but their limit was incredibly high.
The limit was so high. I'm actually exhausted after that series. The pace was so frenetic throughout. There were no seconds where you could just chill and relax. Every time you'd think that you'd be able to take a breath, suddenly there'd be a crazy redirect. Even the winner at the end from Oli, he appeared out of nowhere, at least on the screen that we saw, and suddenly he's putting it away into the corner. You're thinking, what? How?
Yeah, this was, again, a good start to the day. I liked some of the pop-off moments, and one of the players doing the pop-offs was Archie. And we got him on the line right now. Archie, congratulations on the dub.
Thank you.
I want to talk to you about that. I mean, like, I'm just looking for top plays, and I got a couple potentials from you in that day. You look like you were feeling it. How was the energy with the team, even with that pushback from G1?
That was pretty good. Like, we won 2-0 up, and then we went 2-2, and like, we felt the pressure a little bit. Like, when we went 2-0 up, we like started like playing like different to how we wanted to play. And I think if we played how we did in the first 2 games, we would have swept them. Like, in my opinion, we're a much better team. So, but we had good energy. We kept going until the end and won the series.
So I guess my follow-up question to that would be like, what changed for you guys? I mean, obviously you took a timeout, talked about it, but what was the difference? Was it something that G1 was doing, or was it something that you guys weren't doing that gave back those 2 games that you got ahead?
Well, after we went 2-0, we said like they're definitely going to try to be more aggressive, ball chase a bit more. So what we did, we went passive when we wanted to go like aggressive still. Like, we wanted to keep the pressure we had in games 1 and 2, but we decided to sit back and allow the pressure. And obviously you're going to concede goals when G1 are just all over you. So that's the 3rd and 4th game we sat back. They scored goals. Then game 5 and 6 we was like, all right, we just have to play aggressive again. And then we won the last 2 games.
I mean, you said in your pre-match interview, maybe a little bit harshly, that it's the first time you've had mechanical teammates. How is playing with people that you sort of respect mechanically and you know they are your equals, how does that affect your gameplay in particular?
Well, it means I don't have to do like as much creativity on offense. Like, I don't really like to play much offense. Like, I prefer to play like a help my teammates out role. Like, I prefer to play around my teammates. So when I'm the main like mechanical player, like I'm the one that they play around. So now I get to play how I want to play.
And this is the first time, Archie, we're speaking to you since you've joined a brand new org of Oxygen. What's it been like in that transition, joining them? You're smiling, you seem happy, you're giving us nice big long answers. I'm a fan so far, but what's it been like behind the scenes?
I mean, Oxygen being great. We got an offer, like me and Joyce, like from Oxygen, like we had a call with them. Well, I was on holiday. Joyce had a call because it was 4 a.m. my time, so he did all that. Then, like, it went quickly actually. Like within like a week or 2, we were like final negotiations, and they've been nothing but good to us so far. Like, shout out Adam, Murph, Chris, Nathan, everyone auctioned, really good.
Now, we do a lot of analysis before the season starts. We see all the roster changes. We try to place teams where we think they might be. For you, on the inside here, looking at the landscape of Europe, where do you feel like you guys fit, or just how the whole region feels right now? Obviously, everyone wants to target the reigning world champs of BDS. Do you feel like the region is going to be a mixed bag of who's at the top there? Or do you think teams still have a little bit to go to figure out how to take that top spot?
I mean, I think BDS will stay on top. Like, but they've been going to game 5 in every series, so honestly, I'm not sure about that. But I feel like all the other teams that have just been made are like 3 different players on the same team. So everyone's not so used to each other right now. Like, it showed in scrims, it showed in the first RLCS. I don't think everyone's that comfortable yet. So I think give a couple of regionals and EU will have 5 teams that are really good.
I have a very, very quick question. Yeah. Sorry, Leaf. You said, Archie, that BDS have gone to a few game 5s and they're maybe looking a little bit dodgy on that front. We all said that BDS were just going to take down Quadrant. Do you think differently in that case then?
I mean, BDS should be Quadrant. Like, I feel like it'd be 4-1, 4-2 maybe. Quadrant could win, but when I'm watching Quadrant, they play like so defensive, and I feel like BDS will just keep scoring goals. Like, they can break that down easily.
Okay. And then you'll beat BDS in the next round. After that.
Yeah, no, we have a good matchup against BDS.
Hey, well, I'm excited to see
play
it.
them.
Yeah, it's going to be great. So good luck in that match. Go get ready. We're going to let you go. And thanks for joining us.
Cheers.
Let's take a look at that bracket now as we move on. Single elimination. Corelli, you only get one life in this. Oxygen gets to keep theirs. But of course, look at the matchup they might potentially have next.
I mean, honestly, a lot of these teams I don't want to go up against. I mean, there's so many great teams here in Europe in the top 8. There are teams that are not even in this top 8 that I feel like could be here and be scary. So it's not fun either way you slice it.
BDS and Quadrant are going to be the next matchup here. Archie was just talking about how BDS is going to a lot of game 5s. It seems to be their story. Maybe they'll start to figure it out, or maybe Europe is starting to get a little bit closer to them. Quadrant, though, they're going to have Cole a bit of battle ahead of them.
Yeah, they're going to have a little bit of a battle, especially against, Team BDS. They are the reigning world champions, lest we forget. Sure, they've had a few game 5s back online, but they are making it through it. And when a team has that sort of mantra about them, they are unbeatable, it gets really difficult when you get into that late stage. And I think that if Quadrant are to win this one, it will be in a game 7. It will be in a game 6, if they start really well. So the fact that BDS are getting better as series goes on is dangerous for them.
Fan vote time. Get your hashtags in the chat. BDS or Quadrant. Hashtag Quad or hashtag BDS. I feel like most people are going to end up on the same side of the fence on this one, but maybe Quadrant can surprise us. Let's see what you guys think. We'll tally that up and get the analyst thoughts real quick before the match starts. Starting at the other end, Stumpy, start us off here. BDS, I assume?
Yeah, I feel like it has to be, right?
Really asking for it.
I was looking at my predictions earlier. I have BDS to go through over Quadrant. And Cole, you mentioned earlier that, maybe BDS looks somewhat unbeatable. They're still gone 3-0. I'm kind of getting those pre-season vibes of when you remember BDS in the season X and even in season 21-22. They weren't losing. They were winning 2 out of 3 regionals every time. They were going through near unscathed. I feel like maybe we're seeing the resurgence of that. BDS for me, though, Quadrant, although they're incredible, great new org, maybe just don't have the metal, but top 8 is still great.
I mean, we have had 7 straight game 5s for Team BDS now, so let's hope it goes to game 7 so we can carry on that streak. That's all I want first and foremost.
Okay.
I mean, with Archie saying that Quadrant are a defensive team, I agree with him there. I think that you cannot defend against Team BDS. If they try, they'll get boosted and they'll lose. It's going to be comfortable for Team BDS, unfortunately.
BDS,
I think,
BDS.
I'll go for 1. Yeah.
BDS.
BDS.
You're not going to do what BDS does better than
put
them.
them all up.
It's got to be BDS.
Yeah, it's BDS across the board. It kind of has to be. But chat, BDS?
BDS?
Yeah.
BDS.
Hey, really fun.
Let's see if it actually is BDS as we head over to the skybox for our next match here. Quadrant apparently has a very large task ahead of them. The reigning world champions in BDS. BDS. It's BDS.
Quadrant are here too, and if results matched talent predictions all the time, well, we would be geniuses. But guess what? We're not, and we've been wrong tons of times. So we'll see what happens here and see what Quadrant can bring to the table, Turtle. What's your measure?
Well, first of all, I'm indeed, of course, not a genius. I am, in fact, an idiot, but I'm excited to watch this game.
You're a genius in my books, Turtle.
Listen, we just came off of one of the most thrilling series. It wasn't perfect. It was perfectly sloppy, if that makes sense. There was a little bit of chaos, a little bit of mechanics, a little bit of everything. And I think in this series, it's going to be much more controlled, much more efficient from BDS, who literally everybody just obviously kept saying their name and kept predicting them because they are the favorites coming into here. While they did go into a game 5 every single series, it doesn't matter. They have the ice to clutch up. They have the composure. And I think that's going to be the difficult thing for Quadrant. How do they shake up the Team BDS defense? That's the difficult thing for me. Even mechanics, solo plays, that is not enough to break through. There's got to be a little bit of everything to get involved here and to break down BDS because they're going to keep bringing it at you, especially with the consistency from Monkey Moon.
Already a minute gone, and both teams doing well to stop any ideas. that the other has. But for me, I'm always looking at Monkey Moon on BDS. He always seems to be in the right position. Always has the right idea. Even when he doesn't have a lot of boost on the play. Monkey Moon's not even in this play. This is all Extra and Seiko scoring the first goal.
And that's all you need. I mean, if Monkey Moon's not getting involved, it's okay because you got Extra and Seiko doing some work. You had Extra fly across the net, looks for a demo, and because of it, that player has to stay on the ground. A shot will come through. It's a little bit higher. And of course, if that demo did come through, it would have been a goal nonetheless. And we've got the first one in favor of BDS. And slower, more composed, Dorby. This is exactly what I expected. It's going to be up to Quadrant to shake it up.
You know, BDS, they're so hard to get around because they got one of the highest IQ totals in Rocket League. That's a great move from Cash. Gets 2 solid touches. Relating Wave getting the tying goal.
Oh, look at Cash. 150-50. Then follows it up past the next one. I don't even think the defender thought he had all of that boost in the tank, just assuming, okay, you got 1 touch, I'm going to get the second. But instead, outpaced, outmaneuvered by Cash, and now tied up.
Yeah, he saved most of it on his launch. He used his neutral hop to help give him more forward momentum, so he didn't have to use more boost, giving all that extra boost for the second touch. Coming in clean for Cash. For BDS, at least the game that I had been watching them play against Gamers First in Swiss, and something that I've seen I saw them do it in the World Championship, in the Grand Final. They position better than really any other team in Europe. And that's the thing you got to get by. How do you get by the brains, the positioning of this team? And then you got to contend with the mechanics on top of it.
Yeah.
They really have everything in their kit to make themselves a successful team. But BDS sometimes get in their own way. I think that can harm them in some of these series, but some of their challengers a lot better this go around. But right now, Quadrant, they're having trouble getting control of the ball. As Seiko and Extra play it back to Monkey Moon. Monkey Moon, just found the edge against Cash, but couldn't find the mark.
I do like the extra touches, though, that we're seeing out of Quadrant. It seems like they're trying to stay behind the ball a little bit more. That's obviously going to come down to if they have the boost for it, like that previous goal for Quadrant. If Cash didn't have the boost, we wouldn't have seen that come out. So if they can stay efficient, keep control of the midfield boost, and especially their own corners, maybe we'll see those extra touches prove to be effective against the BDS roster, who's looking to control things. They're all in their own half, but they're just playing keep away at this point, and there's so much space. I mean, nobody is in the midfield to contest, to challenge, to do anything, and because of it, BDS, a free look down the other end.
Now, you heard Archie say that Quadrant, they're a very defensive team, but 2 players had left to go get boost. They were sitting on 0, and the guy who you thought should have gone also rotated back on that place. Maybe a bit of a mishap on who was supposed to be taking the first man spot there. But they do get the ball back for all of that time spent in each other's halves. Seiko and Cash gonna move the ball, or not Cash, excuse me, Monkey Moon gonna move the ball downfield. Cash preventing any kind of play there for BDS with a nice carry out.
Now 1:25 on the clock. Still looking for BDS in particular to make use of that extra space given. Like we talked about, Quadrant, a very defensive team, but a big demo. Talking about being defensive as a pitch from the corner flies across the net, almost on target. It would have been unbelievable, but another mechanical clear attempt given back to Monkey Moon. And okay, we see Quadrant get out of their own half. Does it lead to anything? No, it does not. No follow-up inbound. We've got BDS making a move downfield in the corner.
Yeah, Relating Wave was hoping to get a saucy touch from BDS's backboard, and he does sauce one up there to Monkey Moon. Maybe a play here for Quadrant. A hard pass and deleted in the net. Relating Wave screams one on target.
Physical plays coming in from Quadrant. You've got Ixo diving across. Monkey Moon would have had to save, but Ixo deletes him from the pitch, and Quadrant can take the lead.
I honestly don't know, man. Like, Monkey Moon had to jump and lean back for that, and that shot was hard from Relating Wave. Like,
it looked like he
was a rocket.
Flip though. You'd assume he'd have the reaction time, but I mean, you never know. That was a banger of a shot.
Yeah, maybe he gets it, or maybe he owned goals, but they didn't give him a chance to get either. Cash on the right side, but can't find the left of the net. And that one pops out. Monkey Moon trying to rotate back into it. BDS forced to respond. Monkey Moon starts. Seiko underneath. he continues. And Extra was hoping he could get underneath Seiko. That was the last cry there for BDS, and now they gotta do it in the air.
Or was it?
I'm running out. Wait, Extra. Pass over to Seiko, he gets deleted. Ball still in the air, and they kill it. Quadrant with a nice game 1 victory.
It's off the back of that demo game. The playstyle coming out, and maybe that's a surprising factor for Team BDS. They were given so much space in the first half, and they're thinking, okay, if we're given all the space, we don't need to worry too much about them getting aggressive. Then they flip the switch, and you've got a player, specifically Ixo, getting several demos, and now taking you and deleting you off the pitch. And BDS have to respond, and this is just proof that you never know what's going to happen. You've got the advantage. Everybody thinking BDS are going to take it, and game 1 comes out, and it's the opposite, Jordan.
Quadrant took 2 shots total. And then
That's all you need. That's all you need.
I think there was a couple that were closer to the net that probably could be considered shots, but BDS had a lot more offense at least registered on the board.
Yeah.
They couldn't get by. Cash coming up with a couple of big saves, and Relating Wave, Ixo as well. So Quadrant defense holds firm, and for BDS, trying to find that control that Quadrant aren't giving them. They're hopping on top of these challenges. Maybe for BDS, it starts in the boost game. You got to earn the pressure that you build. Quadrant, they're going to make BDS earn every single pixel.
Absolutely. And for BDS, I think this is now just the question of, okay, was game 1 just a little bit of a warm-up? I think that there wasn't anything that was stand out as an issue. I mean, they got demoed for one of the goals and then struggled slightly, but for the most part had a lot of the possession, most of the attacking on offense. And we'll see if they can build on that in game 2, or maybe more demos, more aggression from Ixo will come into play. Got a similar start in game 2 to game 1, where Quadrant on the back end, looking to get clears, trying to get out of their own half. And it's given right away to Team BDS, who have pushed their defensive line into the midfield. Maybe this is a conscious decision for them to get more aggressive and make use of that free space.
Well, Ixo was playing deep loss there, and he doesn't end up coming with a touch. Cash, nice launch in the box. 50 doesn't go his way, though. Great clear. We can move back over to the corner, and another demo. Relating Wave some space. He's got Ixo on the wing, enough boost. 50 right back to Ixo. And he'll wait, as not going to dive for that touch. Waited for him to come out. I like how Quadrant are approaching this. They're not pulling themselves too far off the play, so they lose those first touches, Turtle, but they are in the perfect spot to challenge BDS at the point.
And there's another demo from Cash, and the difference here between what you normally see out of a team that loves the demo versus Quadrant is the demos are very precisely timed. I mean, they're not searching for every single demo they can possibly get. It's always when they're rotating out or know that they have that extra time in rotation and aren't jeopardizing that third man back. So very smart, clean plays and decisive on when to be physical.
And they got that 50, but Ixo didn't have any boost. He had to wait for the ball to drop, which bought just enough time for BDS to save it. There's another one for Monkey Moon. Got dunked in front. Cash has a read. He's got one. He's got 2, but Monkey Moon had him red. And BDS just do this to teams. Even when they're on offense, the game slows down. They command so much respect. Always in position, and you know that they can shovel that ball out from under you. You really got to be thoughtful about how you're moving the ball, no matter really where you are on the pitch. Quadrant have done that. They've been very thoughtful how they move. You've been talking about their off-ball play, Turtle, and on the ball as well. They have had that same kind of methodical approach, and it's at least done enough to keep them scoreless. They've had some good pressure so far. BDS, not as much this time around. 0 shots on net over halfway through the game.
It feels like a waiting game for Quadrant as to when that perfect moment will come through and arrive at their doorstep. When should they go for that demo? When should they finally extend and get a bit explosive? Or when can you get the save? Ixo dives across. Monkey Moon had a good shot. The bottom left corner, the accuracy was there, but the save was even better.
That's another good grab from Cash. His defensive reads have been excellent. His launches have been fast, and his touches have been great. It has helped Quadrant out a lot, where if he's not getting those quality touches, maybe they're a little more hurried up on defense. But there have been a couple of times where they were almost in scramble mode, and Cash completely stabilizes it with his stoicism on defense and his touch quality. Cash getting in front for Relating Wave here. Cleared out midfield. Ixo got enough boost for the double and tried for the wide angle. Monkey Moon for the clear.
And now I'm wondering, I mean, it's not often when we see BDS get too desperate, but with the level of defense and now the timing of the demos, there's Relating Wave looking for something else. Will BDS get too desperate? They've been holding, I'd say, most of the possession. They're given this space, but they might get frustrated because they aren't getting as many opportunities as obviously you would like, because you've got a player, you know, like Ixo, who's on the backboard, then he's going to get aggressive, go for a bump, maybe a solo dribble play past two players. And do BDS overextend? That's my question.
Seiko, nothing for him. Well, since BDS had 0, they've registered 1 shot in the second half of the game.
This is a polar opposite of the series we just saw. We were getting like huge clears down the other
like
side.
30 shots a game.
Yeah, and now we've slowed down. This is a chess match between the two teams.
I'm telling you, that BDS just does that. I say that. I feel like I say that every time I'm casting BDS. It doesn't really matter who they're playing.
I mean, it's kind of hard not to not give them so much respect. I mean, they're BDS. With the final 10 seconds coming down, this could be a chance. A bump get through Ixo. The Guardian Angel from Quadrant keeps them alive. There's demos flying left and right.
We just gave the ball away.
Now space, Seiko. He's going to keep it up, but it drops. He almost got the flick, but lost it.
Honestly, Cash got lucky there. He did not need to give up that touch. I think he
That
maybe
could have been it, man.
thought his teammate was right behind him, but he gave up possession. Happy that Seiko dropped that ball. After all of that play on defense, to give it up there would have been gut-wrenching for Quadrant. You've started off really well. Now you gotta pick your shot. Cash tried to pick one, but ended up coming up with nothing. Now launched up by Ixo. 2 commit for BDS. Monkey Moon now lost on the backboard. Down low, saved by Seiko. Another shot from Cash, denied by Monkey Moon. High off the side wall. The first look is Ixo. He keeps it close. Cash can't get there in time. Now coming back around, Seiko gets a perfect pop off the side. Now it's a race, and Seiko wins! Seiko ties the series!
The 1 goal from BDS comes out when we get the most aggressive Quadrant we've seen all series long. BDS, their backs against the wall. They have to figure things out. They are organized. They get the save. They find the clear. And it seemed like they wanted Quadrant to get more aggressive to get that opportunity for a counterattack.
That is now a 6-0 record in overtime for BDS this season. They have been perfect in that respect. And something tells me that guy Seiko has probably got a little something to do with it. Getting that goal and 5 saves to his name. Especially the few chances, it was Seiko and Monkey Moon picking up those 2 big saves at the start of overtime. And then Seiko getting that perfect pop off the corner. I mean, nobody on Quadrant was expecting him to get that much velocity on the ball towards the middle.
I got really nervous because Quadrant were starting to push forward. They thought maybe they could punish or at least suffocate the BDS defense, but with that composure, it didn't slip up. There was even a double commit that we saw from BDS that didn't affect them. And I got worried, even with Quadrant getting more aggressive. I'm like, okay, this is not the play style they're used to playing. It's not what they want to play. And I had a feeling that counterattack would come out. It was one play from Seiko that changed things up. Game number 3, who's going to take the series lead? And maybe Quadrant start to backpedal a bit and get back into their own half and decide to be more passive after getting aggressive in the final few seconds.
Well, we talked a lot about Quadrant's defense. And while they did drop that one, hang on a second. We're going to talk about Quadrant later. Now their defense gets pierced 21 seconds into the game with a well-placed pass by Seiko.
And for me, I'm looking at the setup from Monkey Moon. He had to get around a challenge. Monkey Moon went below the ball, chipped it above whoever was challenging from the blue end, and that's what created space for that play. And then set up, of course, Extra in the midfield. Started with Monkey Moon, ended with Extra. Everybody got involved. The BDS, they worked for that one and earned it.
Good touch from Cash. They have to read BDS's touches. This one also right down. Relating Wave misses the touch. And that is an uber difficult read to make if you're Relating Wave. That one dropped down by Ixo. Relating Wave nowhere near it. He's got to turn around. And Seiko punishes him dearly for it, knowing that ball's going to be awkward if he can hit it with power to the ceiling.
I mean, these pros, as soon as that ball gets launched into that specific part of the dome, you know there could be, and there is a high probability of the defender missing and whiffing that read because it's so difficult, especially with ball cam on, Jorby. That thing gets sent above your head. You can't even tell where it might potentially bounce. The relating wave couldn't get the read. Cash was too late on the rotation. 2-0 from Team BDS. Rough game one start, a slower start at that, but since then it has been all BDS on offense.
Well, it is notable, Turtle, because coming into this series, in the event so far, Quadrant were third defensively in goals allowed, only allowing 1.5 goals a game. And that was clearly in effect in game number 1.
Yeah.
Obviously, BDS getting a bit over that mark. But even shots, teams don't take a lot of shots against them. Here one, that one off the bar, only about 7. And they were highest, or excuse me, no, they were third also in the event.
Yeah.
But BDS, they're finding a way through that defense. Now, Quadrant need to find a little bit more on the orange half of the field. Down 2.
BDS to me seems so aware of what Quadrant are trying to do extra. How did you get that save? You kept it out. It was a banger of a shot, but an even better save. And that's the thing, Jorby. For me, it just feels like BDS are aware of this bear trap that Quadrant are trying to place and throw on the field. They want BDS to overextend, to get aggressive. And BDS are too aware of that. They know when they have space. They know if they should and when they should extend. And that's going to make it hard for Quadrant because their bread and butter is not as efficient as it would normally be against the rest of Europe.
Decent pass, but dead ball in the corner. BDS try to get set up in the midfield.
Yeah.
Cut off relating waves attack. Or
I mean, look at Extra.
escape.
Look at Extra. He's not flying at the ball. You see how patient he was to go for that challenge against Ixo? A lot of players would have just tried to pre-jump or assume something crazy like a big clear would have happened. Instead, the composure's still there for BDS.
BDS also comes that trust factor we talked about before. You know if that ball is pitched over your head. You already know Monkey and Seiko are in the right spot to take care of you in that first man spot. So all of those things come together for BDS and why they tend to look so clinical. Seiko pre-flip to get that momentum. But Quadrant have stabilized. Monkey Moon bit early and Cash a low ball. Got the bouncer. BDS having to defend a couple of shots. Here comes another one. 2 touches. A double touch. Jump to get on the board.
And this was all stemming from Ixo getting aggressive. He went for a demo play on Monkey Moon, which made him bite early, like you were saying, Jorby. And that created this dunk setup for Ixo to follow it up, have some space, and potentially tie things up.
You saw Extra. He tried to save his dodge to flip at the exact moment that Ixo was going to touch that ball, but he was literally like a quarter second off. And that's what caused the dunk. If Extra holds his dodge for just a quarter second longer and he gets the timing right, it's all about timing on defense there. It's the difference between a big save and a big dunk off the post. That one off the walls. Easy grab for Seiko.
All right, the physical play. Oh, we've seen a couple of musties so far today. It's been quite entertaining. More mechanics
power on those
coming out. I mean, it's so hard to read too. I mean, the musty flick just gets all the power in the world. But we're gonna need more than just a musty Quadrant.
Maybe a monkey?
Oh, Monkey Moon. All right, we see you.
Monkey Moon. This one kind of looked a little silly, but all created. He dodges the first
Going for the bump,
and
too.
then goes for the bump, which Cash, he can't boost anymore towards. He's gonna get bumped on the play. Monkey Moon completely cuts off the defense and puts BDS up by 2.
Now they've got the security. That was a huge play from Monkey Moon. And I think Relating Wave almost got a save on it. I can't wait to take a look at the replay to see if he got a piece of it, but just slightly too late or maybe flipped at the wrong time. But regardless, the work has been cut out for Quadrant. They know what they have to do. 38 seconds left, 2 goals needed. Boost not in their favor. Cash looking for a bump. That's what works out in almost every single game for them. Physical plays, that's the X factor, but gonna need some kind of opportunity to start that against BDS.
Not a lot of time here for them. And despite 7 shots, even in that department between both.
We got bumped. There it is. There it is.
Maybe a chance here. Ixo, he scored 1 already, but that reset not gonna get it done. Time expired now. Not enough for Quadrant, and that's 2 straight for BDS heading into game 4.
And very, I'll say it again, composed. The mentality from BDS, it's unshakable. even with bumps, even with some demos, it did not throw them off their game. We know that Quadrant have what it takes. There were a couple of more shots. I mean, 8 shots now for Quadrant compared to the 7 of BDS. But the entire time, it felt like we were in the control of BDS, who were carrying this game out and really managing the pace of how these teams are playing, Jordan.
Yeah, I mean, they're forcing Quadrant. They're saying, all right, come and challenge the ball.
Yeah.
They're going to force you to have to make the challenge every time. And we saw the Relating Wave get picked on early in the game with that first goal going in over his head. And then the second goal that went in was that hard pass that he ended up losing the 50 on. He actually didn't even get the touch in the corner trying to challenge him on the 50. So the challenges aren't going their way when they are getting them. And Quadrant, you know, as good as you are on defense, it's tough. You know, I'm always thinking of Achieves whenever I'm thinking of a team that's playing really good defense, but it doesn't really do much for you. A counterattacking style can work, but you need more pressure on offense. You just do. And as Achieves would say, probably not in as many words, you know, the best defense in Rocket League is a good offense.
Exactly.
But Quadrant need a lot more of that.
I think you just need firepower, honestly, Jorby. Like, there's got to be one player from Quadrant, and we know that they're capable of it.
But like, you think it'd be Cash, right?
That's who I'm looking at. It's got to be Cash. But Ixo has been the player that stepped up mostly with the mechanics. Maybe Cash, I don't want to say I don't necessarily think he needs to be more aggressive, but we need more from him, more mechanics, not just saves like this on the goal line.
Yeah, I do think Cash has, you know, utilized his mechanics. I think he's been most impressive on defense, and he's certainly broken through BDS a couple of times. But I mean, I think you're absolutely right about the firepower, though. It's the shot pressure, right? It's actually putting pressure on BDS, forcing them to react to your play.
Here's the thing, Jorby. They tried to do that in game 2, I believe. They tried to overextend, get aggressive, throw the firepower at them, but then were denied with a counterattack from Team BDS. So you have to just be so decisive and know exactly how you want to play against them and who to throw forward, because if all 3 players start doing it, you're going to get counterattacked by BDS. That's what makes them such a threatening team in World Champs.
Well, that's why you gotta keep talking in those situations, right? Like, there are times you're just going to have to get aggressive. Sure, you're gonna get burned some of the time, but that doesn't mean that you should stop trying to build pressure and take risks. Like, you can be a risk-averse team and be successful, but you still have to take risks as a risk-averse team, especially against a team like BDS, right? They're going to force you to take risks. And Monkey Moon with a nice little catch. They had a couple of options to him. Quadrant stable on defense for now, but first 2 minutes of the game gone. Quadrant with 4 total shots. See if they can get a little bit more, but do you feel like most of those have the shot pressure necessary to put BDS on ice? Maybe not, as a couple of those are real close for BDS. Another 50 for Seiko.
Oh my.
Defense for Quadrant.
A diving save, from Cash. Here he is again on a big clear. Extras looking for a demo on the goal line. 3 players are up. Ixo gets a save, but then there's another shot, another touch coming in from Extra and Seiko. It just doesn't stop. They're relentless, Jorby.
Oh, I love the drop-down passes because Seiko's got a ton of options there, right? The defense has to respect the shot opportunity that he's sitting on there. Instead, he goes for the light touch, which nobody's expecting, and makes it really awkward. Quadrant do get down the field, but it's another clear for BDS. They're just so good at mixing it up, at shading what they're actually trying to do, at getting you to bite on something different. They don't score there, but that kind of offense is part of what makes BDS, in my opinion, so fun to watch. Here's another one for Quadrant up high, denied.
I mean, there's a brick wall from Quadrant that's been set up in their own defensive end that's casting a shadow, but BDS are stealthy. They're maneuvering through that shadow and hiding what they want to do on offense, how they want to approach it. Quadrant, like I said, that bear trap had been laid down. BDS still composed, but it's all scoreless, okay? As much as we talk about BDS, they haven't been able to put up any numbers. Execution, not there. Maybe it's here with the dribble from Seiko. Doesn't follow it up. Extra, maybe can crash the net, and then another save. Ixo diving across. That's been their lifeline.
He had no boost. He had no boost. That shot needed to be better from BDS. Like, they would have had Ixo dead if that was any farther to the right side of the net. Instead, it was right near him to make the touch.
Ooh, cat.
Ooh, a little lumpy. Yeah.
Okay. Physical plays. You like it, Ixo? We like this as well. The first man forward, and he's punishing. What happened to BDS? He got Extra on the backboard. Where's the control? He tried to take it, but then just smacked his forehead off the post.
He was going for the control touch, but he went too far down. And that timing where the ball gets stuck on his hood at the same time his wheels fall off the crossbar. And Extra lost the ball. BDS, a blemish on what has been a decent game so far. Now, that lack of a goal hurting them a little bit. Some time to go.
Oh my, okay.
Physical play there from Quadrant Turtle.
Maybe they're getting confident. They got the first goal. Get physical. Cash is diving in. I've seen Cash come in as that third man rotating back. Gets in front of the shot a lot of the times. And then now he's finding more demos. This is going to create space for Ixo, who fakes out Seiko, as they both must have assumed the other would hit a touch or find a challenge. And a booming clear. Extra has to make the touch. He gets revenge. Now, the ball is in BDS's court. They've got to make the move. 33 seconds remaining.
BDS. All of them with full tanks now, trying to move down the field. But there's just blue cars everywhere in midfield. Cash diving for that one. Nobody back in the BDS net.
Relating
Relating
wave
wave in the air. Put it down, but it's too wide. Extra taking out Cash on the play. Kind of annoyed. The dude's like a wasp in the orange half. He won't get out of the way. Now Relating Wave and Cash dive for the ball, giving Monkey Moon free chance. And he's challenged immediately. Relating Wave downfield to Cash. Cash up high. It's gotta be Ixo. He's at the last two. He's got another. 3 goals for Ixo at the end. The cherry on top for game number 4.
I didn't think it was possible. Ixo, so high above the net, he's got to hit this with the bottom of his car. The front wheels, smacks it almost 90 degrees down. 1 for the road. Quadrant able to tie things up. And that's how you do it in style.
And this,
Ixo leading the way.
Sorry, Turtle. And this has to be an adjustment, an intentional adjustment from Quadrant on the physical play, because they don't demo a lot. Only just over 2.5 demos in this game, which is good for 12th best in the event. So they're not even close to the highest demoing team. But we didn't even see the demos at the beginning of the game. But this game, it came out in a great mid-match adjustment, for Quadrant to tie up the series.
Dude, Ixo has been that guy for Quadrant. Like he's putting in a lot of the high pressure shots and putting them on target, and he's forcing BDS to extend themselves and opt to go for either this panicked control or just booming the clear all the way down the other side. And then you mentioned it. You thought Cash had what it took to be the standout player that we were waiting for, the firepower. He's been the firepower, just not behind the ball. He's been getting physical, getting aggressive, taking players out, and also getting in front of shots, Jordan. He's been so important as that third man rotating back to disrupt and find some kind of touch that throws BDS off.
Yeah, Cash sending players to the scrapyard. And now it swings back to BDS. How do you adapt? The answer just might be, watch out for the demos. Teams commit to them. It just comes down to your ability to avoid those demos and maybe catch them on a risk they took and kill them the other way. Extra, maybe you just throw demos back right in their face. Seiko challenged and Ixo gets the clear.
BDS have been pushed to match point.
What?
Oh my, wait. Did you see Ixo pre-jump that too?
Why? What? In what world does
idea.
Ixo think, yeah, Cash is gonna sauce that redirect up, bro?
I have no
Somehow.
idea.
That literally just popped off the undercarriage of Cash's. Only a Dominus gets that kind of redirect off the corner. That was ridiculous.
I mean, we talked about trust in the last series. That was like the definition of trusting your teammates in the corner with that type of touch. But
kind of wish you did.
Yeah, I mean, you want to see clips. You want to see it. BDS, if you're a fan of them, you want to see them at least get back on the scoreboard. It's been a difficult game for them previously, but now they've got a chance to take the series lead, all tied up.
Oh, that's a hard ball. Seiko tried to be quick with it. Maybe expected a 50 as well. Well, Monkey Moon and Seiko, it's going for that midfield, but Quadrant don't really give them anything.
Oh, what a read from Relating Wave. You see him intercept that pass that came across. Relating Wave playing man coverage. More defense from Quadrant, but with how much defense they've played all series long, like this is comfortable for them. They're not going to be panicking, or at least you'd hope they don't panic. Almost an attempt there with a 50-50 across.
I think Monkey Moon ended up blocking that ball. Extra got the dunk. It was really hard to tell. I mean, there's a lot of cars in the area. That ball skated across. Look at Quadrant. They're not spending as much time playing ultra defensively. You're seeing that first man make it to midfield most of the time now.
But where's the challenge
BDS,
now?
hard touch, trying to beat Cash on the backboard. Trying to get him bite on a read. BDS are mixing it up, but Quadrant currently have the correct reads. Cash,
Reset. Cash.
Ooh, couldn't get the dunk. Seiko popped it up, forced Relating Wave to dive hard for the ball. And you see Ixo just kind of waiting, hoping he gets a touch, and he got nothing.
Oh, a double commit, but it's to open space. At least sets up some time for Relating Wave to recover. He does. And look at Cash. Cash being aggressive. Front man. Relating Wave forced to get a touch. That was kind of risky. You remember what happened before when it hit the top of the dome. He misread it, and this one bled out into the midfield. Cash taking more demos, or excuse me, more boots, looking for more demos. And you think that's going to be the difference maker unless BDS can find an answer. I don't know what it's going to be. This defensive approach has been working the past few games now for Quadrant, and it seems to be working this one, Dorby.
I love how Ixos looks for the majority of this series. Breaks them out. Now Cash. Decent bounce. Not enough. Good short pass by BDS. Monkey Moon around the corner. Actually loses Relating Wave. Again, Quadrant. Giving BDS extended touches. That's a good soft touch. You see it froze Seiko. He wanted to go, but then saw Relating Wave.
Yeah.
BDS are forced to respond to Quadrant. Cash
Oh
goes for
my.
a hard pinch.
Oh my.
Forces Monkey Moon in the air. He's got the grab. And he's got the catch. Relating Wave. Oh, Ixo slams the brakes.
That pinch
There
play.
was a lot going on there subliminally. It just didn't work out for Quadrant.
That pinch play's got to represent like what this team and how they like to play.
He's gonna nail that.
They're so defensive and passive, and then boom, one clear, one shot goes to the other side. And BDS are thinking, what happened? Where has this speed come from?
Ixo not gonna get the look from Extra. We'll pass it back to Cash. Cash on the air dribble. Has the reset and tried to drill through on his dodge, but now Relating Wave only 26 boost and pinched it out. Monkey Moon back though. You're not gonna. There's two pinches now. That Monkey Moon's like, yeah, I have the option for the win and also a pinch that goes at like 100 kilometers per hour. No problem. BDS looking for a play. Almost another bump. Relating Wave gets the clear.
Smart approaches from both sides. BDS have certainly dealt with their fair share of pressure and offense from Quadrant. Monkey Moon looking for a pinch. Solo play after solo play. Big clears now. Both teams getting involved. This is the final 5 seconds. Will things end abruptly? Or do we get more OTs for the day? Seiko takes out one player. Extra tried to control it, hoped the ball would bounce. It doesn't. And we get some more OT.
I don't know if a reset. Well, hang on a second. A big demo just gave Ixo the clear. Here he comes, but saved. Diving, Relating Wave puts Extra and Monkey Moon close together. Cash diving on the 50. That gives Ixo the chance. Back to Cash. Cash pop back.
Oh,
to
no.
Relating Wave, and it's given away. Seiko back over to Extra. Oh, it was on Monkey Cam, and I saw that ball skirt by him, and I thought Relating Wave would be farther up, but he wasn't. He's playing safe. Got Cash. Stuffed by Monkey Moon. He's got no boost. Relating Wave, that's a pop to Extra. Extra, hard for the double, but it's defended. And now next is Seiko. Quick shot denied. Monkey Moon forced back and has to protect the retreat. He does.
BDS unable to punish. Seiko had a good look at the net, but the shot was way too weak. Need to put much more power behind it. If you want to have that ball get into the back of the net, there's always going to be a player rotating back with how defensive Quadrant are. The shots have to be better. That was a better one from Monkey Moon on target. Still not strong enough. A good pass out of the midfield, but the player who was going to take the shot got demoed, and there's space given to Quadrant, but speed is the name for BDS. The game for them, the plan, and it works out. Opens up some shots, but at what cost, Dorby?
2 grabs for Relating Wave there on defense in overtime. He's only got 12. He's going to stay close. Stay with the ball. Decent 50, but the rest of Quadrant getting set up on the opposite side. Non-touch. Back over to Cash. Playing it close. And immediately, Seiko's not playing that way. A nice pinch from Relating Wave. The rest of the options covered. It's giving Quadrant another chance. Relating Wave going for a bump to commit. They had to. Otherwise, someone was getting demoed. Ixo. Good catch from Ixo. Forced the 50 to Wave. He almost got dunked. And now a high ball for Ixo. No, he doesn't get the touch he wants out of it. Now BDS. Set up in the midfield. Ixo. Gonna wait for that touch. It was a little far away from him. Wave getting the next touch. Just trying to keep this close. They do keep the ball close. They do get the clear, but Quadrant gave him the space, and they just stole the ball. Up high. On the backboard, is this going to be a play for Quadrant? Cash.
Good bounce.
For Ixo. Got the next 50, but Relating Wave is going to sit with 100 back. Waiting for Monkey's touch. Rewarded with the 50.
Oh my goodness, that's a huge clear down the other side. Cash, nice control, doesn't get the follow-up. Extra, searching for a better 50-50. It's been a slower approach, but that speed might do wonders for Quadrant, and that bounce is ridiculous. Ixo is in position, gets the flip reset, looks for a better 50-50. There's still a chance here for Quadrant, but Cash, he is so defensive. The decision-making from Quadrant, they don't want to take any risk. They're waiting for a better 50-50. It comes out, and it's right on the money for Quadrant.
Cash gets a perfect catch in the midfield. Seiko tried to get up to the ball, but Cash just drilled it through him, and Ixo waited the whole time on his wing. And try as they may, the talent with the sweeping predictions of BDS, but it's Quadrant who put them on match point.
Jorby, in that last play, that goal, there was a moment where Cash could have been more aggressive. He could have tried to go for a faster, quicker aerial earlier on, but instead he decided to wait in the midfield, and look at what they got from it. A goal, a winning goal in OT. Decision-making on point, and now the decision-making for BDS has come to the conclusion to take a timeout. They're on match point. They've got to make a change, Jorby.
For BDS, I think you've tried to mix it up a couple of times. Quadrant have a really good read, at least on Wasteland. They had a great read on how BDS wanted to play that game, and they got more aggressive. It was funny because at one point in that overtime, they all pulled off, and BDS were expecting a challenge because they had been playing aggressive for a while, but then the rotation pulls off all of a sudden. They're not really expecting it. And then they can just push up and challenge the ball. So like the mix-up, and that was something you talked about early on from Quadrant Turtle. You wanted to see them get more aggressive, and they have, not just in the physical game, but also in that first man challenge game.
Exactly, and there's a difference too, because like whenever you make a statement, like you're saying, okay, I want Quadrant to get aggressive. It's not just like a switch that you flip and then you leave it on, Jorby. It's a switch that you use and implement at rare given moments when the opportunity is right. And for Quadrant, they know right when they need to be aggressive or when they should pull back. It's not all in or all out. These guys have been mixing it up, bringing different approaches to the ball, to the 50-50s. Cash just did it, and it was a perfect example. He decided to not go for an early challenge in that replay. At that last goal, he pulled back, waited, and because of it, got such a good opportunity set up for Ixo.
Ixo, the striker today for Quadrant. The last one obviously delivered by Cash. But to me, doing the dirty work, absolutely deserved the pop-off. But Relating Wave at the end of that game, like the last 2 minutes, he just started winning every 50. He was ready for every challenge. And that wasn't happening earlier in the series. Wave was actually losing those challenges, putting his team in a worse position. The Relating Wave, he's had the adjustments, and I think that's a big factor in their success against BDS. Now they need one more to take them down in 6 and give the defending world champions a meager top 8 finish.
The underdogs looking to pave the way into the semi-finals. They're one game away from doing just that. Will they continue to mix it up, change the pace? Maybe we get an even more defensive approach, Jorby.
You know who doesn't ever demo?
Let's hear it.
Cash. You want to know where Cash is ranked in demos?
This man's been demoing all series long now.
Out of 48 players, he's ranked 47th, only averaging half a demo a game. The man demoed 5 people last game. He is done. He said BDS? Nah, we gotta delete him. Cash.
I think some would say that's a change. Some would say that's a change in the play style, the approach from Cash. I guess they needed it. They're thinking, okay, BDS, I guess they're gonna go for a slower approach. Look at him, and he's cutting corners, cutting rotations like that. I've seen it. He's rotating all the way back. I guess it's not gonna matter because of extra. BDS, they know it's match point, and they've got something to say about it.
See Wave up the ceiling, and he just doesn't see extra. He had the full tank. He went for that read, and Never knew Extra was just sitting there waiting for the redirect. Couldn't get there in time. Nice job by Extra to get there.
Maybe if he was like out in front of the goal, or excuse me, in front of the box, could have resulted in a better 50-50, possibly a better challenge. But BDS, they've responded well after that OT. The break certainly doing wonders for them.
Cash going for the ceiling double. Does force Monkey Moon off to the side. You know, it really shouldn't come as much, it shouldn't be a surprise to anybody. Especially being in Europe, you know. It's not like BDS were constantly winning every single regional. They would drop games to, you know, major contending teams and maybe one or two gaff losses in there where you scratch your head. But for the most part, BDS, you know, sometimes it's a top 8. Sometimes they don't even make top 8. Most of the time, they're one of the best teams in Europe.
Yeah.
But some teams get the better of them on the day. It's not over yet. Quadrant, they still got to come up with a finish. And BDS can absolutely catch you sleeping if you think you've already got it under wraps. But, you know, if I know Cash and Relating Wave specifically at all, I know those guys respect BDS with all their heart, and they know
100%.
they can't sleep against this team. Even down, or especially down on Neo Tokyo.
But if you were with us last series, you know just how impactful the timeouts can be, Jorby. I mean, think back previously, you had G1 who took a timeout, then they come back, take that game win after the timeout. Same thing happened for Oxygen. Now BDS take the timeout, they score first, and they look cleaner than ever. Another follow-up extra. Seiko decided to leave it. It was off the ceiling, and it worked out.
And this works really well because everyone's got no boost. Relating Wave, he's gotta pick a read. When you have that much boost, you can't really cover one option or the other. You just have to pick one and go for it. Ixo, he sat on the corner boost, thinking, yeah, my teammate's gonna get a touch. I have no boost here. Cash was the only guy with boost. And Relating Wave gets one back. Forget about the last play. It's all reset. They cut the lead.
That 50-50 from Ixo. What a cheat from him from the kickoff.
Beautifully.
Absolutely dusted them. And then, exactly, the idea. You assume a shot's just going to try and put it into the top corner, but Relating Wave sets himself up. Alley-oop to himself off the backboard.
Oh, that one could have completely snuffed the flame out from Quadrant. All cleared out, Relating Wave, full tank, and a nice catch as well. Midfield follow-up, it's only Monkey Moons. And a free ball for Seiko, but right into Cash. That shot won't get it done. Extra's next up. BDS continuing to build pressure, that one high. And Cash to Relating Wave, a big clear transition for Quadrant.
And a really smart position from Relating Wave. He was sitting on no boost, but was still in the spot to make a clear. Here he is again. He got the midfield boost, and he's denying a lot of BDS's counterattack. He's going to take his own corner and make damage with these clears. This is the player you were saying was doing a lot of the dirty work. He's coming up big as we approach the final minute. 1 goal needed for Quadrant just to tie things up. Ixo might be able to do it here against Monkey Moon, but BDS have been rock solid. Very least, almost slipping in from the corner. A couple of chances now going in favor of Quadrant.
Quadrant hanging on to midfield. Relating Wave, not gonna let him pinch it out. Cash got the back end covered. Not a lot of boost though. Has to drop it. Here's the shot to Ixo. Forced 2 to commit. Relating Wave in the air. He's got enough. The reset. The shot wide. Ixo tried to keep it close, but it wasn't gonna happen. BDS hang tight as Monkey Moon gets a solid 50. He's got no boost though, but he wins the ball again. Relating Wave gets chipped on the plate. BDS forcing the ball off, but it's still Quadrant possession. Ixo makes one out. Monkey Moon doesn't have to make the touch. Lets it bounce off the wall, and Cash coming back to it. Is it still a play? Relating Wave's got no boost. Pops it high, and it's 0 for 1.
Oh my.
Is it good enough to get it set? As long as you make the perfect touch, it don't matter how much boost you have. Relating Wave went for the redirect, but not on target.
BDS hanging on the side of the cliff. They've only got 1 pinky left, but they're still in it nonetheless. This could be it. Maybe more security extras up in the air. He goes to just drop this ball down, but it does bounce past. He can do it to him. A good 50-50, maybe off the ceiling. The wave, and it's stopped. BDS force a game 7.
Oh, are you kidding me? That was so close. What? I saw Cash carry that ball. I saw him going. I saw Relating Wave chase him down. And then I saw the ball drop right in
thought that
front of
was it.
Cash's nose, bro.
As soon as that clear came out, Jorby, I was like, this is it. It's over. That was a
like the man's in
massive...
the air. This is going in
Yeah.
the net. Quadrant, take a timeout.
Okay, 60 seconds. We can take a breath.
Yeah, Champions Field. Relating way of drinking some water.
Yeah, I gotta hydrate
At
up.
home as well. I'm sure a lot of you fans at home were locked into the end of that one.
Yeah.
Make sure everyone's hydrated. Turtle.
Oh my goodness, I'm excited, dude. We've been lucky today. These have been
This
such
night.
amazing series. Europe has proven again to be one of the most entertaining regions, and I'm all here for it. Okay, we've got
You know what's funny?
Quadrant. What? Tell me, what's fun?
Oh, no, I was just gonna say because during the pre-show, Johnny was saying, Quadrant BDS. Yeah, all of us are gonna pick BDS. Of course you're gonna pick BDS, right? There are matches you're looking on the schedule like Moist Liquid. You're thinking, all right, yeah, those are close. You're looking at the K Corp match. You're thinking, okay, K Corp have that one. Same here with BDS. I mean, I was thinking it too, but Quadrant, they've played a good game so far.
Yep.
I feel like there's a couple of things you could probably shorten up on defense, but not really, because BDS, they generated their own opportunities. I don't really think Quadrant gave them any for free. Like the fake shots or the aerial fakes for BDS, 2 of them went in. No, or
A lot of
only
it
one
was just
them
the
went in,
challenges, Jorby. Like the second man from BDS played a huge role in that last game where, the first man would be taking the ball up into the air, gets a good 50-50, it would bounce off the ceiling, and then it came down to the second man getting a good follow-up. And that's difficult because if you're just critiquing the challenges from Quadrant, that's not too much to harp on, and you don't need to change too much. There it is again, off the ceiling, extra. Huge performance in this game alone, and this is the play I was talking about, from the ceiling. And then the second man has to come through and crash the net. There was so much space available for them. Relating Wave fought tooth and nail, but at the end of the day, it was not enough. And now we've gone the distance. BDS, they continue that trend, Jorby, and we're going all the way.
All the way indeed. We finally get one. The first best of 7
Here we
heads
go.
to Champions Field of the season. We're underway. Can BDS complete their 2-game comeback? Or will Relating Wave, who had a beautiful path off the corner, used
That
his
double
power
tap.
slide to maintain momentum and then get a perfect jump. I just liked how that looked.
Absolutely. I mean, Relating Wave, not known for being super flashy, but in the previous game, he came out with mechanics we haven't seen before. Monkey Moon side dodges out of that one, and we'll see. This is game 7. Who's going to move on to the semifinals? Of course, you have to favor BDS with their record to ice things up and clutch it up, but you never know. Quadrant have brought us so many surprises.
You think with Monkey Moon, Seiko, and Extra, figure out a way to close it out. Quadrant, a new team, completely formed, a new org, and it's a new kind of energy. Sometimes that can be enough. Making the playoffs, it doesn't really matter how you looked when you got here. All that matters is how you look today.
And they're fresh off a timeout, Jorby. Extra 60 seconds. Got to be impactful unless Seiko can do some damage. Cash, what a read from the backboard. Quadrant are stuck on their own end, and this is typical. I mean, more of a defensive approach. It's going to come down to what I think, in my opinion, Cash can do to set up his teammates, specifically Ixo.
Relating Wave, pot shot. He did have a winger, but again, the pass option was covered as well.
Seiko's there.
I'll take the shot. Extra goes for the bump. Monkey Moon in the air on the rebound. It's too high, and maybe you let that one go and let Cash take it, but he does get that ball. Ixo now drives Extra out. Actually, Extra just weaved his way around. Got the dunk. Monkey Moon wanted to go, but he ended up tapping the butt of Extra. Seiko pops it over 1. Relating Wave will get the touch, and here comes that Quadrant defense that they need. And Cash happy that he doesn't have to make a save.
no.
Relating Wave's gonna have to make one. Cash got a full tank, or almost a full tank. Ooh, he tried to rip that ball. You saw him jump onto the side wall, but he just missed the ball.
Getting spicy with it, and that's what we have been anticipating from Cash, to change things up, be that guy who can mix the play style and implement a lot more demos, maybe some creative dribbles. Right here, he goes for the early touch. Monkey Moon had him read from a mile away, and BDS continue their mount on offense. They get a bump, some physical play that we haven't seen all series long. And, Jorby, as I'm talking to...
Okay, it's like, there wasn't much of it from Quadrant in games.
No, not at all.
So maybe that really is the blueprint for Quadrant specifically.
Throw it back in the blender.
Dead ball in the corner. Ixo tracking it. And he does fish the ball back over. BDS gets set up here. A lot of small touches, short touches for Quadrant. Cash
Okay, Ixo.
made it awkward. And Ixo launches it. Monkey Moon there's third man. Cash, nice dump to Relating Wave. Hard pressure. Monkey Moon's there.
Monkey Moon, this man has been a defensive guru. I've seen him win almost every single challenge, be in the right spot he needs to be on the backboard. He's dodging demos now from Relating Wave, you mentioned it, but Cash takes him out. That's two players looking for a demo, and Extra has the mind state and the frame of mind to go for a slower dribble and let his teammates spawn in.
Well, that's just going to be a free clear for Monkey Moon. Relating Wave stops it in midfield. It's a BDS push. They get a big clear. Monkey Moon hunting closely. Got the first. That's about it. Seiko didn't see any opening for him, and he had to stay back. Cash, did he get it? Drops it down. Ixo, only 33. Keeps it close, but Monkey Moon, an easy clear again. Seiko on the catch. Underneath, actually gets over the whole defense. And how can you expect Extra to anticipate him getting over all three defenders? Ixo getting another save. That was a good pre-flip catch there from Relating Wave, but he lost the ball. He didn't have enough boost. Monkey Moon's there, barely taken away. Coming straight down. Relating Wave gets a good touch, but still they have to play defense. That one off the ceiling, and Quadrant get out, Turtle.
Oh, Relating Wave went for a bump too. 40 seconds remaining. We're all tied up. BDS, they've had all the opportunities, Jorby. The only thing I've seen from Quadrant that has led to something potentially has been these counterattacks. They'll take it out of their own end and might be lucky enough to get one shot on net. Cash tried to do it himself. This is it. Everything coming down to the final 20 seconds. Maybe we get an OT.
Extra. 2 touches. Cash only 8 boost. That means a Monkey Moon pass. That means a Seiko shot and an easy save for Relating Wave right into him. Extra. Catch on the corner. Dunk on 1. Relating Wave and Cash. All 3 of Quadrant. On the defense. Cash. Got a perfect catch. He's got no boost left. No bump. Oh, Ixo, tough spot. One to beat. And Extra couldn't get the catch.
Oh, what a terrifying way to end and then go into OT. You saw Extra. He had a good look. And then he gets a good kickoff too. Relating Wave almost owned goal. That could have been a disastrous way to end it up. But Relating Wave, it wasn't strong enough to have the own goal come through.
Champions Field overtime? How about an own goal?
Yeah, off the kickoff. I'd actually be upset. I'm not gonna lie.
That'd be the most hype way to end it, for sure. Ixo, nothing in the tank. Relating Wave picking up that right midfield boost. He's going to play deep to catch his first man. Oh, he just ripped it. Ixo almost gets caught out. He's still got to protect it. And he gets the catch. Monkey Moon drills it. A couple of close ones for Quadrant Turtle. Getting caught out. Relating Wave, not a lot of boost here. No corner boost spawn for him either. He's given a chance at a clear, but it's just back to BDS. Can they punish them here?
Boost too.
Up high for Extra. And it's taken away. Monkey Moon uses a lot of boost to get back to this touch. Cash gets a big clear. Forces Seiko the whole way back.
Every single touch from Quadrant feels like it has to be perfect. They have barely any boost to recover, to get back, and to have any safety net. That's a big shot from the corner. Ixo almost ended things there. Relating Wave, it's back in the midfield. Quadrant, the aggression coming through, mixing things up, and they're doing it at the perfect time.
3 times Ixo's been third man. 3 times he's protected it to the back wall, but BDS aren't done. Trying to push it out. Here's a shot from Monkey Moon. Ixo missed it off the post. Monkey Moon, the rebound hits into his car. Extra, it probably works out better for him, but a big clear for Quadrant. Here come Relating Wave. Pushed out the midfield. A free ball for Ixo. Cash gonna use that time to go get his corner boost, but it's a hard pitch for Relating Wave. He gets one, defended on the backboard. BDS surviving. Seiko got the reset. Cash pulls back, and Ixo makes another grab. Ixo says, can someone else please get some of these touches?
Oh my goodness.
How sweaty does he gotta be sitting on the goal line, Turtle?
I mean, Cash is all the way in his own net. The third man from Quadrant is so passive, and you're giving all that space to Seiko. It almost worked out. Relating Wave, a good cut. He had the boost to get the follow-up. Cash, again, that third man, the deep rotation. It might work out. It might create space, or maybe you're just giving it up to BDS. Only time will tell, Dorby.
Monkey Moon keeping it up high for Seiko. All the Quadrant waiting for the ball.
You can't let him do this.
Almost got punished.
You can't let him do it.
Monkey Moon denied. And I don't know if you just watched BDS just 3-ball simulator in front of your net. You gotta do something with that, Ixo. You know, Quadrant, I think they get out on one. BDS pushing it over to the corner. Almost 3 minutes of overtime. Extra. And in the area, Seiko pushed out by Relating Wave. Ixo again. How good has he been on defense in this overtime?
Oh man, he hit every single touch from Ixo, Cash, Relating Wave, perfect. The only flaw I see right now is that hesitation in the back, specifically from Cash. That could be their demise. But here he is getting aggressive. This is your time to end it. He almost had the double tap. He was too high above it. Not the proper touch. And we go on in this OT.
Ooh, he missed! And that save has to be Ixo again! That's 4 saves for Ixo. Relating Wave has 4 as well. When did you get those? Cash coming across, slips it by Monkey Moon. Extras missed the ball, but he gets the return. On the backboard, BDS survive. Relating Wave punches Extra to space. Ixo,
So has
perfect
boost
pop.
too.
Seiko forced to run.
Oh my
The dunk over to the corner, and Relating Wave is there. Shot weak. Seiko misses the ball. Trying
Cash
to
is
back
there.
around. Cash has to wait for it though. Monkey Moon was there, and he's got the challenge.
It's back into Ixo, who looked to get a big clear. Seiko pre-jumped him. And another one comes out for Relating Wave. Solo plays attempted for Quadrant. They need a good read, it's a good 50-50. And Cash is able to end it in the OT.
Send it to the bank! Cash in the net! Quadrant! Take down BDS!
Oh my goodness.
That's a big-time win and a big-time top 4 placement for Quadrant.
Cash money indeed. I called him out. I wanted him to get more aggressive. He had to be more decisive. And in that moment, he jumped instantaneously, Jorby. He knew where he had to be. He knew what shot he had to hit. And look at the smiles across the faces of this team who just took
Get your
down
tweet out. Get your
the
tweet
world
out right
champ.
now.
Get those tweets out. Send them.
Tweet out. We beat BDS! Semifinals!
Oh my goodness.
Wow. All the hugs around and BDS. First regional. After clinching a world championship title, they get a measly top 8 finish in Europe. But I just think that speaks to the strength of how Quadrant played in this series. I don't think BDS played an awful game. I definitely think
No, not at all.
Quadrant played up to their opponent and absolutely delivered a quality victory.
I mean, okay, just Relating Wave is
Look at it pop off.
an
Look at my boy
absolute
pop
beast.
off.
That last replay that we saw with Relating Wave, the ball was floating up. This man jumps high. It looks from the defense's perspective that he's just going to clobber this ball on the backboard. He hits the brakes, flips around, stops all his momentum, and then gets the perfect 50-50 down to Cash, who is, of course, in the spot he needs to be. That was huge from Relating Wave, who's the glue for this team. I can't wait to see what they do moving forward.
We thought this one was decided before it even started. The next one, a lot of people also thinking it might go one way. But this is Europe, baby. K-Corp versus Tundra up next. Don't go anywhere.
Became a king from a common man, and I turned my worst critics to my staunchest fans. They say the grace always aim high. That's why ain't no one can see us when it's game time.
Welcome back to the European Fall Open. Day 2 continues on as we march towards a winner. Before the break, the reigning world champs in BDS took to the field to make sure their opponents didn't have a chance to forget who they were. Well, they forgot who they were as Quadrant shuts them down in an intense Game 7 overtime. Joining me, Corelli, Jorby, Turtle, to talk about that match. You guys are on the field watching this too. Jorby, what happened? That was so intense.
Oh man, Quadrant, they really leveled up as that series went on, and I was mad impressed with everybody. Relating Wave leveled up, but Ixo, man, Ixo was so good in this series, especially in that last game on defense, Turtle.
Oh yeah, I mean, Ixo was not only scoring so many of the goals, but also getting every single save imaginable. And then you've got somebody like Relating Wave who's getting physical, going for bumps, then finds the shots at the end of the game, and Cash the entire time was cutting rotations, getting aggressive, and getting those bumps rotating back. It was a full team effort. Everybody showed up, and it ended up being a battle of defenses, but they were explosive when they did get on offense.
Yeah, the matchup I had mentioned before, it's tough to out BDS, and I think Quadrant did that here. You saw Ixo, you mentioned him a couple times, but you got to make big-time plays against big-time teams. And I think everyone here from Quadrant leveled up against a big-time team in the reigning world champions.
Well, you know, we got to talk to the team. Relating Wave is now joining us on the line. Congratulations on the victory. This has to be still sinking in at this point. Reigning world champs, you guys just took down.
Yeah, I mean, I just beat Seiko. Like, that's all I have to do. It feels really good to do it still, even though we left. I love him to bits, but it's normal stuff at the end of the day.
Fair enough. Of course, always fun to beat your former teammate. Talk to me a little bit. I know the guys are probably going to talk to you about the gameplay. Talk to me about joining Quadrant. I mean, this is a pretty cool org joining the scene here. You guys came in and announced it just before you went into the Swiss stage here. What's it like? I see you guys playing at a facility. What's it like been on Quadrant so far?
I've loved Quadrant so far. The support that we've been offered. Shout out to Cam, our manager, who's done so much work for us. Shout out to Lando as well for taking a gamble. They've been the best I've had so far. I've loved it.
That's really awesome to hear, Wave. I do want to talk to you a little bit about the game. Coming into the playoffs, you guys were pretty low in terms of like demos per game. Physical play doesn't really seem to be, at least in the tournament so far, something you guys have done a lot of. But then about halfway through that series against BDS, Cash just started deleting everybody. Was that something you guys talked about, or did that just kind of develop into itself as the game went on?
Yeah, so we spoke about it a little bit. Our game plan was always just to generally quite aggressive against BDS. Our analyst, Battery Hotness, basically helped us out and decided what we should do before the series was played, and we decided to execute it in the second half, which really paid off for us.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it certainly worked out. You were demoing them left and right, and then timeouts today have been so important. Obviously, they've continued to be important, and historically they have been. What changed after you guys took a timeout? You were winning 3-2. BDS tied it up 3-3. You took a timeout. What was mentioned in that timeout? Was it just a breather, or did you try to implement something different?
We just kept the same game plan, really. That timeout was mostly used as a momentum killer. Obviously, the game before, BDS had taken their timeout, and then they beat us. So we said, we might as well use it now. We can't let them go on with this. So we just took a 2-minute breather, really.
Now, looking at the rest of the region, you got past BDS. Do you feel like it's smooth sailing through the rest of this bracket now, or is it still going to be rough to get through to raise that trophy?
No, it's never easy. Obviously, Oxygen next. Got to play Archie again. That'll be fun. But no, it's not easy. BDS are like top of it, but at the end it's the quarterfinals, so you still have to keep going on.
Absolutely. Hey, well, we'll see if your journey continues tomorrow as you guys made it into the semifinals. Congratulations, taking down Team BDS, and good luck going forward.
Thank you.
Let's take a quick glance at the bracket here. See where it puts them. That's right, into the semifinals. Corelli, they're going to be up against Oxygen Esports. And again, that other side of the bracket, there's, as you mentioned, there's still some really tough teams left.
Yeah, you got the El Splashico there at the top with Moist and Liquid, but the upcoming match, KC and Tundra Esports as well, I'm sure will provide some great gameplay. We kind of get our, I guess, second look at KC here with the new roster, with the new pickup. Very exciting to see how far they can go in this bracket.
Yeah, let's talk about this right now. Then K-Corp, Tundra, about to hit the field here. K-Corp coming in with a big swing from day number one. Turtle, they're looking like another favorite in this bracket to push on through. I'd personally say probably next to BDS, or well, I guess Quadrant now. But yeah,
absolutely.
Got to be watching out for them.
Yeah, looking strong. I mean, tying up Tundra's record, 3-1 through the Swiss stage. Game 5 win over Solary, swept Liquid, swept G1. These guys, of course, now with Vatira, look to be, I don't want to say unstoppable, but certainly a force to be reckoned with. And I think all the Rocket League fans today have been eating well. I mean, we've gotten a little bit of everything, a little bit of demos, a little bit of mechanics, some slower approach. So I don't know what else there is. I'm pretty stuffed, but I'm still also hungry for more Rocket League. So this is going to be great to watch.
I think, yeah.
No, go ahead.
No, Jorby, I want you to talk. I haven't heard your voice much yet.
No, I was just gonna say that I feel like for the last match, you know, Quadrant, I feel like you could have had an argument or two that you would make the same for Tundra, which was like their Swiss run. You look at it and you go, okay, it really isn't that impressive when you compare it against the team that they're playing against. Then you just watch what Quadrant did against BDS. And now I just got my eyes open and wondering about Tundra, a team that it took, 5 games to beat Algiri, although, Algiri did that to almost everybody, but also struggled a little bit against Guild as well, losing to G1 in 5. So I'm curious how Tundra do against K-Corp.
I'm curious what chat thinks about this matchup. You're already getting the hashtags in there. Let's start counting them. Hashtag KC or hashtag TUN to vote for your favorite team, the team you think is going to push on through. Single elimination. You don't get a second life, so only one team gets to carry on in this tournament. Analysts, I'm very curious if we end up all on the same side again, and if we all end up cursing the team. I suppose we just did that to BDS just before that. I'm going to throw mine up at K-Corp. I really feel like this is probably, in my opinion, a top 3 team in this bracket. So I'm just going to get out of the way. Corelli, which side are you landing on?
I think the difference between this matchup and the previous one is that you're going to have a difference in play style. You're going to see a lot more aggression come out from KC, and I think Tundra is going to be a lot more defensive. So in that case, I'm looking at KC here to take this one pretty convincingly.
Look, there's only one team I would pick over Vatira in predictions, and they're not playing in this match. I got K-Corp. I think they're one of the best teams in Europe, and that has the makings of maybe being one of the best teams in the world. I want to see what this team's got.
Do it.
Why you got to do this to me? I don't want to have to do it.
BDS, you don't have to.
They were given space, and I think K-Corp are going to be given space too, but this time it's going to be dirty. I think K-Corp are going to come out here, and prove that they are one of the best teams here in Europe and are ready to play.
Well, let's see with chat. Are we going to go with the full curse here? We did it last time. Yeah, okay.
Pain.
Oh, Pain. Tundra's moving on. Woo! Tundra's moving on. Let's go over to the Skybox with Shogun and Johnny as our next match hits the field. Carmine Corp hit the field with Tundra as they push to prove their position in the European region as one at the top. Let's find out if their momentum carries over from day one or if Tundra surprises.
Well, congratulations to Tundra. It looks like they are moving on this one. We're not doing the best right now when it comes to overall predictions. Maybe that's about to change. I predict, however, that overall Rocket League in Europe will continue to be absolutely incredible, Johnny.
Well, NA, they laid down the marker last weekend and showed depth we've never seen before. I think Europe just trying to remind everybody that it's been like this and always will be like this. And you can never predict who's going to win in this region. But this is one of the matchups that we were all pretty unanimous on, and the desk right now, again, unanimous on as well. Carmine Corp, massive favorites here. After looking so dangerous, their offense has been unbelievable so far this event. Tundra going to try their best to stop all that, and I think counterattacks are going to play a big, big part of this. The 50-50 game needs to be on point as well. You should not count them out after what we've just seen Quadrant do.
Certainly not, as Europe has given us, I believe, 6 out of the 7 series that we've had over the past 2 days have gone to Game 7. Are we going to make it 7 of 8? Well, it's time to find out, and it does look like the overall emphasis will be on Tundra to try and get us over there. Here is Rookie of the Season candidate, according to Cole. Razier is onto the ball. I'm not going to let him forget about that one.
I know we do. Well, we did have to make fun of Cole a little bit there for calling Razier's Rookie of the Season and a season after his rookie season. But, if we're looking at just newer players who have not yet made a deep run in a tournament, yeah, I think Razier's is going to be in that conversation by the end of the season. He's fantastic as an individual. I think he's got a great mentality, but all that's not going to count for much if you just get dusted to the punch. Vatira with an open net. But well played, Itachi. Past Castillo, quickly recovers, past the last man as well. Leaves it wide open for his teammate.
That first touch by Itachi was immaculate. Just the next player up couldn't believe that he still had that level of control over it, because you'd expect one player's dived in. Okay, we're going to at least disrupt them a little bit. Didn't seem to be the case, and Exotic disrupting the defenders even more. That was class.
Yeah, he's cheated down the line there after grabbing the boost, and he's in the perfect position for it. It's a fantastic kickoff there from KC to force the ball out to the side. So want to see if they keep on going for that one, now that they're 2 goals ahead.
Only been a minute and a half. AC do not want to add to the entertainment value that we've had maybe so far. They want this one to be done, dusted, move on to the semi-finals as Itachi. So wait quite a while there actually to be challenged. Tundra seem a little bit scared now after what Itachi did to them earlier on. Don't want to send the house anymore because they might get dusted for a second time. Ziz with Castillo. Yeah, Castillo knows that that's just not happening. Vatira loitering downfield. AC do not look even the slightest bit afraid of Tundra. Okay, we'll be able to Tundra just to add some fear to them, but right now it's not happening. There's always a KC player in their side of the field. Defense, offense, wherever. They're going to make sure that they've at least got the option around.
That's maybe a bit of a mistake there from Matira. He takes the back corner boost. That leaves Itachi behind him on 0, but he's done well with it. He's taken the boost, but he makes a good play with it, and that means that actually he had time to go and grab 100 of his own. You've always got to do that. If you're getting it's like taking responsibility. You take the back corner 100, you best be making a play on that ball, or at least forcing an easy touch into a position your teammate can deal with. That's exactly what Vatira's done there.
Oh, Vatira looks to be outplayed. Couldn't quite find the second touch. And quite the statement so far, though, by KC. As that's going to dip very close towards going in. Just palmed away for temporarily. What a pinch. It's not going to really disrupt Vatira too much, but still. Good to see it. And now Vatira, he responds. Try and save that one. Rizex back just in time. But looking at his stat line right now, no shots. It's only saves. And it looks very similar like that for every player on Tundra.
Yeah, the Tundra have got 1 shot to their name, but it wasn't really a shot. It was just the ball rolling towards the goal that a KC goalkeeper collected. So it's more of a giveaway of possession than a shot, realistically. So, they're not creating chances here. They're not creating realistic chances. They need to up the aggression. They need, I think, to have a bit more confidence just moving forward. This is exactly what they have to do. If the ball is going to get centered in this last minute, there best be somebody there for it, because to score 2 against Carbon Corp, are out pressuring them and I think outpacing them as well. You have to take some risks.
Good challenge by Vatira. Opportunity here to try and add the third, especially as Razier's touch is going to require a bit of help. The smoke screen off the post. Corp just settling down now for this final minute. They've done the hard work. Been relatively untested as well. And not for the first time, Johnny, we've seen a team have to prioritize defense, but this is maybe one of those times where the offensive team has found the most success. We've seen teams like Soda, heck, even for the very first match that we had today, one team heavily in the defensive corner, at least able to make something of it. Tundra, that's not quite happened here in game 1.
Yeah, they at times have defended pretty well. I think they, done okay to keep this dangerous Karmine Corp roster to only 2 goals in this game, but they've had absolutely nothing in the way of counter punches. They've had no counter-attacking threats. Until now, I think that was their best chance, actually. I was going to say no passing plays, but that was a good try at the end there to get the ball into the middle. And the other issue is we haven't seen any of that solo play potential that this team does have at times. I think Razier's in particular. very good individual carrier of the ball, but we need to see more of that. We need to see them just hold on to possession, treat it like I think the most valuable possession that they've got, because they're not going to get to see it very often against the Karmine Corp roster who are playing like this.
Yeah, they're very good at controlling the ball, but unfortunately they're being played at a pace that's maybe a gear above what they're used to, because it just seems like they have to react to everything at the moment. It's not, how can I play this one well? It's just, how can I play it at all? How can I get there in a way that Karmine Corp aren't going to be able to get another couple of free touches? So it's now a question for them, and it's a question that they're going to need to try and find the answer to pretty quickly. If not, this could get a little bit one-sided, as Karmine Corp played brilliantly.
It is going to work better from a tie game scenario. They went one down pretty early on in that game, and then another goal followed as well. So if they're going to play this defensively, if they're going to be sitting with 2 players on the halfway line as their third tries to center the ball, yeah, you want to at least be in a tie game. We saw a little bit of a flurry at the end there by Tundra, but really not much to write home about. So will they up the aggression, or will they just try and make sure that they don't lose a goal early on here with allowing an Itachi 1v2 play?
I want to ask you as well about Vatira on this roster, and just sort of, do you find that he is one of the players with the most pressure on him going into this split? He moved away from Moist, a team that had brilliant results, but said that his heart was always in joining the massive org that is Karmine Corp, especially huge over in France. Now that he's got this with him, is he one of the players that needs to step up the most this split, or has he got the leeway of a season?
Well, anything other than winning will not be good enough for any of Vatira's critics, but luckily for him, it won't be good enough for him either, anything except a win. So I think he's going to have a ton of pressure on him, but that's sort of what he wants. He's always put a lot of pressure on himself with the way that he calls out his opponents and says that his team's the best in the world, whatever team that he's on. He likes that pressure. He definitely enjoys putting himself under as much of that as he can. So I could see him thriving. He's got a lot to do, but definitely a capable player. And at the moment, it looked like they are on a fast track to a deep run in this tournament. Just yet to see really any threats from Tundra will cause Karmine Corp any issues. And if Karmine Corp can stay consistent themselves, it is up to Tundra to make those threats a reality instead of just a theory.
Also, this has been a better start though from Tundra. They look like they're controlling the ball much more efficiently, although they are now in a bit of a rough spot. Riziz aerialing straight upwards means you can't get good contact. Castillo has to help out. Riziz powers the ball, but here's where the follow-up's needed. A bit of a loose touch from Exotic actually re-invites Tundra into their side of the field. Apache to Vatira. Vatira's gonna try and take it the whole way. Again, the first touch not quite happening, although that's a whoopsie. And Itachi will score 1-0.
Yeah, just not what Tundra needs. Cassio's jumped off in the complete wrong direction there. He had to get up quickly, but it's the fact that he knows he's got to go quickly for that ball that's forced him to miss. It's just the pressure that Karmine Corp have put on Tundra this entire series so far. They're playing so quickly that Tundra know anything other than as fast as humanly possible, at least in terms of what they're capable of, is not going to be fast enough. And when you've got teams and players like Castillo pushing themselves to the limits of their mechanical capabilities, you're going to start to see more mistakes like that. Just flying off in the wrong direction, didn't get himself correctly oriented before taking off, and then it was too late.
Oh, what a block, and Vatira. I have no idea how he anticipated that, but he still gets there to keep the ball out of his goal. Currently, Karmine Corp far away from it still, but working on their perfect sweep. 3 goals overall to them, and that's it. Not just yet, but surely there's a follow.
Whoa!
Almost kept out again, but the perfect sweep disappears. Tundra looking to make a series of it.
It's not the best clear by Itachi, but Vatira almost gets the double save. He managed to knock that into the post. The follow through is what put the ball across the goal line. Crazy defensive stand by Vatira though. Needed just a bit more help from Itachi there. Itachi's clear really just went absolutely nowhere, but still give Vatira the chance to show off his goalkeeping skills before Tundra got their first goal.
Oh, and this is a good position for them, but the pass was very far away from what was needed. Casio ended up having to scramble just to keep the ball under possession rather than just taking a shot. It's in those positions that you're not going to get to see too often if you're Tundra. You need to make them count as and when you can, although I do like the arrow from Casio. Zotic up to the midfield. Tira can't take control. Casio's still trying to rumble his way back. Nice second touch from Raziz, but no midfield pressure happening at the moment for Tundra. Happy just to invite the pressure on for now. We finally get rid of it. Vatira, half volley, hits the ceiling. That's good news for Tundra. Every time you hit that ceiling, it takes so much of the pace off the ball. It's guaranteed to be able to at least take control over in the midfield. Castillo back up, Itachi, what a challenge. And Tundra have to restart from the beginning.
Trying to play a bit of a quicker turnaround there, Tundra, instead of dribbling the ball all the way back into their half. So, clearly showing that they are at least willing to try and be a bit more aggressive with their decision-making. Put the pressure on Karmine Corp earlier, rather than just waiting for them to make a mistake. The waiting for a mistake strategy doesn't look entirely out of the question here. As the one goal that did occur this series for Tundra, it did come off a Karmine Corp mistake. So at a 1-1 scoreline, I don't hate what they're doing here. They can't rely fully on this very defensive stance to get a series win as a whole.
I don't like it with 5 minutes left. When you get to this point where next goal is huge, go for it. You don't know how the next goal is going to happen. As Exotic will take over in his own side of the field. Does have a Tira midfield, but also a charging Raziz might give his team one final opportunity. Bobs it into the corner. Itachi tasked with getting rid of it, and everyone happy just to go for overtime.
It's just better midfield performance from Tundra in this game. Are they going to be susceptible to an early goal here? Exotic 50s it past Rizix, who just did the right thing there, stayed calm. He was completely left alone after the kickoff went against him. He got a touch on the ball, denying the fake, and now it's into the middle. Razier scores it, and that is all it took for the win. Itachi plays for the boost, did not play the ball, invited Vatira into the corner with him, and there was just nobody able to cover the middle. 1-1.
Wow. Tundra, fair play. They made the adaptations there. They were so much more aggressive. I believe you mentioned as well there, Johnny, how it just
Someone was
seemed like
in the middle.
Yeah.
They did it. Someone was in the middle when the pass came across. They're like clearly more aggressive, like you say.
Two players on the other side of the field tends to help out at least a little bit. But one thing I do really want to harp on here as well is just giving Castillo his due. He's still here. Like every single time people start to write him off, he finds another team and he's right back into an RLCS top 8. Just want to get that out there. Congratulations, man. Keep it going.
Yeah. Continually underrated, Castillo. I mean, career-wise, very underrated career. He's still going, and not just clinging on to relevancy. He's really shooting for a top 4 here, which, yesterday I pointed out that it's Tundra who have got the question mark next to their current top 8 status. They're in the top 8, so you can just argue based on results alone that they're a top 8 team in Europe. But when you look at who they beat to get in here, that's where the question mark comes up. And you see that they didn't beat any other top 8 teams in Swiss. Can they do it here against Karmine Corp though, and just completely remove that question mark next to their top 8 status? Maybe even get into the top 4.
And we need to harp on it as well about how big the previous result is now for everybody else's hopes of getting top 5, because despite BDS being out, everyone's going to still have them making the major. Oh, wait a minute! Castillo! This is a man that belongs!
Well, I thought Archie said that none of his former teammates were mechanical. What is that shot by Castillo? Completely surprising. Exotic, who is waiting for the ball to come down to him. Castillo beat him to it and slots in an extremely tight angle rebound. This is becoming a very interesting tournament. We've got Archie versus one of his former teammates tomorrow in Relating Wave, and potentially Castillo waiting for him further on in the tournament if they can keep this up.
I joked about it before we went on air, but I'm now starting to believe in it. I might go 0-4 today on predictions if this keeps
Are you
up.
0-2 right now?
I'm 0-2.
I'm 1 for 2, but this is not going my way. I mean, everybody predicted Karmine Corp to win this one. So, what a massive step-up performance this is from Tundra. Really, I think this is their proving grounds. This is where they can really show that they're not just peaking to get into top 8, but really in the conversation for a major spot.
But we were talking about how there's a top 6, and maybe one of those teams isn't going to make it.
Ooh.
Exotic does get one back, but then you've got teams like Quadrant, maybe even Tundra here. If they both take wins, suddenly those top 5 spots are so heavily contested.
Yeah, we thought coming into today, we've got 6 teams fighting for those 5 spots, but Quadrant have already beaten BDS, so now we've got to put them into the mix as well. That's 7. Tundra can beat Karmine Corp, that's 8. Just how many more teams are going to rise up to the occasion and start to put themselves in a good position before Regional 3 comes around, the final regional of the split. It's a chance for Vatira. He doesn't get a good contact on it. It's all about the placement on the previous goal for Karmine Corp, both with the pass and the finish. Vatira's placement was off on that one.
Oh my
Dashes
goodness.
it though. Last second reset. He waited for the defender to jump, and he flips it over the top of him. Fantastic mechanical play.
I'm out here over in Dreamland, considering an 8-team race to get those top 5 spots. Itachi, happy to crush those dreams. 2-1. KC looking to put themselves back on the front foot after a rough game 2. A game 2 where they were still the stronger team, despite the loss. They definitely had more possession, but you're up against a team that are now starting to find their form and find a little bit of courage as well, Johnny, to leave players in more offensive positions rather than think they need to get everybody behind the ball.
Yeah, no, like we said yesterday, like we've said already today, Karmine Corp look far from invincible defensively. They've had some, crazy saves and save attempts from Vatira in the series, but definitely not. They're far from fully organized when it comes to their defensive structure. I think that the more defensively sound team, at least when it comes to sitting on the back foot, oh my goodness, that's just gone straight through the middle and no contact. But yeah, Tundra have definitely got a good game plan. They're spreading out quite well. They're getting a lot further touches the ball, but they are still getting beaten to it.
Always beat.
Positioning only does so much. You've got to be quick off the mark. That is exactly what's happening right now. Great bump attempt there by Raziers, forcing Karmine Corp goalkeeper to lunge in and out of his own net. The shot was not accurate enough. It's off the bar now.
That was the one. Maybe Raziers can give them another chance at this. But the 2v1, can they get something better than that? Rizex. Only as far as Vatira. 2 minutes left on the clock here. In this swing game, Casio. Right back down. Itachi looks to try and find some way out of this blue side of the field. Casio back in again. All of these challenges going very well for KC. They're pushing them over into the corner, making it difficult for Tundra to follow up. And that's a good opportunity for them. Shot forces a save. And now they're just going to keep pinging it and wait for the chance. There might come a moment where KC are out of boost, or maybe you can just demo the goalkeeper. Looks to hold on to it, and Exotic almost got hit again. Have the pressure on the goalkeeper. Do not have the shot.
It's like you said, their aggression off the ball's been perfect so far at the tail end of game 3. The shooting accuracy is letting them down, not by much, but these small margins, the difference between trailing 2-1 and tying the game, maybe even taking the lead. Tundra starting to up the aggression at the end of the game. It's what they have to do in these positions. But Karmine Corp just clinging on that 4th and sometimes 5th defender that the post of the crossbar can be. Really doing a lot of work for them in this game.
Castillo demo before moving in. Not going to get anything for it. Oh, and that is just going to... Oh, hit the crossbar. Well, at least it goes either side. As Rizex with Raziers loitering in the goal line. Last place that Tundra want to be, but what a play this has been from Rizex. He's given his team so much breathing room, and now they can have another crack at this. 30 seconds. They need a goal. They've been the team that have had the opportunities in this game. It's been a complete juxtaposition of what we've had previously. Raziers, pass, Castillo shoots! No power on it! Exotic keeps it away. Rizex tried to find an awkward angle for himself. He was trying to rotate out and decided he had to rotate back in. And now they've been beat to the ball. KC survive 3-1.
Well, it's not been for a lack of chances. This game has gone away from Tundra Esports, but it's in such a different way when we compare it to game 1. Game 1, they really created nothing until the very closing seconds of the game, but they're already down by 2, and the game's pretty much over. This game, they've created plenty of chances. They've really started to use off-the-ball play to force KC defenders into awkward positions. And credit to KC, they've been called upon to make some tough saves, and they have made some tough saves in this match. They've, they've been in uncomfortable positions at times, but they've gotten out of these positions using their superior mechanical ability that's still, I think, pretty clear in this matchup. Tundra have got to do better with their striking. It's as simple as that here. Crossbar, post, too close to the goalkeeper. We got a bit of everything in this game when it comes how not to hit. How you're supposed to not hit the ball. And that's off the back of a fantastic mechanical play from Cassio. That's how we kick things off. And then Itachi later on in the game got one of his own. So it's a very interesting series here. Still unclear just how it's going to finish, but Karmine Corp are in front as we expected.
It's one of those games where I really love what I saw from Tundra, but I question whether or not we're going to be able to see it again. This might be one of those games where you look back and just go, you needed to take this. That was the game that you had to take. You were the better, you're in a stronger position.
They should have won. I mean, they lost 3-1 in this game. Obviously, they're really pressing up aggressively, down 2-1 with a few seconds left, lost another goal that, wouldn't matter if they were already in a tie game or even in front. I think it was just down to their shooting. They've figured out a way to create those chances. Now they're just got to take them. So if they can up their clinical finishing, I think we've got a series in our hands. Otherwise, Karmine Corp, I still think, are the better mechanical team and the scarier team offensively. We got a glimmer of that from Itachi in this game. He's maybe been called out, and Itachi and Exotic have been called out when Vatira joined the roster. A lot of people are naturally comparing them to Moist and Vatira's old team, thinking, well, where's the Joyo? Where's the Rise? Where are the aggressive players that made Vatira such a great defender? Well, maybe Itachi can be that guy now, because now he's getting to play a little bit more carefree and get into offense a bit. Because this guy's mechanical. He's got solo play potential. And I want to see much more of that from him as well.
We've also seen from previous roster moves how, despite there being players out there that do get lauded for how good they are defensively, not many players want to be that. I remember Mist making a move away from, I believe, the Peeps roster, where it was just, it was great. Everyone thought I was great defensively. I don't want to be that player. I want to be able to get more involved and have my own opportunities and thrive in that sort of way. That'll be certainly questions for Vatira to answer. Right now, he's looking to try and answer all of the questions with his own gameplay, and I'm not too sure what's happening over here. Exotic lost possession of the ball. He doesn't have any boost. Itachi goes up early. And we're back to what we've seen in previous games. Tundra up against it defensively, but they have got out.
Yeah, Vatira did have boost in the midfield there, but both of his teammates were overextended with 0, so he didn't really want to get involved in the attack that close to the goal. So any 50-50 would have been risky to take in that position. So, no rush here from Karmine Corp. They're playing patiently. They knew that they had their opponent's boost starved there, but their own boost wasn't in a great situation either. So glad to see that they're not just bashing their head into the brick wall here. They are taking their time, trying to avoid those unforced errors which plagued them in the Swiss stage.
Vatira, second touch. That's so awkward. Itachi off the backboard. This will be an unchallenged shot.
Oh, what a
save. Razir's under pressure on the goal line. Knew he couldn't go left or right, so he went backwards.
It's just fantastic from Razir's. Here comes another one. It's wide this time from Itachi, but it's now Karmine Corp starting to be piling on the pressure, just as Tundra did at the end of game number 3. Both these teams have definitely got the goalkeeping figured out. We've seen plenty superb stops. That one might have just, I think, been the best. It's just the fact that Vatira didn't get the double save earlier leaves it open for Razir's to now claim maybe best save in the series with that one. Oh, it's a 50. It's on net. Razir's did not have the pace for the boost to get there. You cannot be taking risky 50s like this when your teammates behind you need time. Rizix was on the outside of the ball there. He's not goal side. He's forcing it middle. And that's what happens when you force it middle and you get dunked on.
Yeah, it just looked like he didn't catch the ball the way he wanted to when he fell down. It looked like he just wanted to be the player in the middle. Bad landing. Him in the worst spot of the two, and Vatira does pick up the goal. So maybe we get a chance to see offensive Tundra yet again. They're a goal down, half the game left to play. And in need of a goal, otherwise they are going to be up against triple match point. Vatira, that's such an early jump. Rizix is equal to it. Itachi now off the backboard. DC are a very patient team. as it seems whenever they've got the lead. Not too desperate to try and add that second goal. They are happy and they rely on their own defensive side of the ball should they need to use it. Rizek's waiting for his own chance over in the corner. Follow up very early by Vatira. That's a clean beat. Exotic again, KC. Looks like they're starting to find that gear above Tundra yet again. It was very obvious in games 1 and 2. It's less obvious in the last one, but now they are just getting easy wins.
Yeah, once again, Tundra with a 0-shot game. I mean, I'm calling the first game up until around about this time in the game, minute and 30 left, a 0-shot game because there were no relevant shots up to that point. This is literally a 0-shot game, almost 4 minutes gone already, and it's one of the issues that Tundra have in this matchup, it would seem, is that when Karmine Corp do put it together in the midfield, when they can avoid mistakes and when they can all, just when they can get a goal in front and then just continue to take low-risk plays and rely on their mechanics to do the talking, they are the better team. That's another great save. This time Rizix keeps it at 1. Just like Braziers, who made a great stop earlier, he was under pressure as well. Tundra needs so much more than this. They just can't get out of their own half. They can't fight for the midfield. They're stuck in defense. And Karmine Corp are they're too good. When they get rolling, I think they are just a level above Tundra. Like you mentioned last game, Tundra missed their chance when Karmine Corp were not playing this well in game number 3. Now it's getting away from them.
I would love next time we get into a position, or even if after the kickoff, we can keep camera on Itachi for a little while. I've been really fascinated by his positioning, the way he plays this, because the offense has turned it into a two-man threat between Vatira and Exotic, and they seem pretty committed to that. Well, we're not going to see any rotation in this one. That is very much game done. But Itachi had...
Oh dear.
Okay, here we go. Johnny Boy kickoff time.
No, sorry, that's all I need. That's all I wanted to say.
Do they get any sort of, leeway given that they're 2 goals down?
No, that was horrendous.
Okay.
Castillo half flipping the other way, that's just not good. If he's gonna half flip that way, he's got to be, speeding down the line, and the ball best be coming towards him. That makes absolutely no sense at all. That was a bot kickoff, a literal NPC kickoff. Come on, Tundra, you're better than this.
Tundra, I think you're great, okay? Just ignore Johnny, he's being mean.
They've had their moments. No, they've definitely had their moments here. I think they've got a shot in this matchup, but they missed too many chances in game number 3. Clear-cut chances, hitting the bar, hitting the post, hitting the goalkeeper. But yeah, this game, they were just, I don't think they had a chance because Karmine Corp were too good. That was the main issue, and if you're 2 goals down with not much time in the clock, you best be bringing a kickoff strategy that makes sense. It's the only set piece in the game. They've close cheated with a dead ball. Now, if you've got a close cheat and a dead ball kickoff, the last man just has to hang about somewhere near the goal. That's all you got to do. But he's half flipped the wrong way and landed down the line. It doesn't make any sense. If you want to see how to not do a kickoff, that's one of the ones to check out. We've got options these days. A lot of kickoffs going wrong in RLCS. So we'll definitely come back to that later.
Do you want a pre-show topic on this at some point? I would love to give you the time for it.
We just need a separate show entirely. We just a midweek
kickoff. Just literally, that's what it's called, the kickoff.
I mean, it's happened for so long now that, pro players are playing such unbelievable Rocket League these days. I just expect more for that than I see from some top teams and players, and I know that they're better than this. But one of the things that I just have no time for is players not half flipping both ways. If you can't half flip right and left, and what I mean by that is slightly right and slightly left on the landing, I could do that. I'm a caster. I'm like hard stuck Grand Champ 1 caster. I could do it. Come on, pro players they could learn that in 5 minutes in free play. It's something that every pro should just know how to do. But they could probably learn it in this timeout if they really wanted to. You could just hop in a free play during this timeout. I bet you they could just figure out how to half flip both ways in 1 minute. Never mind 5. So maybe that's what they're up to here. Tundra doesn't look like it though. They're having a bit of a chat there with their coach, seeing if they can figure out what to do differently. The demos definitely worked in game number 3. The physical play was really working for them in offense, but the problem right now is getting out of defense.
Yeah.
That's what they haven't figured out.
Yeah, especially I think KC adapted very slightly to the ways that Tundra are trying to escape their own side of the field, and it's been a little bit more laid back, a little bit more of holding the line towards the midfield rather than trying to keep pressing forward and find the next goal. And it's made Tundra have to outplay or find some way to either outplay or outpace. 2 things that don't seem to be happening, especially in the past few games. But KC, just keep this going. It's been a brilliant adaptation. The one game that they did lose, they will feel very frustrated by, because they did seem like they were maybe the stronger team throughout that game, but still, gotta take what you've got ahead of you, and instead they were unable to. What they do have ahead of them is 3 match points. Will they be able to add themselves to the top 4 and give themselves a major head start ahead of the, well, major over in Rotterdam? I would love to see them. There's a whole bunch of teams I would love to see, but European Europe, we can only send 5. And it's all about stepping up and getting those points when you have the chance.
And, one thing I'm definitely going to be looking out for in this game defensively from Tundra is, since they struggled so much to escape defense in game number 4, I want to see more goal side defensive 50-50s. They conceded a goal in the last game from, just 50-50 the ball on the wrong side. Oh, look at this though. That's what we pointed out earlier. Their physical play, it is working in offense. Again, they time it perfectly. Itachi did about as well as he could there with the save attempt, but just didn't have enough momentum to get there inside.
Weirdly, Itachi wishes he got hit harder into that one, so he could have kept the momentum going even further on. 1-0. Tundra get themselves back into it again. It's just been 1 game on, 1 game off from Tundra. I do like the ideas that they have. Casio again. Almost found the setup for Rizex. Vatira can't find anything extra from that one. Exotic does turn himself back around. They want to try and keep this in the midfield, although Tundra happy to see that. A bit of impatience there from KC, whilst it does slow down the ball going into their side of the field. And Tundra could just take control of the ball yet again. Tachi waits for it. Here's Exotic off the backboard, but so is everybody else.
Exotic was trying to find a way through there. He sees pre-jump covering the net, and there's another player coming towards him, so he had to do something. Unfortunately, the backboard is covered as well. That's a great job by Tundra to have all the options closed up there for Karmine Corp to work with, but here come the boost starvations now with Vatira slowing down the pace of the ball. Big dunk on the goal line, it's in! There was a solid defensive touch there, but Vatira was just too strong.
Over the top of one, get past the other. Vatira, far too much. And there we go. You want the individual outplay ability? Vatira has got you covered. 1-1, only 90 seconds into this game, and that was a kickoff available for both teams. Just nudged slightly away from the follow-up as Rizex moves back in. Tundra finding almost exclusive success. Bar the Casio outplay from earlier on, all of their offensive success has relied on a bump on the goalkeeper. They need to get themselves in a position where somebody can not only get the ball into the opposing side of the field, but maintain momentum, hook back around, and take out the third man. If that's not happened, neither has the offense.
Yeah, this is just, I think, going to be another example of Karmine Corp being a bit too good in this matchup. And if you're up against a team who are just a bit quicker to the ball, just a little bit more efficient with their movement, a little bit more effective with their ball striking, then you've got to win in other aspects of the game.
They've got him again!
Oh, that's a great save. The placement was on target that time. We've called out their placements of their shots earlier in the series. That one was on point. What a save again from Tachi this time.
It's ridiculous. You think bumping them is going to be enough, but apparently not. And it's just all part of the plan. Itachi back up yet again. Still 1-1. Tundra have at least got some level of the puzzle figured out. Pass. Rizex gets to that before Vatira, but just Vatira's presence made Rizex feel like he just had to power the ball into the corner. Tundra need to make sure that they've got a follow-up on these touches. They can't afford just to hand the ball away. It's at least awkward, but Vatira can still take back over. And Vatira always seems to be getting 1 for 2 at the moment. Giving his team that numbers advantage, giving them some boost. Actually, now trekking back.
This is the real clear issue that Tundra are having, is whenever they get a clean touch out, just a free clear in defense, after that touch has happened, it just goes straight to a Karmine Corp player, and then it's back into their half even harder than they've hit it. So, you know, maybe they've got to just try and slow the ball down a little bit here. They don't need to just clear it every time. They don't need to give it away any time, certainly. They could just try dribbling a bit more, like driving the ball into 50s. Definitely lacking passing options compared to Karmine Corp, who are much more willing to linger upfield for a brief moment and provide an option to pass to, as we're seeing from Exotic right here. He just darts down the line, full trust in his team. They really are just stuck with nothing to aim at upfield. It's, again, the ball just goes straight away to Karmine Corp.
Back to the corner, Rizek trying to find a way out, but that's not the ball control required the help of Castillo. Well, that could be workable, actually. Riz was hoping for the bump on Itachi. Shot would have been on target either way. 30 seconds. Tundra need that one spark of magic. And Itachi is in no rush to play this. Gonna force Tundra to go into the danger zone of that opposing side of the field.
Yeah, he's kind of showing exactly what I wanted Tundra to be doing. I mean, if there's no pressure, if you've got a free ball, then keep it. But, oh, look at this. All of a sudden, we've got end-to-end stuff and a very realistic chance to score for Tundra to steal away the game. Not, you know, in the sense that they don't deserve it. It's been an even matchup, but that one really did come out of nowhere. And for once, Karmine Corp did not have an answer.
Yeah, Casey were in full control for the opening half of this game, but second half has felt a lot closer. Casey still with the majority of possession, and once again in the background you can just see Castillo was attacking Exotic yet again. Now Exotic, opposite side of the field, double tap attempted!
Too good.
And of course it was gonna go in!
Just simply too good. You give Karmine Corp this many chances on net, they're gonna score one of them. They've got 3 mechanical players on their team. Exotic wanted to remind the world of that fact there with another clinical double. And you know, the shooting boots weren't on today for Tundra earlier on. They missed a very realistic chance to go 2-1 up in the series, and since then it's just been all Karmine Corp. Comfortable win in game 4, and I think a pretty decent win in game 5 as well. They'll be relatively happy with how they played today. They're going to need to, I think, step it up if they're going to go further in this tournament. It does not get any easier when you get to the semi-finals, of course. But yeah, Tundra, they've got a lot to improve on here. Not holding on to possession, shots not looking too accurate. You know, maybe have a better kickoff strategy to default to when you're 2 goals down with a minute left. So I think they're overall going to be pretty happy with how this event is going. They've got top 8 in the bag for their first regional, and plenty of things that I think players of this caliber can improve on before the next regional comes around.
I mean, this is a golden opportunity now for a lot of these teams just to get yourself that tournament win. Most people predicting that BDS were going to win it. They are out. It is now a major chance for teams like Karmine Corp, like Quadrant, like Oxygen, and also 2 teams that we're going to be seeing very soon in El Splashico, but we'll talk about that soon enough.
Ooh.
I know, massive opportunity, so we're going to get to that as quickly as we can. El Splashico is after the break.
Became a king from a common man, and I turned my first strikes to my staunchest fans. They say the grace always aim high. That's why ain't no one can see us when it's game time. You said you're cool and that it's alright, but you're hiding something that don't feel right. You know life is better when we just talk. I know sometimes I can say the wrong thing. You won't get nowhere without responding. You know life is better when we just talk. When we just talk. Let's talk. Better when we just talk. Just talk. Better when we just talk. Just talk. You know better when we just talk. Let's talk. You say that you're cool and that it's alright, but you're hiding something that don't feel right. You know life is better when we just talk. When we just talk. Let's talk. Can we talk? Can we Hand out, she holds. It's feeling like we've been here before. We're both so broke. That's something that'll keep us afloat. Don't walk too slow. We can't keep falling deeper again. Came too close and the taste so far from pure. A rush of blood, but we search for so much more.
I once again welcome you back to the European Fall Open. Our third match of the day saw K-Corp and Tundra battle for their tournament spot. Tundra gave us a show, but the expected winners in K-Corp still came out on top. Welcome back. I'm Leaf X. Alongside me, Corelli, still keeping me company, and this time it's Shogun and Johnny Boy joining to break down that last match there. Johnny, we all had K-Corp as the favorites. The crowd had them. It was everybody was on their side, but we did still get a bit of a show there.
Yeah, K-Corp are not perfect. They do have things that they can improve on. I think they just need more time to be able to read each other more than anything else. Some teams synergize very quickly after forming, but that's not an indication that a team's not going to synergize eventually. I think they look very dangerous in offense, and they had some unbelievable saves today. But it's just everything in between, just playing off each other's touches and making life easier for each other in defense. That's what they're going to be trying to improve on, if I were to guess.
I feel like K-Corp kind of got away a little bit in Game 3 with the way Tundra was shooting. There's a lot of balls going high, shot directly at the keeper. I think, Johnny, you mentioned that in the cast at one point. But otherwise, I think for me, I think you're spot on, Johnny. For when I look at K-Corp, I think this was kind of like a series where they're starting to get better and better, but I don't think we've seen final form from them quite yet.
Maybe it'll continue to develop as the bracket continues, but that's in the future. Right now, we're going to talk to Itachi. Congratulations on the victory there, Itachi.
Thank you very much.
You look excited. You look happy with that victory.
Yeah, I am for sure. Like really proud of the team, really proud of everyone surrounding us with Carmen, everything. Like everything is going well. We are learning every day how to improve, and it's really satisfying.
Now, obviously, it's a bit of a switch up for you here. How is the roster fusing? To us, it looks like it's going well, but for the back end, are you guys gelling really well together?
Yeah, we are. Like, we're really good friends. We always laugh in scrims, in tournaments. Like, there is a really good environment, and it's perfect to work and be able to be. And we try to be as consistent as we can. It's the start. Like, we learn every day, but like the team is going really well, and it's perfect.
Yeah, I think everyone recognizes the potential that this KC roster has, and everyone's been very excited for it. My question is, as far as your play style goes, it feels like sometimes when you guys play more mechanical, more aggressive teams, you also emulate that play style. Here against Tundra, it felt very, and I don't mean this in a bad way, but a little bit slower, a little bit more defensive from both sides. Is that something that you guys recognize, or is that a change that you guys make on purpose, or is that just what happens when you go up against a team like Tundra?
Yeah, we do. Like, we always adapt to who we play against, and of course we always have things to fix ourselves. Like, we can be more consistent, like to be better in offense, in defense. But like in general, we try to adapt to our opponent, and yeah, we recognize like what we do well, what we do wrong, and it's really good.
We hear an awful lot about KC and a lot of players that go over to Karmine Corp, describing it as sort of a dream org. Just for international viewers that maybe don't understand that aspect quite as much, do you mind like giving us some insight as to what makes Karmine Corp so much different to other orgs out there, and what makes them so desirable to play for?
Yeah. Like Karmine, I think in the world I've never seen an org with that quality of fan base. Like, they're always supporting us, whatever happened. Like, they're always supporting us on Twitter, always sending a lot of messages. Either we win or we lose. Even like the staff, not even the fans, but the staff is just like perfect. Like, they're really cool dudes working there. But like for me, the main thing about K-Corp is really the fan base, which is really unique, and there's nothing more beautiful than Karmine's fan base.
It's actually when Vatira joined you, well, also Exotic as well. A lot of people are obviously making comparisons with Moist because he left such a good team to join you. And I think one of the questions a lot of people are asking is who's going to be the aggressive player, because Vatira used to play with Joyo and Rise. Itachi used to play with Astral and Nolly. There's a lot of aggression there. But do you feel like you're stepping up now to do more in offense, or do you feel more freedom now that you can do that with such a solid defensive team behind you?
Yeah, for sure. Like, to be honest, we don't really see that like as someone who's going to be aggressive, is going to be defensive. But like with this team, I really feel like everyone has way more space to like show what everyone can do, and I feel like it's way more satisfying to play because Quadrant and Exotic are like cracks. You know, like they're so good at this game. They know how to play everywhere, and it's really easy to be in this team.
Hey, well, Tachi, it sounds like everything's going good for you guys, and as you're still alive in the bracket, I can see that it is still going good for you guys and behind the scenes. So congratulations on the victory. Congrats on just having such a great support team and org behind you as well. And thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
You too. Yeah, let's take a look at the bracket, because we're down to our final matchup here. K-Corp Shogun has moved on to the semifinals here. They take down Tundra as we almost have our top four.
I'm so happy. I was so close to being 0-3. If that game 3 went over to Tundra, I was getting so nervous. All right, at least I'm 1-2 for today, and maybe this is my opportunity to go 2-2. Fantastic.
There it is, Moist versus Team Liquid, the El Splashico. As I think I've been told I have to get rid of Soggy Showdown? That's just never.
I just think one of those terms sounds a lot more grand than the other.
Yeah,
I'll let you guess which one.
All right, we'll go with El
Trying hard.
Yeah. I guess that's the one here. But yeah, this is a classic matchup, a fun matchup. Johnny, for Moist, obviously a bit of a shift coming in there. Questions if they can, stay to the same heights they were at before. Liquid, though, this is a great showing for them this tournament.
Yeah, Liquid's so far had another one of those scary events. I think it was a Chronic who tweeted that he doesn't like Swiss. They just feel like it's the most stressful thing ever. Well, they're not in Swiss anymore. They're in a single elimination bracket, so you must be happy. But yeah, really all eyes are on Moist here. They're playing with Astral, replacing Vatira, who left to join Karmine Corp. So we're all going to be seeing, okay, what can this team do in a single elimination setting? Because with Vatira on the roster, they outperformed this exact same Team Liquid team in the one split that they competed against each other. Obviously, Team Liquid have had a couple of wins on Moist with Vatira on the roster. But this is, I think, so important for Moist that they get the win here. If they don't, and Vatira's in the next round, and you're not, yeah, they're going to feel pretty bad.
All right, it's time for the fan vote. Get it up there. This match is about to begin, the final for day number 2. Hashtag MST or hashtag TL in the chat right now. Let's get analyst thoughts here, because maybe there's some back and forth. We've had a pretty unanimous decision so far, but Johnny, give us the kickoff here.
I'm going Moist. I mean, Shogun and I already revealed our predictions. We're sticking to them for today at least. We've got to keep our predictions from the start of the day. I went Moist on this one. It's close, but I have to go Moist.
Jogi.
Yeah, and this is how you know that we're going to be split on this one, because I went Team Liquid. I'm sticking with it. This is my way back into the prediction competition. Liquid got this.
I'm going Moist. I think Liquid, everyone expected them to be a top 4 team. This is their chance to prove it right now. They've really just beaten teams, I think, at their level or below them, and got crushed by teams that are at the higher echelon. So for me, I think Moist is just playing better at the moment.
Yeah, I'm gonna let you hold that one on your own there, Shogi. Moist.
Oh, come on, mate.
Well. Hey, maybe
split desk, mate.
Maybe
right, you could have been Cole on this one. You could have taken Cole's
done
position.
it wrong.
I could have, but I'm doing Moist here. Chat maybe is with you though.
Nah, this Moist vote, Moist fan vote. Of course.
Listen, this 29%, I really appreciate.
Of course not, but it's time to head to the Skybox for our last match here. Cole and Stumpy are waiting to cast the Dame. The classic matchup returns to finish off day 2. Moist and Liquid hit the field for a best of 7 for our finale. It's El Splashico.
And Leaf, the last time we had El Splashico on the main screen, Moist defeated Liquid in a Copper Box Classic. But the last time Moist were even on the main stream, they fell to Furia in that Game 7 in the World Championship quarters. So plenty of history here, Stumpy. But Liquid are the same since then. Moist, however, are not.
They've changed it up a little bit. We spoke about it on that pre-show as well. Well, I think Astral, he has done a phenomenal job. He has joined in instead of Vatira, and he has fit in like just a jigsaw piece that always should have been there. I've been so impressed. Any team that he joins has that capability of either being world-class and being incredible and something that you've never seen before, or it can just go wrong a little bit. This is thankfully one of those rosters that may well end up in the history books, just as his Carmine Corp roster did as well.
Well, it is working well for them so far. Moist bringing in Astral, and it's good to see that. It's always nice to see a player as mechanically brilliant as he is, making his way deep into tournaments. And if they can win this one, Moist, they will face Astral's old team in Carmine Corp. So just another reason to really want to win this one. But as for Liquid, I mean...
Great.
I say that. I mean, Astral, we're saying he wants to win this one. That was just a little mechanical move, and it's 1-0 Moist.
As for Liquid, mate, it doesn't matter if they're not on the pitch. A demolition with Atto sitting in the center leads Astral to flip reset over the top of him, getting the splash gold explosion. He already knows the script. He knows what to do. Put your Moist decal on, get your splash gold explosion going, and go ahead and get wet. That's all you need to do.
He is embracing the dashness, embracing the sogginess. There you go, Leaf. I mentioned with the soggy showdown to make yourself happy. Lovely start there from Astral. But Liquid, they didn't have too much of an easy time themselves yesterday in Twist. I can see why they were so stressed about it. In fact, the 2 teams that they faced that made it through to these last 8, they went 0-6 against them. So not too many good signs from their Swiss coming into this one. They will have to play better if they are to take down Moist.
But I mean, you said that it was just the players, mate. We were alongside Liquid for that entire journey, and it was horrifying. They lost to Carmen, they lost to Oxygen, and then they took it versus EG and then Monkeys at the end. Whereas Moist, they had such an easy journey. They went 3-0. They went, actually, in fairness, they dropped 5 games out of that, losing 1 to Quadrant, 1 to Sonics, then 1 to Aogiri. So it's one of those situations where you look at the 3-0, you think, wow, they were dominant. But actually, 5 games that really could have changed it, and they went to 5 in 2 of them. A great angle there from a Chronic. And yesterday, we went into it saying he was looking brilliant. You know, he was the best team going, the best player, on Liquid going into that top 16 qualifier. My guy dropped a 0.063 octane rating in Game 4 versus EG yesterday. He tweeted about it. He was like, wow, is that like the record lowest that we've ever seen in the RLCS? And I love that he tweeted that. He knows that it's temporary, but my God, that is really low. Don't look at that replay ever again.
I believe Virtuoso, when he had connection issues, was slightly lower, but it's sort of in that conversation of the worst ever. So congratulations.
It goes to a player with connection issues over a player that was, I'm sure, trying his damnedest to not get the lowest ever.
I'm sure he was trying. But he did struggle at times yesterday, Chronic. It's for reasons like this, when he's left isolated alone, he's got to make such a fast decision of, do I go for the player? Do I go for the ball? Do I even jump at all or just wait? It's really difficult a way he has to play around Atto and Oski. But when it works, Liquid look absolutely flawless. So far, not working too well for them, though. They're only able to slow this one down, but Rise, there's no one challenging him. Joyo's coming in, a lovely fake from Rise on the corner. It's cleared well by Oski, so Liquid trying to come into this one. Start off a little bit slowly for them, and that's a massive clear there from the Moist Man.
And huge amount of midfield play too. Really quite a low amount of shots and saves on both sides, mostly being shut down, as you see Astral demonstrate there in the midfield. Going up for a bit of a pre-jump, or at least a nice quick jump after someone's already gone in the air for an air dribble or just some kind of flip reset. It just comes down to who can break through that final line. With passes like that in the center, our Chronic gets caught running for the back boost, but really he should have been running to the back post.
Lovely charge down from Joyo, and he was there as well, just making sure that he was in as much space as possible. If a Chronic could have got there, you just know that Joyo would have been chasing him down, but in the end, he wasn't needed at all. Rise's finish was too good, and it's a further example of how well Astral has slotted into this team. He knew exactly where his teammate was going to be right there. Rise is coming again with a must-be. Moist are looking like they are having a lot of fun right now, early on in game number 1.
That's their vibe, man. That's what they do. They just have fun. They change it up. They want to be something a bit different. They don't want to be that replay analyzing team. They've won a major by not being that replay analyzing team. But as you said, Cole, their last result on the mainstream, they lost to Furia. It's something that they were not happy about. There were big issues, with them during that as well. And Vatira leaving, it's not a wake-up call by any stretch. It's a personal choice by Vatira, and his team is still world class. But they don't want to fall short again. And as considering Astral's last performance during the previous season, what a pickup for them. And I really see this as being just another iteration of the incredible roster.
Let's see if Liquid can get some of their old magic going in the last 45 seconds of this game. They absolutely shocked the Rocket League world, at least in Europe, making it to that major from pretty much nothing over there in spring. Finished top 8 in that as well. Such a good performance when they were pretty much only going there to, at least as far as Worlds qualification was concerned, make up the numbers.
Yeah.
So it was a huge achievement for them. This is a bit of a hangover now. When you got Joyo flip resetting, Rise coming in, it's impossible to defend against.
Tipping it round 1 as well, then goes on the flip reset, gets it, and then Rise sneaks in. Oski thought that was going to be a pretty routine save and just send it back into the midfield and restart again. But no, Rise there, slicing across, tips it over the top, and with 3-0 in game number 1, that is going to be near enough decided. Only 25 seconds left. And I know again, for this season, very thankfully, we are seeing the return of those Moist critical viewing parties. People are hanging out. There's that big party atmosphere going on with them right now. So it's nice to see that it wasn't just a one-season thing. That consideration and that determination from the org is going to be continuing.
It's a 3-0 win, at least, for Moist in game number 1. And to be honest, it's looked like 3-0 as well from what we've seen on the pitch. They have outclassed Liquid in this first few minutes. Maybe Liquid will be able to get something, or should be able to defend their goal for the last couple of seconds here until this ball hits the floor. Just really impressed with Moist. They were saying they had a clean run yesterday. It was harder than it looked at first glance because they had those game 5s. They still have teething problems of this as a new team, but they're still finding those late winners. Rise, we saw on the mainstream, he got a game 5 overtime winner. Rise is still Rise, Joyo is still Joyo. Astral is this lovely new version of Astral that we've seen since his Carmine Corp days, and Moist ran away with that one.
They could have got a lot to think about, because yesterday when they did end up going to those 5 series, we chatted to their coach Expert, and he was saying, look, we played so well at the end. We really brought it back, and we need that pressure to perform. We think that Swiss, that's not our format. We don't like the starting out bit. That's where me and him inherently disagree. But they don't like that starting out bit. They think, we can lose this series. We can lose that series. Doesn't matter. We just need to not lose 3. Here, they can't lose 1. They perform so much better under pressure. And that was proven when they went down to a single life left. Expert said that this is where they should theoretically thrive. so far they haven't shown it necessarily, but with this team, with these two teams, it is always an epic that we love to witness.
That's a better start for Team Liquid already in the first few seconds of game number 2. A nice clean shot that was saved well by Moist. Going to continue the attack on. A little bit boost star from Oski, but he's still managing to cause so much damage. So should be able to just slow this one down for a second. Gets it past Atto. Oski's coming in. Chronic, the third man's going to have to wait.
And you chatted about Oski and his boost as well. He, by far, used the most boost per minute going through the regionals so far. He was using around just over 502 boost per minute, right? That's almost 50 more than second place. He was stealing about a third of that boost from the opposition's half as well. If he is being sent down to low amounts, then that is not the playstyle he wants to go for. And again, you see him going low there again. He has 18 boost to go for that save. He is not comfortable. And that's what Moist rather are doing so incredibly well. Chronic missing that open net as he just has to try and get it over the top of the player, but below the crossbar.
He was a little bit slow afterwards as well, Chronic. He hoped he could get past that ball and get a clean touch, but not against Moist the way they're defending today. So optimistic, so keen to get to the ball as soon as possible. That's been more Liquid than Moist though at the start of the second game, but Rice can change that in a heartbeat. He gets the flip reset, the ball makes its way towards Astral. And then Rice bumps out of the way. Astral finishes the job. Despite all the pressure against them, Moist take the first goal.
Rice, you rascal! Coming in from the back of the net, going in and out and smashing them out of the way. It leaves Oski to just try and pick up the pieces. Bato, he's already at the halfway mark at that point. Astral just has to tap it in. Does so wonderfully. Moist with that lead, and that play style is just going to be so disruptive and so horrible to play against.
Coming forward again with Astral there. Chronic can only put it into his own center. He needs Atto to be alert. Thankfully for him, Joy didn't realize the touch would be quite that poor from Chronic, but then misses the ball as well. So a couple of awkward plays. There was a good save among that, but not great defending from the front there from Team Liquid. They'll need their touches to be much better than that. They have to get back into this second game. Astral, lovely touches, juking it past a lot of them and attempting in a double commit as well. This one's loose. Again, it's going to fall to Rise. Another flip reset. He's been doing his flip reset training. And in the end, the ball comes to Astral. Every time Moist come forward, Stumpy, they look terrifying.
Yeah, well, Moist, did you say every time they come forward? This is just one extended period of being forward. They've just continued to go for it, and they haven't really abated any of that pressure. Astral, again, pushing on that sideline, goes then up for that dish around the side, doesn't manage to get it, but that pressure continuing on the side of Liquid. Can they get it past the halfway line? They do manage to this time, and Atto on the ceiling touches it where he really didn't want to. Wanted to keep that one nice and close to then maintain that flip reset. Chronic trying to go for that dish around, but Joyo on the back wall can shut him down effectively. Astral missing on one, and then Oski to touch it below the crossbar, nearly gets the double on the save. Isn't fortuitous that time.
Look how close the Chronic and Atto are as well there, rotating out next to each other. Yeah, it's tough to get the attack going. Eventually it happens. Astral makes the save on the goal line. A few chances now for Team Liquid. This is what they need, some sustained pressure. Touches on the ball. And Oski's completely out of boost. He's trying to set Atto up for a pre-jump in his own half. It doesn't work, and Rise just gets the easiest goal of his career.
I mean, seeing Oski just send that across, as you said, Atto potentially just should have made that contact. Obviously, it would have been ideal if he made that contact, but it's also Rise's positioning. He's so aggressive with it that he identifies Atto as in such an awkward position to try and get anything from that play. And so when it just falls down, that's exactly what Rise is expecting. He's not caught out by that. That's what he read, and murder she wrote.
I mean, the thing is as well that even if Liquid had connected with that and combined the way they wanted to, there were Moist players back, so how much of an advantage would going for a free jump there in your own goal line really have given them? Lots to think about for Liquid. It's not working for them at all. Moist, though, everything is happening. The pendulums swing in their direction time and time again. He wants to change that. He can get the flip reset here. Can he get it over the top of the fence? Yes, he can. Liquid are on the score sheet, and it is a beauty.
That is what large Oscar can do when he has a little bit of boost. Taps it so beautifully downrange. Astral commits to it, and then Joy on the backboard turns. He thinks that Astral's got that touch, leaving that top corner completely barren. Can send it in. Oski bringing the goal deficit to just one for Liquid.
Liquid going to have to make the most of this momentum now. Are they able to do it? Chronic in the corner. Atto, that is where you do a pre-jump, my friend. Oski's finishing it, is he? No, not quite. On the crossbar. A Chronic coming in, can't put it away either. Moist survived for a few more seconds, but suddenly their air dribbles out are being met by Team Liquid players, and for the last 70 seconds or so of this game, it will not be easy for Moist.
They need to be bringing it back, Liquid. You say it won't be easy for Moist, but Moist, just being able to maintain is a much nicer position to be in compared to being the team that just has to push to get anything. Otherwise, you're down by 2. Tactical timeouts then get called into consideration. The Chronic on that left wing with a minute left, then forced it then to fall down to Atto on the ceiling. Gets it then below Astral. Oski goes out with the Chronic on the right-hand side and Atto on the left. Which will he pick? Instead, he goes right down the middle, causes trouble for Astral and Rise. A Chronic cleverly leaving that ball, leaves it to Atto. Then goes for a fair dribble, but misses the ball entirely. Astral can challenge. Oski sending it long again. Atto up for the redirect. It's down, it's in!
Say what you want about Team Liquid, but they will always stick to their own game style. It doesn't matter if they got punished for ridiculous plays like this earlier on. When it lands, it looks sublime. Team Liquid get back into game number 2 with 2 quick-fire, beautiful goals. And we're going to have a grandstand finish here, Stumpy.
We were talking about players coming down from the heavens early with Jorius, but Atto, he proves that there are 2 gods in this world.
Last time these 2 teams played, there was a reverse sweep from Moist in a best of 7. So we do know that Liquid can get games against them. Able to do it, a Chronic, good touch. And he's got boost as well. Suddenly all of them seem to have boost whenever they need it. That's a little bit dodgy. Atto's stranded somewhat. Moist could just completely turn this ball on its head in a few seconds here. Astral's touch though goes to a Chronic. The Chronic's first touch has Rise beneath him. Should be able to quick reset past him. He doesn't, but instead it falls to Oski. Astral's on hand there to get that ball away. No one's taking overtime now. Joyo pops it up. Moist want to end this right here. Do they know? Instead, Joyo chooses to kill it. And we do go to overtime in game 2.
When you see overtimes and you see Moist on the pitch, you're going to be a bit silly to bet against them. The overtime record is unbelievable. And when then you get to game 5s and 7s, it goes even crazier.
That's
and
why.
Joyo, he continues to prove why. Ice in his veins as the white cast sends it goalward.
Once again, a huge assist from Astral. This time, it was a pinch into the center. Massive 50-50 game from him. Joyo was in the perfect position. Liquid couldn't read it. And despite their late theatrics, Moist Esports do take that second game. So it's a tough loss for Liquid, but the positives to be had from there, they got on the score sheet and they started playing their own style, and it worked for a little while at least against Moist.
Again, you see the Liquid come back and they score a wonderful goal as well. Going down, sending it high from Oski and then being able to smash it down bottom right corner near post. I love to see that. However, Moist, in those overtimes, they just managed to do something special. They just managed to scare their opponents somewhat. And we have heard as well that there will be no timeout. We are not going to be seeing Liquid take a second, just get a breather, slow down that momentum, and work their way back into this series. Instead, they're opting just to carry on through.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that sort of makes sense for them. They did have, despite losing the overtime, more momentum going into the end of that game. So fair play. I mean, it's a sort of one where if they win this next game, you think, wow, well done. What a brilliant decision. If they lose it, you think, why didn't they take the
now you've got a reverse
timeout.
sweep to do, lads.
Yeah, exactly. The meta is to take it after 2, but Liquid, they don't respect the meta. They don't like these wide rotations. They don't like passes. They just want to boom the ball. They want to get solo plays, and if they do pass, it has to be for a pre-jump. Otherwise, they don't want to hear about it, baby.
Astral, though, receives a pass from Rise there, and immediately this pressure is building on the side of Liquid. And Moist, they play immediately as they mean to go on. There's no working into a series for them. It's immediately firing all cylinders, but one of those cylinders has gone bang as Oski sends it in the blue net.
A nice simple goal for Liquid. Their first one of those of the series. The Chronic finding Oski in the center, and Oski beating Joe to the ball. So Moist may be starting to feel themselves a little bit too much as well with that overcommit. And that is, I believe, the first time Liquid have taken the lead in this series as well. So a lot of change there in that goal. Maybe a second one as well from the kickoff. Liquid's kickoffs were pretty good yesterday. This one's put them up on the front foot from it as well. Straight away, but look how isolated the Chronic is. This is where he has to wait. He has to get his challenge game good. But Oski had got back in time to help out.
Those are the problems that he faced yesterday as well. It was just him sitting in the back. It was Atto and it was Oski just trying to go for crazy plays together up front, and then all of a sudden has to fall on the wise old man of a Chronic just sitting right at the back to hopefully get something from those plays, save it away, and then just set them back up again. The way they won previously was not isolating him and not leaving him into those situations, because also a Chronic, throughout the entirety of the top 16 qualifier, he was their best player overall, not just defensively. Rise's offense is just going to be firing wide of the net that time, but it's something to consider if you're Liquid, and maybe something that was just said really quickly that a timeout wasn't even needed for by Expa.
Oh, that's really awkward from Rise. He's gone forward too much. It's hitting the crossbar. Is it going to make its way in? No! Somehow the ball stays out. The magnets that Moist put there before the match pay themselves. So near, yet so far for Liquid. Rise breathes a huge sigh of relief, no doubt. And it remains 1-0 to Team Liquid.
Oh my gosh. That every other time that goes in. Every other time. But when you get into the world of the hoodoo voodoo magic that Moist seem to be having on their side, and all of the, you know, the routines that they've got on the viewing party, when they come into effect, own goals, they just won't find their way into the net.
Astral is trying to air dribble over the top of two Team Liquid defenders. Needs to be a little bit better than that from Astral to be able to do it. But what a read that is from Joyo. So quick. Rise is steaming in. That's an overcommit. There's a chance for a redirect here. It's all looking good for Moist, but they overplayed it, and it's 2-0 Liquid.
They didn't even have a lead in this series until they got that first goal, and now they've got a lead in this series and an insurance goal in the game. Brilliant play from Liquid, and just seeing a Chronic waiting up there as well to receive that pass. He's saying that he's wanted to do, I think, for a little while. Cherry picking it, sending it in on an open net. It's a rare situation you're going to be seeing from Moist, leaving that completely open.
Now, in the pre-show, Stumpy, we were talking about word association, and
we were.
When I hear the words game management, I do not think of Team Liquid. So let's see if they slow their roll a little bit now they're a couple of goals up, and just try and not fully defend, but maybe try and eke out some of those pre-jumps.
But then you say about game management, I think you can do the game management while also keeping your game style. They've still got 2.5 minutes, and as literally all of us know, the best defense in Rocket League is going for offense. And if you're going to keep defending, this is what's going to happen. Joyo manages to receive it from that pass off Rise, who does massively outplay Oski. Iconic, just backwards towards, backflip.
Yeah, the problem is that the best defense in Rocket League is not backflipping. That's what Iconic had missed there. So as soon as he did that, it was game over. Little tip for all of you watching right now: try not to backflip if you're on the goal line.
Oh, that's the issue.
Pressure. Yeah, exactly. You do it every time, mate. You always purposely miss the ball. It never works. Astral never misses the ball. Look at him. He's got the flip reset from the ceiling. Absolute brilliance from the Belgian.
Your best defense is offense, and your best offense is probably Astral. Going for that flip reset off the ceiling, securing it, extending that timer. Yes, please, 9-9 Liquid.
Wow, beautiful there from Astral. And now he's feeling it again from the kick. Is he going to get that next touch?
Free jump.
Ronit got it away. Huge win there from Rise. Joe finds it, but Atto comes in. So Team Liquid still trying to play at 1,000,000 miles per hour. Moist have just about managed to suppress them. Shows the mechanics of their own. Chronic uses the ceiling and gets the next touch. Is Atto going to be there? The ball sort of slows down. Everyone's really unsure when this next hit is coming from. In the end, the next clean hit is from a Chronic. He then gets himself home as quickly as he possibly can, because Atto and Oski probably got something up their sleeves that he needs to come back and defend in case it goes wrong, as is the case. Here he comes now, a Chronic in the corner, up against Astral. What a series he's having. Atto's there. Is Oski waiting for the ball in the middle? He is, but Rise rose as well, and it remains at 2-2.
That was a lovely pass down as well, just making sure the defender isn't quite set on exactly what the offense fancies. In that pass in, but Chronic missing out on that flip reset. Oski, though, chance to shoot. And the third goal for Liquid, one apiece, manages to find their way in. 3-2. Actually, it's not one apiece. It's Oski with 2. What a hero.
What a hero. What a legend.
What a guy.
With that relative tap in at this level. Because poor Joe, who went up for the ball, I think Chronic then missed his flip reset and made it so that Joe's touch just went behind him. One way or another, these things happen so quickly. Atto to the ceiling. That's speed. That's incredible speed. He shoots up like an arrow. It's ridiculous. The Chronic keeps the attack going. Once hitting the ceiling again, Liquid seem to own that ceiling, the space above Moist goal line. They're tapping it past them, getting all sorts of clean touches. Suddenly Moist look a little bit stagnant in defense, Stumpy.
I think that was actually going to be Atto's original name, by the way, Arrow, but he just misspelled it and thought, you know what, I'll just carry on going.
It works. It does work out for him. Look at that, another pass there from the Chronic off the backboard. Liquid are getting so many clean touches right now in Moist territory. The boost situation for Moist isn't that bad either.
This feels like the opposite of what we saw in game number 1 and 2 as well. The pressure that we're seeing, and finally, it abates for a minute whilst Liquid managed to get a bit more boost and then push again on that blue half. But they were sending so much pressure on that opposite side. And previously, you know, we were seeing that it was Moist doing that in its entirety. It's about how the series swings too, because the final 15 seconds in this game sees Liquid on the edge of winning their first game versus Moist. Double demo from Joyo though. Sees Astro with the ball, but low on boosters to flick it high and gets rid of him. Oski sending it over the top of Joyo, knows that he has to go for a pre-jump there too. Forces again Rise to tap it low, and Liquid with their first game coming after game 3.
They never make it easy, though, to Team Liquid. Yeah, they got that 2-goal lead. They were pegged back by some sublime Moist Esports finishes. Always lovely seeing Astral when he's playing in this sort of form, but credit to them. You know, they stuck to their game plan. They remained quicker than Moist Esports. Still no timeout has been taken. These two teams just want to get on with it, get these series done as fast as it possibly can be done. I've got a feeling it's going to game 7, so it'll be quite a long time coming, even if it is as speedy as it can be. But yeah, no, it was good reading as well there from Oski right at the end to get that final goal.
There's that sheer pressure too as well. You know, you talk about getting that final goal, but it's also about getting the ball to the ground as soon as it hit 0. Oski chased it as far as he could. He got it over the top of Joy, who he knew was pre-jumping, then went straight in the face of Rise, who then he knows has to then touch it low. It's just nice movement, and it means that Oski has got that brain screwed in. It knows that he has to push it as hard as he can, and it really just goes to secure Team Liquid that win in the end. And the loss for Moist is going to be taking us on to game number 4. We find ourselves on the wonderful world of Utopia. Moist, though, to me, it still feels like they've got that advantage. Considering how quickly they scored those goals, I just don't feel confident in saying that we're going to be seeing even like a 3-goal lead for Liquid hold itself for long when that ability is there. Oh. But that shot from Atto out of nowhere.
Yeah, from absolutely nowhere as well. I mean, it seemed to go in slow motion. It didn't have much pace on it, but Astral just didn't read it at all. And I guess because he used his wheels, he forced some sort of weird angle. One way or another, Astral has been flummoxed by that one, and it's 1-0 to Liquid.
He also knew that Rise was behind him, so Astral maybe thought, okay, if he misses it, then I can catch the ball on the way, or if he hits it, then Rise is going to be there. Regardless, though, Atto manages to get that opening goal within 20 seconds as well. Could be vital, but a near equaliser as Astral manages to challenge that net. Acronic sending it long, sees all 3 players pushing on Moist together. Could have chucked a paper bag over him at that point.
Yeah, very central as well from Moist, so the rotation's just starting to collapse a little bit from them as Liquid set their game up. Always playing on the precipice of Team Liquid, always like using that last ounce of boost in their tank, and if they miss it, if one pad doesn't spawn, the whole thing will collapse. So far it's working, at least for the last game or so. Oski's up, he's got a toe next to him. That one's gonna just land on Atto. Astral clears as long as he can, and now Acronic, that's where we expect to see him, all the way back. Just waiting, just cleaning up, getting his teammates back involved. A huge finish. But Rise was in the corner. Moist having to do even more defending, Stumpy.
A very stereotypical play coming out from Liquid too, where they went for the Acronic clear at the back, then to Oski, and then he finds Atto up at the top. But moving down the pitch as a 3-man team. Still love to see LSNS passing plays emerge and see what magic we can see spawn from them. Central of the passing plays. An incredible pre-jump save by Oski keeps it 1-0 for Liquid.
It was a nice finish, but it was a great read there from Oski, who's now been bumped out of the way by Rise as well. Could leave Astral in. But quite on this occasion, the ball does something it very rarely does in a series like this and bounces. Normally it's just aerial hit after aerial hit. This is why the amount of control that they have when they have the ball in the skies. Unbelievable there. Rise couldn't quite put it away, but he's been looking quietly dangerous, Rise. You know, he's not the player that's getting the ball the most from Moist, but when he gets it, he always seems to do something that terrifies Team Liquid as they come forward, and that one won't lead to too much.
And that's something we saw from a lot of teams yesterday too, those pre-flips into then the flip resets. And you have to time it so perfectly so that then you get the ball underneath you and you're not just tapping it out your way and then just completely breaking apart the entire progression down pitch. It takes a lot of skill to do them. And yeah, I like seeing that start to form. Pre-flip gang is doing well. Stonks are up.
It's pre-flip gang versus pre-jump gang as far as Liquid are concerned. What a passing play that is from Moist. Joe couldn't quite get the angle to send that one back across the keeper. So instead, Liquid are going to come forwards again. Joe's got the ball in the air all by himself. It's going to be closed down. Surely no, it's just Astral that gets it next. Acronic and Oski, the two of them, have to combine on the goal line. Acronic then does read it cleanly. I just love the fact that Atto is always playing in front of the ball. I'd love to see his in front of ball stats. I've never seen anyone like it who is that desperate to go for pre-jumps all the time and just wants the pass, but it can leave them a little bit light in defense. And Moister coming forward. That's a lovely redirect, and it was Atto. He had got back, and he's the one who gets the save.
Yeah, thankfully behind the ball on that occasion, manages to clear it away from the goal line after that reset came in from Astral. Good chances, though, for Moist to have scored, but they were shut down entirely by Liquid, who still maintain that lead. We are now under 2 minutes remaining, approaching 1 minute 30. Astral pushing down the left wing, bumped out of the way by Oski. Acronic pinches it, it goes to the ceiling. Atto is going to be there first. That is on target, but Rise quite handily back. Oski with A dangerous pre-jump will be finding the path back from a Chronic, however. He's going to have to retreat as he finds himself a switch low on boost, but actually hangs about, then finds his way onto the ball yet again. He is not leaving that half, and it's making Chronic's journey just a little bit awkward. He wasn't too sure where to go at any moment in that play, but the biggest aim, Liquid didn't concede.
They didn't. Oski, just wait. Fate the flip reset, tried to bop it over the top of Astral, but Astral wasn't falling for it. Oski now is the man in front of the ball. He's the target man for Team Liquid, but that was nothing target man about it. That was just a huge challenge from a Chronic. Simple Rocket League. Something sometimes Liquid lack, but doing a little bit better than that in the last game or so. There's a demo from Astral on Oski, a good one as well. Might open things up at least for a second. Chronic's there, but everyone's a little bit boost-starved at the moment. Maybe Oski is able to change that if he had some, but he's just gone and missed the ball. And now it's Moist's turn to come forward potentially. Joyo, he's in the air. He's got Astral in the center. He'd love to find him to just put it on his car. Not done just yet, and rises around the corner. Actually comes back to him. 30 seconds left.
Final 30 is going to be seeing Team Liquid, though, on their push. The offense continuing. Great fake out from Atto there. Then finds Oski with the ball just dangling on that left wing. Astral, though, into the sky. Gets over the top of Atto with only 9 boosts. Chronic touches it, but Joyo is waiting and lurking. Rise then. Take it low. Joyo finds the net completely open. Passed around the entirety of that Liquid backline. Moist equalize at the death again.
I think it was Oski who was just bumped out of the way by Astral on his rotation out, and that meant that he couldn't go for the ball cleanly. Credit to Joyo, he still had to have the pace. Actually, it wasn't Joyo, it was the person who got the assist, who still had to have the pace to beat the Liquid defenders to the ball. Could have been another decent kickoff there, but yeah, okay. We're having a pause. We're having a second just to take a breather. Right there at 1-1. They always happen at the scariest moments. Like 15 seconds left, 10 seconds left as of right now. NATO DCs. So everybody just, breathing exercises. Time to stay
breathe in, and then make sure you breathe out again, and then keep breathing in and out again until the day that you perish from this mortal plane. Cole, I have a fun stat for you about Atto. It's not about how many times he's disconnected in this series. Instead, it is about how much time he has spent in front of the ball. He has spent around 32% of his time in front of the ball during this event, and that is the third most so far. So, great shout. Great vision on him, just playing so far ahead that can be good. It can work incredibly well, but we, as well, being on that Liquid stream, saw when it didn't work. Saw that the issues happened when he is the one up front and he's not helping out Chronic at the back, and him and Oski really get, they get too entangled with each other.
I'd love to just say as well, I've been looking at the chat that's coming in between the admins and the players, and Liquid, incredibly honest, they were saying the disconnect was after the goal. They're not trying to say, oh yeah, we only conceded because this happened or that happened. So just a little nod to their, obviously all these players are good sports, but just nice to see it in action.
These guys are all mates as well. Like everyone pretty much at this level is a good friend. But these guys in the pre-lobby, I was having a little chat with them. They're all joking around. They were like bumping each other and like jumping on each other's cars and stuff. They were just messing about. It's like, look, we know what we're here to do. We're here to destroy the competition, but we're all still very good friends. And we're just figuring out, and we're just seeing as well that Atto has rejoined the lobby. We should then be going from the kickoff. I'm not sure what the time is going to be. Kickoff obviously only just happened, so somewhere around 10 seconds anyway. So there's still going to be that goal scored for Moist. It's still 1-1 as we approach the resetting of this game at the kickoff.
Yeah. 10 seconds. Okay, it's 15 seconds. 15 seconds left, I think we're going to have. It's such a weird sort of kickoff. I feel like, we had some Johnny rants about kickoffs in the last series. They're very different here. When you've had that timeout, you're drinking water, you're talking to your coaches, whatever is happening.
And Chronic's got a big old bottle of water to drink from as well.
That is a massive one. Yeah, fair play to that. He's barely put it down in time. He's got like 2 seconds. They're thinking, quick, put the cap back on. So we can see if we will have some dramatics before overtime right now. Atto gets it into the corner. Astral's already up. Huge clearance from a Chronic. Maybe will be enough just to take us towards overtime. The OT bells are ringing. Oski takes the shot into the corner. Otto got it on Rice. He clears it as far as he can. Oski kills it. And they can take that second deep breath because we will eventually have the overtime.
That was so close to finding its way in on the corner. Atto as well. He had a shot with that, but it just perfectly manages to find its way up and around and away from the goal. Moist again, getting away by the skin of their teeth in this series.
Flip reset from Rise, yet another one, puts it into the corner. Chronic was rating for it. He is really starting to read these Moist plays now. Atto with the quick flip reset. Astral's going to clear that one. So Moist have had some scary moments coming to this point in game number 4. So far they've survived, and that's all you can really do when you have the 3 Liquid players barreling down upon you. Maybe that changes now. Astral is there again. Another huge save. Moist going for counter-attacks at the moment.
I mean, that's all they can do. This pressure is entirely on that ocean on their side. Manages to find its way central again, but Joyo bumped away by Astral. Great touch from Oski, can get it towards the net. It's going to count as a shot, but very generous because Astral manages to actually take his time, take a breath, have an entire roast dinner, and then gets to the ball. Rise manages to try and get it around on one, but Oski cleverly goes in and out of that net, finds his way onto the save. Again, challenging, again pushing. Liquid nearly finds his way behind the defender. This is brilliant rotations from both teams. For Oski, he has been the man to send as many chances forward as possible for Liquid right now. Moist are penned back.
Liquid just so desperate to keep that ball under their command. Chronic is there, he wants to set up Oski, but Astral's up fast again. Rise behind him. Joy's just waiting in the center. Maybe a bit of a defensive performance from him as Astro into the musty and decides against
the musty. I like it. It's because he had no boost, but it makes that defender have to push his way back a little bit because he does not know when that musty's going to come in.
Oh, it does fall though in the end for Moist. Rise went for another flip reset, maybe becoming a little bit predictable with those. Been quite a few this series. Chronic and Oski need to have better comms than that. The clearance is good, thankfully, for Team Liquid. That should take the sting out of any tail they could have grown. And Rise can just wait. He can get it past Atto. Oski's coming in. Who's going to be the next team to launch an actual decent attack? And Chronic has a redirect potentially from Oski, who can't quite get it. Joyo gets a huge save as well. And now there is Atto up against Astral, and we'll have some neutral territory for both these teams.
I love that Atto is just shadowing him as close as he humanly can, making sure that he's not comfortable for a second. Rise had a chance to 1v1 with the Chronic, but is going to be falling prey to that defense. Gets sent high by Oski. Chronic to send it long again, on target as well, with Joyo just about managing to make it back. Thought that was going to be bouncing off the post. I thought that may well have been in, and Joyo was a little bit low, but instead, able to save it away quite handily. 35 boost, and Astral working his way out of that corner. This ball falling into corners repeatedly. Neither team wanting to go for that massive challenge to send it away, but Astral in the air with Atto grounded. Instead, he finds his way up. Who's going to be shooting? Nobody fancies going for it until Oski in the midfield challenges with Joyo.
Yeah, I think Astral goes for the ball by himself and he has control in the air. People just assume that something's going to happen again. Whenever he goes for these, I'm guessing he's going to get the backboard, the backboard finish, the double tap. That's why Liquid have to defend it so quickly. Oski is such a confident defender. But maybe could have challenged Astral there. He waited for him. Didn't really have the boost to do too much with it. All he could do was half block on Rise. He's going to fall into his hood eventually, but he's got no boost still. He needs to get out of there. Atto's coming in. Oski's behind you.
Liquid are utilising these blind spots so well, and we said that about Atto yesterday. When we watched them for 5 series, we just saw him flying out in positions where you would never expect him to be. Oski there in a position where Chronic did not want him to be as well, where he thought he had the situation entirely under control. But we're seeing the players just fly in from, completely from the side. It then means that any player that's trying to take it slow on Moist now has to second guess whether they've actually got a defender on their way.
So close again, but another huge block from Oski. Very rarely are these shots going to the actual goalkeeper because the pre-jumps, the early challenges are just everywhere to be seen across the pitch. So I guess a rare couple of touches. Atto sets it high. Is anyone on his team going to be there? What he does do is tend to double commit there from Moist, so a little bit of boost wasted. Some resources lost for Moist. They will come forward. Rise was so close to that double tap. An absolute beauty. We're now 4 minutes and 15 seconds into an overtime that was so close to not happening. If only Atto could have put it in the corner, he might put this one in. No, it's the crossbar again. Another chance goes begging. Rise up against Oski. Oski stands tall. Wants to get this boost and does pass Astral, so he shouldn't be able to do too much. Atto's here. He clears it to Oski. The chance is gone.
But that's the exact situation that you hope for. When you see that ball rolling down, you want the defender to miss and you want the open net. But instead, Atto he rushes it a bit. He goes high. I get that he doesn't know the defender's not going to be there, but it's still scary. And he has to get it on target. Joyo now pushing from that save. Clears it away. A Chronic being on that goal line twice in extremely quick succession. Keeps this at just a 5-minute overtime so far. A Chronic passing to Atto, but he sends it right down the middle. And Joyo, can he put this one on target and secure the death? No, not quite.
That's such a disappointing pass there. They'll have to come again, Team Liquid. First, they'll have to defend. Here's Moist. Joy's got a clean touch. He finds Rise. That's how you make a pass. Rise tries to put it back to Astral, but Astral had run out of boost. He has to get back. No one wants this ball from Moist right now. Liquid can come in. Oski, can he get a clean touch past Joe?
Nice.
Yes, he can. Now it's Astral all
3v1.
alone. This could be the moment. Oski gets it over the top of Astral. It hits the hole again. Is anyone coming in from Liquid? No. And Chronic perhaps wisely had waited in the center. Moist, 5 minutes and 30 seconds into the overtime. Still cling on.
It was there for the shot, but no one committed. I get that it's 5.5 minutes in, but that would have been incredible. Atto now onto the ceiling, can't get another touch from it. Chronic instead has to follow up, does not opt for the flip reset, instead opts for that redirect. It goes central. Atto to shoot, blocked away by another Moist defender. This has been back and forth, this has been action, this has been a phenomenal number of shots. Currently we're seeing 17 out of Moist and 13 on Liquid. It has been mortars downrange for everyone. And in the end, the backflip from Rise misses.
Oh, that is so close from Rise, though, getting past those two players in the corner. A moment of genius from the Moist metronome, the man who controls their plays. And it's from his play that Liquid have finally broken Moist. A million saves along the way, but they win the overtime.
That push is so important. Astral up as quick as he can and relies on Oski to miss that save. Brilliant movement from them. That passing around at the back just did everything for Moist. And just the chances that they had, the chances that were found from both teams. And it comes down to a nice pass off the backboard and then down for the double from Astral. And we can also confirm that Liquid have now taken their time out. They are 3-1 down in this series, and this is the vital point. They've now got 2 minutes to discuss everything they need to.
I mean, I don't know how you can discuss that overtime in 2 minutes. I don't know how we can discuss that overtime in 2 minutes. You said there were like 18 saves, 18 shots, and incredible.
Moist ended on 19 shots.
Wow.
And then there were, oh my gosh, I'm so bad at maths. 12 saves for Liquid. Wow. And then there were, why am I doing this?
Show you're working.
13 shots for Liquid and 7 saves for Moist. So take what you want from that, stats idiots.
I mean, I've completely lost track of everything you just said.
Yeah, I did it way too slowly because I'm stupid.
Yeah, all of these sort of the context of what you were saying, they just kind of floating numbers, really. Basically, bunch of shots, bunch of saves for both teams. You know, quite a good overtime is what we're really trying to get across right here.
Brilliant overtime.
Team Liquid with the coach expert, they're basically saying, wow, bunch of shots, bunch of saves there. What an overtime, probably, is what they're saying.
If Expo says that, then Liquid, I'll be sending my CV over immediately because I reckon I could have done that for half the price. We're seeing Joyo, he has to nip off for a minute. He's going for a quick break. Rise and Astral sitting there with Noah, just discussing what they need to. You know, they know they've got control of the situation. Joyo is back. Oh, Joyo's hair's much more normal.
I was thinking, where's his blue hair gone?
I like the blue and the pink. It looks sick.
I think his hair currently looks sick, to be honest, mate. So I think,
I'm not saying that. No, you've just twisted my words like a politician. I meant that his hair looked really good before, and I plead the fifth.
While you do that, while you refuse to
that
speak,
shot nearly went
we'll look at some of these replays. Team Liquid must honestly just be thinking, what else can we do? We have run out of kitchen sinks. We're throwing the bathroom sink in that. We went down to like the local shop, stole their sink, threw
the
that.
Sink shop.
Moist, the sink shop. Yeah, all their sinks, just pummeling sinks. And none of them landed. It's just crazy defending from Moist. I think, honestly, if you're Team Liquid, you think that is just fair play to Moist. The fact that they survived the onslaught and ended up winning that game.
It also could have gone either way. Like, that was so easily either way. Any given overtime goes either way. That's kind of the definition of it, right? You just need to make sure that you're thinking, look, we can near enough count that as a game win if that helps our mentality. But they're now in the position where they need to win 3 in a row. It is scary and extremely tough to do it from this point, but they have done it before, of course. They are near that level of Moist, and on their day, they are taking these. But Moist, they're in the RLCS, and they are one of the best teams in the world for a reason, proving it even with a brand new teammate.
Perhaps their comeback starts on Wasteland, but as for Moist, they'll just be thinking one more game. We've already done it 3 times. How hard can it be, eh? It can't be too difficult just to get one more, especially with Rise. Nipping in between 2 Team Liquid players like that is such pace. Nothing came from it in the end, but just showing that even though Liquid beat most players to the ball most of the time, as Oski did there against Joyo, he can fool at times. Chronic up against Rise now. Rise towards Joe. Most always looking for a pass with these clearances, and Liquid, to their credit, are starting to block that, starting to read it. They just need one of these balls to fall for them cleanly. This could be the one. Chronic gets into the backboard. He's not quite got the angles that he wanted, and Joe is able to clear in the end.
A minute and 10 gone in the game, and it just comes to Oski to try and get that central. I did see one player pre-jump, not necessarily what you're going to be wanting. I assume it was Atto, because he's now at the back. Can't quite get it over the top as Rise attempts to go for one of the challenges. Astro was quite quiet right at the start of this game. For the first minute or so, he had like 8 points. He got very little. We're seeing just a few chances now starting to roll in for Moist as all 3 players get themselves involved in that order of play. Astro to send it long. Oski is going to bang it back. Sees a Chronic on that left wing, but doesn't go for it as Joyo up stupendously fast.
Astral as well, closing down Oski, so they're not able to have any clean touches for themselves. They have to try and force them. Oski did get a bit of a neat nibble on that ball, but could only put it into the corner. Nothing's really working for either team so far. All these passes slightly misplaced or being more likely closed down incredibly quickly by each team's opponent. So it's going to have it clean again, though. Oh, that's a lovely touch, though, from Oski. Oski is exactly where Atto needed for once the Liquid pass connects, but it's closed down well by Moist.
Yeah, that touch from Joyo just put the shooter off enough where it just meant that they weren't able to get that touch that they needed. And so, on the open net, it's going to be the only opportunity that they get. They realise trying to go through cars, that was really hard to do. So when it's open and a missed touch from Astral, Oski can just hit it hard.
Yeah, he hit that really hard. Fair play to him, Rise. I don't think he expected Oski to get anywhere near that much power, even if he did hit the ball cleanly. Has to be said as well, slight mistouch from Astral at this level. When you have Liquid bearing down upon you, you have to get that ball to stick to your car. Because if you don't, Chronic's coming up again. That one's to the ceiling. Atto's there. It could be 2. It's saved. It's in. Yes, at the end by Joyo. Oh! Oski with the angle. Puts it in anyway.
Oski, you almighty beast of a man. From that angle, round the side, sees all players grounded, just has to send it below the crossbar and above all of their roofs, and it goes in. That is lovely play from him. Just the immediate shot is exactly what the doctor ordered.
The swoop on that ball as well. That was like a nothing but net basketball shot. Yeah, that sound as it goes in.
Oh, Gretzky would love to score one of them.
Joyo has Atto just staring at him. And Atto gets the boost, but Joyo got the ball. 3 more hits, so I think Joyo won that little battle. Battle of wits between them. That's a quick shot from him. Wow, powerful striking. Seems to be the order of the day on Wasteland. Boom the ball into the top corner. Eventually it will break through and you will score.
Opportunities starting to arise from Moist, but Liquid with, as far as I'm concerned, the biggest factor in this game. They are the ones who have taken absolute control of it so far, and the 2-0 lead is going to be supporting that theory. A shot on top corner, saved away by Oski, but Rise to shoot, Oski to save again. Oski, though, he can't do it all, and Astral is able to shoot it to the left-hand side where he is not present.
Yeah, the save was all right, but Atto, I think he bumped, or did he just go for the ball at the same time as Oski? I couldn't quite tell which one of those two it was, but one way or another, the ball falls for Astral, and for all of his brilliance, that goal will feel just as good as any of the others he's scored in this series, even though it was his most simple one so far. Another pass, that had to be low from Joyo to Rise, too high, and Rise can't do anything from it, especially from kickoff. Actually, Rise can get a bump and a demo, and Oski will take control and boom the ball away with no boost. He does not need it.
I mean, going for those bumps as well from Rise is exactly what you need to do. When you get that pass and it's not quite what you wanted or we wanted to send it over, then that's when you just think, okay, I will just help in a different way. Good speed from Chronic to be out Rise on that. Atto in the middle with nobody challenging him. Pulls into 0 boost, and with a dunk, Oski can go over the top and then tap it low. 3-1.
Yeah, just completely nothing. Liquid steal a goal. It was just Oski charging down Joyo. And then maybe it was going in already, but Oski made sure. Player banner as a dumpster fire, but Liquid are playing better than that now. Despite some early nerves at the start of this series. Moist are in one heck of a battle. As Atto now to the ceiling, he can do anything he wants with this one. He fakes it!
Oh, that's lovely.
My goodness, it has gone straight in! What a fake!
My, oh my. Atto from that ceiling, he then fakes going high on it, then goes low, and then shoots it immediately. Rise gets the wheel on it, but it is nothing compared to the might of Atto. The hammer slams down, 4-1 Liquid.
I like to think as well that he purposely aimed that at Rise's wheels to get as much power on the ball as possible.
Would not surprise me at all. And that timeout is working absolute wonders. We're seeing around a 60% win rate across the last season and this season, where the team that just took the timeout, they then win the following game. They work. Getting that moment to breathe and to think is so important, and Liquid have done it perfectly. There's still 45 seconds to hold on to, and we've seen how well Moist can do at the death of games, but Liquid, if they keep playing how they are, I see Game 7 on the horizon.
Yeah, I mean, it was not looking like Liquid would have a 3-goal lead in them at the start of this series, but they just keep plugging away. They never change. They can be 3-0 down in a series. They can be 3-0 down in a series and 4-0 down in the game, and still they'll be going for free jumps. Still, they'll be trying to make their opponents feel as awkward as they possibly can do, trying to force these double commits, trying to get some filthy pre-jumps and dirty quick reset plays. Look at that. The passes are starting to work now for Team Liquid as well. It's been their most supreme performance. Maybe Rise can get Moist something, but I think every player knows this one's dead. They're all just diving about, having a little bit of fun. Maybe we'll see one more goal. Whatever happens, it is going to be a win for Team Liquid and just a slight chance of getting back into this series for Team Liquid.
That looked like how Liquid had wanted to play for the entire series, except that time it was just really that was really paying off. They were hitting it how they needed to. They were sending it back to their players. They were faking some shots. They were then going as hard as they could on others. And also, they were surprising Moist with what they were able to bring to the table. And Moist, because of that surprise, they have called a timeout. They don't want to approach game number 6 bewildered. They want to be the ones in control.
Yeah, that is a much more on-meta timeout after Team Liquid ignored their chance after going 2-0 down in the series. For Moist to take it after a dominant victory for Team Liquid in game number 5, going into game 6, don't lose that 6 and then take it, is what Moist are thinking here. And that is smart because something went a little bit wrong for them there. They seemed slower. Their passes weren't working at all. I mean, I didn't see too much from any of them individually or as a team. And that is obviously in a large part because Team Liquid played so well. But there's something to be changed there for Moist Esports.
Yeah, I agree. And when you look at Liquid, they have done, as I said, they are hitting the shots that they needed to. They were playing the exact kind of game where you see that playstyle of having Atto and Oski up top. You see that really start to pan out. When it goes wrong, you can look back at those two and say, oh, really? They should have been further back. They should have been supporting a Chronic, whatever it ends up being. But when those two are up top and they are sending it to each other and they are pushing and punishing, 3 of those goals, bear in mind, came from Oski chucking the sink shot at Moist. He was there for the long touch from Astral and he could just send it in the net when there was nobody there to defend. He then challenged again, dunked, and then got the touch from above and then got that goal. And then finally it spilled out towards the right-hand side and he was rushing in and got the immediate shot. It's all about speed for Liquid.
I'd quite like to see Moist try and play Liquid at their own game, at least in game 6. If it doesn't work and you go to game 7, they can then have that slight more control that worked so well at the start of this series. But I think that Team Liquid have to an extent downloaded Moist. They know what they're about. They know when a Moist player will go for the ball, when they won't go for the ball. That example is a perfect one where Atto just knew exactly what Astral was going to be doing, the angle he'd been challenging. So now for Moist, I think they have to shock Liquid in the same way that Liquid have been shocking them over these last couple of games.
Yeah, I completely agree. And here on Neo Tokyo, with Bob's ramen, with those eyes overlooking, and may well be the place where they're going to be able to do it. Will it be Moist? Will it be Liquid who take us to either ending it here on Neo Tokyo or Champions Field awaits potentially for the El Splashico?
That's fun they played. It was that decider. In the RLCS, that is, the Game 5. And then there was also the streamed Best of 7 that went to Game 7 as well. So we have had some Champions Field matchups between these two in recent times. Up to Liquid to ensure we have another. I think we all want another, all of us watching this right now. It has been beautiful, some of the goals that we've borne witness to. We have to make it happen. Moist have to ensure it does. A beautiful clearance from Rise. Chronic was so near to being caught out there, but actually his positioning was perfect. If not his first touch, Joe's getting a bump. Someone could be coming in, but there's no one left. Moist have run out of players. It was a good little look at the Team Liquid net.
Going for those offensive plays as well, trying to get those awkward touches and trying to bump out any players that you can see. Again, Rise going for the bump on the air dribble. Joya was ready to come in if that bump did manage to pay off too, and then go for that secondary shot underneath. We're seeing that be a lot more prevalent. Rise replacing Atto on your screens there as Joyo tries to air dribble over the top of a Chronic, isn't able to. Atto, back right corner, sends it long, and Oski with the pre-jump. They know the recipe. They know the cake they're baking.
For goodness sake, every single time a Liquid player has a chance to boom it, there's already someone that's all the way on to...
Why would there not be?
Field. I don't know, mate. I can't tell you why not, but it just makes me chuckle, all right? How consistently it happens for Team Liquid. Chronic couldn't quite get that one to his teammates, though. And Joy with a lovely couple of touches. Rise up to get onto the end of this one. He has to call Astral off. Maybe get it into the corner. But Atto and a Chronic. It's actually a Chronic that gets the save. And 0-0 remains the scoreline.
Atto again shooting on target. I think wanted to go for the double there, but ran out of boost, unfortunately, so we couldn't get anything magical on that attempt. There's a lot more magical, a lot more rabbits in that hat that he's able to pull out. Atto dropping central towards Oski. Again, the passes aren't quite working out for Liquid past the point of having 1, 2 or 3 is really what they're aiming for by the looks of things. Now Atto sending it wide. Joyo to intercept and a bump from Astral. He has certainly been sent on Demolition Man duty.
There's a huge dunk there from Joyo. We saw it earlier on in the series, where actually a Moist dunk ended up backfiring because his teammates overcommitted to it. And almost worked out really well for Moist though, but not to be just yet. We're almost halfway through this game already. It is going thrillingly fast, flashing by this series. 6 games in still. To a little pre-flip towards Oski. Gets it high. Wants to beat Astral to the ball. It's a clean race between the two of them with the ball going across the goal line. Sorry, not across the goal line, across the pitch. Towards the Chronic. Flicks it high, and maybe just for a few seconds we got some neutral territory. The game seems to have slowed down after its explosive start.
Now corner sees Astral getting his central yet again, but with nobody following up, it just falls to Atto to try and get the pass off Oski. Waiting in that backside and then goes for a bump on Astral. Doesn't manage to get it. No, Astral immediately knows what was up. He can't have that job stolen so easily. Joyo removed from the pitch this time.
I feel like this neutral play will be much better for Moist. They are more than happy to slow it down like this. This is where they're the better team, you know, the structured style of Rocket League, where it's less about winning 7-6 and more about winning 1-0. It's up to Liquid now to try and rush everything, get things going again, get one of their classic free jumps. Or I don't know, just make Moist start guessing again. Maybe an infield pass will be the way. But Joyo, what a read and what a save.
What? How do you read that, Joyo? That is illegal, sir. That was just so quick. It was, okay, I'm going to shut my eyes, press X on the controller, and hopefully we won't concede a worldie. Brilliant play from him, blocks it out, but the pass is now starting to connect for Liquid. We were saying that earlier on they were trying to go for him. The pass is, though, on Moist. They haven't exactly been trying them so far, but then when they do, they start to pay dividends. Rise gets the shot on, but Atto's saving that one away.
More excellent goal line clearances now. We've had some for both teams. Rise, he has been teasing us with flip resets this entire series, and maybe when it matters most, he sinks one.
Rise uses that ingenuity to get on the flip reset and flips it with that negative angle back behind both defenders, one in the air, one on the ground. He doesn't matter. He's a missile anywhere he finds it.
And now Liquid really have to turn on the style and quick. They've got a minute to save this series. Moist just have to hold out, but there are 2 of them in front of the ball. Joyo, though, steams in heroically. Wow, he's skidding all over the pitch just to get a decent hit on the ball. He's done his job. He can rotate back. Joyo's turn. Atto against him. Astral has to win this race. He does, and Rise is the player that it falls to. So far, so good for Moist in the end of this game 6.
Saw how big the boost steals were yesterday for Oski. Now Atto's wanting to follow that example. Steals 1 away, and so we're going to be seeing Moist on relatively low. Only Rise has over 50 boost here, and he's the one to challenge it away as well. Astral, again, shoving his face towards that one. Manages to get a bump on the keeper, but then the second one comes back. Oski is able to clear it, and that one pinched towards that Moist net. Isn't able to find itself anywhere, however. Astral to save it away from the goal line. Final 15. Moist wanting to close it out in just 6 games.
Yeah, Moist are making Liquid look a little bit desperate now. It's double commits everywhere. It's touches that aren't really going anywhere. And it's their ball to control. Moist is seeing this one away, and they're doing it in the Team Liquid half. Unless a Chronic can find a teammate right now. There is boost to play with. Atto should be able to get a touch. Astral prods it into the corner, onto the floor, and ends the series right there. Moist will meet Carmine Corp in the semi-finals. Astral will play his old team. Team Liquid are out.
Huge performance on both teams there, but seeing Moist just being able to control the final minute or so of that game, as soon as they scored, they changed. They changed how they were facing each other, and they were making sure that they were pushing on the ball so much in the first 4 minutes. They then get that goal, we can sit back. We can slow it down just a touch. We can make sure that we aren't throwing ourselves at the ball as much as we need to, because we just wanted to outspeed them. That was the only play we went for, and it worked. Moist, a phenomenal game management towards the end, and that raises their head-to-head 3-1 in the RLCS in favor of Moist Esports. They are clearly in the lead right now in this race.
Some of the saves that we saw just before the goal went in the end from Rise were brilliant, but look at this. Atto doesn't even jump. He just knows as soon as Rise connects with that ball and gets it past, I think it was a Chronic, that was gonna be that. And I think that was the difference between those two teams. You mentioned it, Stumpy, the fact that when Moist took the lead, their playstyle changed. They seemed to know what to do when they were 1-0 up. I'm not sure Team Liquid quite have that. And they're now part of a conversation where they have to be able to change and play in that way when they have to.
But we're not here to break it down, guys, because we have got the wonderful desk. You also have a wonderful interview coming up. Back to you, Leaf.
Well, thank you, Sir Stumpy, to end us off on that last matchup there. Again, wonderful match. We've had a lot of good Rocket League across across the day here. Shogun, you happy?
I've got one prediction right today. It's not how I saw the season getting started. It's gonna be okay. It's got tomorrow. I'll put this right.
It's just depressing.
Well, why don't you lead off the recap then? Let's just.
I would love to. Yeah, cheers for that one, mate. Listen, there was quite a few times where you could hear me in the green room just getting angry because there was so many opportunities for Liquid to make more of a series of this. I feel like this is one that probably should have been going to 7, but they couldn't get it done when needed, especially, I'm going to say, I think, Game 5 very soon, which made me very, very frustrated indeed. But for Moist Esports, it's all starting to click. When I saw them during their close qualifiers, I was a little worried because it looked like Astro wasn't quite in sync with them just yet, but that worry's gone, and gone a lot quicker than I ever expected it to be.
And Moist are still clutch. 2 overtimes, 2 wins there in this series. That's kind of what we expect from Moist. You might have thought maybe they lost the sauce losing Vatira here, but they certainly still had it. They did it in their qualifier as well. The clutch scene still strong with the Moist boys.
It's a good win there for them. Again, you want to get your footing early on. You want to show the rest of the region you still have that power after a roster move like that some people may have questioned. But to talk about that, Joyo's on the line. Joyo, congratulations on getting the dub there.
Thank you very much.
I'm just going to start off with that since that was kind of the topic there. And obviously people are talking about, a roster move. Everyone looked at the team and said, this is a great team. They should have the same thing going in the next. But you guys made a move, but it seems to be working now. How is that all gelling together there? And if I can ask, what maybe prompted that?
I mean, people are going to doubt, and there was doubts from everyone in the community about Vatira going. I mean, It wasn't our choice. He decided to leave, but then when we got Astral in, a few people were having doubts, but since the start, we knew Astral's a baller, and we're going to be the same no matter what.
Troy, I want to ask you about the season prior. You guys had a very successful season, especially after that fall split. You guys really came and blossomed and had such a great look throughout those last 2 splits into the World Championship. Do you come into this season, maybe regardless of the roster change, with, pressure of that expectation, maybe not only from yourself, but from your teammates, especially with Rise, who's still on this team, and maybe the Moist fans to perform at that same level? Or is it just kind of same old for you guys?
I mean, I guess there's pressure. I mean, there is for me. I'm a pretty nervous person when it comes to tournaments and stuff, but we're just confident that we're still better than everyone. We don't really worry that much. Maybe a few games to get into it, but I mean, we're the exact same. Just go play, have fun.
Sure, a lot of people looking forward tomorrow. You've got Carmine Corp over in the other semi-final, obviously against your former teammate. How do you view Carmine Corp? They 4-1 Tundra earlier on. What do you see them? Where are their strengths? And more importantly, where do you see their weaknesses?
I mean, they're all French speakers, so that's probably a pretty good plus. Most French speakers are automatically correct at the game, yeah. I mean, the fans are eating good. Moist Carmine, first regional back, but I mean, they're a strong team. They've proven it, but I don't see why we can't beat them.
Yeah, Joyo, you've got Astral instead of Vatira, of course. Now, everybody can see that that's working on the field, but how have you guys been able to so quickly fill the gap that Vatira? He was the most defensive player in your team, so when he left, probably some shufflings needed to be done. Astral's not historically known as the most defensive player, so you've not got a playstyle 1-for-1 switch up here. How are you guys making that work?
I mean, we spoke about it. We've try to play to what suits us best. And I mean, I think Astral's a good fit, even if he doesn't play the same as Vatira. I don't know, it still works. And me and Rise, feeling good the same way as we were with Vatira. We got Astral in, a bit more offensive, but it works because he's so cracked.
I mean, you guys are going to, just continue to quell any doubts by winning. So that's a good way to do it. But any words you want to send out just to fans and anyone else still maybe questioning about the team and what they can look forward to?
I mean, to the fans, thank you for sticking with us, even after that roster change and stuff. But, no need to have any doubts. Like, we're getting wet this regional.
Let's get wet. Hey, there it is. Joyo, thank you for joining us. Congratulations on the win. It's good to see success still coming your way.
Thank you very much.
Joyo from Moist, again, still confident, still feels like they got that full win mentality going on. But of course, they do move on into the semifinals where things get harder and harder. Corelli, Carmine Corp now is their next matchup here as we get our top 4.
Yeah, and he said it in the interview. He's like, you know what? The fans are kind of getting what they want here in this semifinal. I think everyone's looking at semifinal 2 there on that playoff bracket. We're all looking to see who's going to come out on top because fans on both sides are going to be keeping score of this one.
How about Quadrant though, Leaf as well? They were the seventh. I think the 7th team, kind of like joining the major contention conversation now, and just how far can they go? They scraped in. I keep reminding everybody that this was one of the last teams to qualify through the closed qual, and now look at them. They're top 4. Like I just don't know what their ceiling is. But Occident's going to be a tough match.
Yeah, no, it's interesting because when we talked about our top 6, that wasn't really a team that may have been in that talk there before. But the schedule for tomorrow, pretty simple. You guys might have been able to figure it out yourself here. We got 3 matches for our championship Sunday of the European Fall Open, starting off with that Quadrant versus Oxygen match. And then, of course, we're going to make you wait a little bit, just get you anticipated for that Moist versus Carmine Court matchup. And then grand finals after that, where we will crown a champion. Single elimination still across the board. So you only get one chance, one best of 7 to prove yourself and stay alive here. But we are coming now to the end of the day. Tomorrow we crown the champion, but we got to maybe get some sleep, play some Rocket League in between that. So let's end this show, get out of here. We'll start with Johnny, though, for some last words now, as we started to see, some surprises and some familiar matchups.
Well, I didn't realize at the start of the day that I was actually the complete opposite of Shogun. I realized we were all on the pre-show going with different predictions, but I'm actually very happy with how things have gone. Where Shogun has fallen, I have risen. 3 out of 4. Let's go.
Greg, Johnny, I need you tomorrow to send me your predictions. I need to go opposite again. I might as well fully commit at this point.
This was Shogun's idea, by the way.
I have to go really risky now for the rest of the split just to catch back up. This is going to result in me like 8 points behind at some point. But I really want to reiterate as well, massive opportunity for Quadrant especially. They're up against Oxygen. They will feel like they've got the hard work now done. They win that match against Oxygen, get themselves the 12 points for grand finals, maybe even 16 points for winning it all. Huge, and put so much pressure on the teams that didn't make it to the top 4. A lot of those teams being that top 6 I'm going to put in quotations now because they're going to have to start working for it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to both our semifinals. I think Europe as a whole is going to be really exciting again this season. I mean, we almost had a 16 seed make it out of Swiss stage here. I don't think we really talked about that too much as the day went on, but I think for Europe, there's going to be a very different landscape every time we land at our top 8. I think we're going to have a lot of different teams coming into it. Like G1, I could see them making even further runs as they did, or as they can. I think they're good enough. So a lot of exciting matches ahead of us, and of course, a lot of exciting finishes for these regionals as we move on.
Europe exciting us as usual. We're down to our top 4, but tomorrow we crown our first European regional champion of the season. Tune in at 10:30 a.m. Eastern time for the pre-show, where Shogun will get you ready and prepped for the day. Until then, stay safe, good luck in your ranked games, and have a great day.
Baby, I just wanna be alone. I don't need searching for the break of a day to follow away to you. Cause at the end of the day, I ain't looking for no reason to change. Cause everything is good for you. Baby, I can see we're gonna shout it out to the sky. Tell our secrets to the night.